Tens of space worms got outside of the spaceship and worked together to manifest a singular gigantic wormhole that was connected with that decided exit point. Usually, only one space worm was required to create a wormhole, but to skip the entire great void distance, teamwork was a must. Since wormholes consumed large amounts of energy only during their creation and when utilized, having 10 sources of fuel for it was enough to keep it ongoing temporarily until a permanent express wormhole was created. After a couple of hours, the wormhole was finally finished. It took this long because they had to make it big enough for multiple spaceships to enter it simultaneously. "You may leave," Felix permitted. The moment the crewman received his permission, they went through the wormhole at a moderate speed. A few seconds later, the spaceship was expelled to the other side of the universe and came to an abrupt halt in the middle of nowhere. When the viewers saw a brilliant red gemstone shimmering from a far distance, they couldn't help but cheer feverishly in the stream chat. "They did it! Haha! This is so damn exciting! We have actually reached the other side of the universe. I can't imagine what we will find. This is more than 30% of a newly undiscovered region." The viewers' excitement was shared even by the leaders as they could already see themselves swimming in resources. "Explore the red planet and be careful." "Roger." Following Felix's command, the crewmen turned their spaceship invisible and traveled with a moderate pace in the direction of the red planet. When they had gotten too close, the red planet's true appearance was shown to everyone. It released somewhat of a sinister feeling that was picked by even commoners, making them feel some sort of innate fear towards it. It was like their souls screaming at them to stay as far as possible from it. "Scan it for any signs of life," Felix ordered with a solemn tone. Unlike the rest of the leaders and viewers, Felix had already asked Lady Sphinx about the other side and its habitats. While she didn't tell him about every race that existed there, she told him about its current considered rulers. They were none other than the demon species. She warned him heavily about them as she said that when it came to new races unrelated to primogenitors, the strongest ones were as gifted as the ancient dragons. Based on the planet's sinister atmosphere, Felix had a strong feeling that it was either inhabited by some of them. "Looks like it's a deserted planet," Queen Allura uttered as she read the negative results of the scan. "Should we have them descend or send one of your people to scout ahead?" Emperor Local inquired as he looked at Felix. "It's best to be safe." Felix reached out to another Void citizen in the spaceship and ordered, "Maki, scout ahead of everyone. As you command." A breathtaking Void succubus with short pink hair and tan skin nodded with a charming smile. However, just as she opened a Void rift and wanted to enter it, her body refused to move even an inch. Her teeth started chattering while her face turned as pale as a paper sheet. "Maki?" Felix frowned in confusion at her reaction. Maki didn't even hear him as her entire body and soul were consumed by a never-felt level of terror. She could neither think nor move, appearing like she was frozen in space under the bewildered eyes of everyone. "Maki!" Whoosh! The squad's captain hastily closed her Void rift from a distance, not daring to get close to it after getting hit by a weaker sensation of what Maki experienced. Thud! The moment the Void rift was closed, Maki fell to the ground in a fetus position and kept shivering in fear while mumbling repeatedly, "I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry." Felix and the others were left utterly stunned by the whole situation as no one had a single clue what had just happened. "King Maxwell, I am just as confused as you." Before the others could ask Felix, he cut them off with a solemn tone. Felix had seen this kind of fear before in Void creatures, which made him come to a scary realization that he found it too hard to accept. "Masters, do you think that the Paragon of Sins has awakened?" Felix asked. Felix was told a long time ago that the Paragon of Sins location was situated on the other side of the universe. He never bothered to pay too much attention to it before as he had no intentions of getting close to that area. "Unlikely," Lady Sphinx replied. "If he has awakened, everyone would have known about it as it is in his nature to stir things up in the universe. I believe your subordinate's reaction resulted from the Paragon of Sin's intense aura," Elder Kraken reasoned. Since the paragon of sins is slumbering, he has no control over it. As their god, all void creatures are weak against it and could not even think straight when they are under its pressure. I see. Felix nodded with a stern expression. Elder Kraken's reasoning made the most sense as Felix had seen what Nemo's aura could do to Candace and the others. It was literally the Void Nation's kryptonite. It looked like the Paragon of Sin's aura was so intense, it probably covered the entire territory of what was beyond the Great Void. This was enough to showcase the current level of difference between the Paragon of Sins and Nemo even after his awakening. When Felix told his councilmen about this, all of them had the same reaction. We are fucked. The Ruiner cursed. We won't be able to enter the Void Realm while we are traveling on the other side. Miriam frowned. We will be losing our greatest advantage. Without the Void Realm, the Void Nation would be forced to journey through the other side by using random wormholes or hiring space worms with exorbitant prices. There were other advantages being lost, such as not being able to spy on others and commit perfect assassinations. It's really a massive blow to our nation. Felix sighed. But there is nothing we can do. We are literally walking into the home of your god. Asleep or not, his presence can't be ignored. Felix would be the only one unaffected by this as Nemo was resistant to the Paragon of Sin's aura, and he could help him enter and leave the Void Realm as usual. Unfortunately, Maki seems to be ill. Felix addressed the leaders. We can only descend in standard fashion. Felix had no intentions of telling them about the Paragon of Sins and his people's inability to access the Void Realm. Although the leaders were smart enough to realize that Felix wasn't telling them the whole truth, none of them dared to interrogate him publicly. So, they agreed to the decision and watched the spaceship descending on the red planet. As the spaceship went through the crimson thick clouds, the viewers' eyes were allured to a lifeless wasteland that loomed menacingly. It was barren and filled with red mist that resembled blood fog. After the invisible spaceship landed on the ground, the squad of explorers exited from the front gate. It consisted of one of the strongest known fighters in the Alliance. There was a humanoid black dragon, a humanoid white dragon, a winged elf, a shadowborn, a pandian, a spirit fox, and more. Sniff, sniff. Is it just me, or there is a peculiar, revolting energy pulsing through the air? The werewolf spoke while closing his nostrils inside his space helmet. I smell nothing? Likewise. He was the only one who seemed to notice the peculiar energy as others didn't have the same high level of smell as him. I am telling you, something weird about this planet's atmosphere. The werewolf stressed again. While his teammates weren't taking his finding too seriously, Felix's facial expression turned solemn all of a sudden. Couldn't it be evil energy? Felix was told that the other side's rulers neither manipulate elements nor laws. They could manipulate only one type of unique energy. That was evil energy. If it's evil energy, you better advise them to never take their spacesuits off. Asna warned. Already on it. Felix swiftly ordered the squad. Protect your spacesuits with your life. Since the order came from Felix, no one dared to take it lightly. Everyone raised their guard to the limit. Is it really that serious? Queen Alfreda asked. The rest of the leaders turned to stare at Felix, knowing that he had multiple all-knowing masters who wouldn't mind sharing information with him, unlike their ancestors. I believe it's evil energy. Felix clarified before anyone could ask. It's a unique type of energy that is born only in environments rich with high levels of pure evil. When I say pure evil, I mean the worst of the worst that your mind can't even fathom. I know evil is bad in nature, but what can evil energy do to them? Emperor Local asked. It is able to corrupt anything it touches, whether alive or not. Felix answered with a stern tone. I believe this planet was once beautiful and warm, but after long exposure to this kind of energy, it was turned into this lifeless, disgusting environment. If our people weren't protected with these highly advanced nano spacesuits, they would have gotten corrupted just as badly. What do you mean by corruption? High Chieftain Lokaka questioned. Is it like making one have evil thoughts? Evil thoughts? If only it was that simple. Felix shook his head and continued on. When one consumes too much of the evil energy, his mind gets twisted and his thoughts will become prioritizing negative and evil thoughts. This will make him become distrustful, vengeful, aggressive, and hungry for anything pure. It's like evil energy is using his body as a host to further taint anything that is good and pure. If he doesn't expel such evil energy and get purified from it, it will start to twist his appearance until he becomes demonized. Felix said, "The moment this process ends, he will lose all relation he has to his past self and becomes a newborn demon whose main desire is to devour anything that is sinless." The leaders were left as silent as mice at the end of his narration. Their solemn expressions were enough to showcase that their attitude was shaken by the horror of such diabolical energy. It was even scarier than void energy in their eyes, since void energy was contained in the void realm and never left it on its own. Meanwhile, evil energy was able to corrupt anything it touched. This planet's current screwed-up appearance was enough proof. "I am not done yet." Felix smiled wryly as he shared. "The scariest thing about evil energy is the fact that it is able to corrupt elemental energies and make them unusable. In other words, you need to rely on internal abilities most of the time and use quick attacks to avoid long skin exposure to evil energy." "You knew all of this and only now you tell us?" Queen Alfreda spoke with a displeased tone. In her eyes, this was too much vital information to be kept hidden from them, especially when the Grand Supreme was the one having it. The others also weren't too happy about this, as Felix wasn't an individual person anymore but a representative and a leader of the entire alliance. "I honestly didn't think that the first planet we will explore will be infested by it. I was going to tell you all about it after the trial run ends." Felix gave his excuse. It might seem weak, but Felix really didn't think for a moment that the closest planet to the Great Void would be infested by evil energy. That's because his master had told him that the demons were situated mainly on the opposite side from the Great Void and their territories weren't that big. He didn't expect that the demons' corruption would have already reached this far, as the implication behind it was just too bad for the Alliance in general. Before the leaders could bother him about hiding this intel from them, Felix continued on. "Since planets can't give birth to such evil energy, it only means it has been added here externally by the previous habitats and abandoned after there was nothing more to corrupt." Felix advised the squad, "That's why it's best that you guys finish your exploration as fast as possible. The evil energy will be targeting you and anything brought from the outside." "He is right. My spacesuit seems like it's turning redder in shade," the spirit fox exclaimed. "Shit." When the others examined their spacesuits, their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly at the sight of their spacesuits getting corrupted by the evil energy. The fact that the entire planet seemed lifeless and brittle made them understand that their spacesuit would be extremely weakened until the materials would die on their own, and they would be left exposed in the open to the source directly. "Isn't it best to retreat and explore the planet from outside?" Emperor Lokil said. "No, they are already down there," Felix ordered the werewolf. "Clayton, try to follow the disgusting smell, and you will find its source. On it." Without second-guessing Felix's order, Clayton spearheaded the exploration squad as he sprinted on all four. This forced the others to match his speed to not get left behind. As they were sprinting at moderate speed so Clayton wouldn't lose the scent, the scenery on their path was littered with soaring, craggy mountains and vast, gaping chasms that appeared to plunge directly into the planet's core. Ki. Just as they passed by one of those chasms, a school of featherless and skinless hollow birds emerged from it and covered the entire sky, casting a massive shadow on the squad. They were forced to a halt as they lifted their heads and saw that those birds were rushing towards them with blood-red eyes. "Leave it to me," the humanoid black dragon said coldly as he stepped in front of the pack. He exposed one finger to the outside and pointed at the approaching school of birds. Whoosh! Then he fired a pitch-black thin beam at them. The instant it touched the first bird, the beam suddenly expanded in size until it covered hundreds of meters and engulfed the entire school behind it. The skinless flesh-hideous birds weren't able to even utter a cry of pain before they got turned into a rain of ashes. Smoke emerged from the black humanoid dragon's finger as he protected it with the nano spacesuit again. "Good job, Regal. At least they aren't immune to attacks." The spirit fox sighed in relief as she watched the rain of ashes. Alas, She realized that she had spoken too soon as the ashes began to gather up into one point, seemingly trying to merge with the other. What the? Under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers, the point became bigger and redder until one humongous crimson fleshly bird was born. It was the exact copy of the small ones, but it looked more terrifying and disgusting, making many viewers in the chat stream actually vomit into their screens. Ki-ki-I. The gigantic bird roared with its head lifted into the sky and dreadful blood eyes affixed on the squad. King Maxwell. All the leaders turned to Felix with livid expressions simultaneously, feeling like he was playing with them by hiding such deadly information from them. Believe it or not, I actually had no clue about this either, Felix uttered with an innocent look. All he knew was the general knowledge about demons and the evil energy, but about the specific species and such. He was just as ignorant about them. This must be an animalistic demon. Lady Sphinx cleared Felix's doubts. When intelligent beings get demonized, they turn into lesser demons. Meanwhile, animals, beasts, monsters, and such become animalistic demons. It's been a long while since I have visited the other side, so my information can be imprecise, she added. Felix was told that his master had visited the other side tens of millions of years ago for the sake of searching for the maniacal monoliths. When she left the other side, the demon species were still developing in a small area. After such a long period of time, God knows how much they had grown and evolved. Kiiki! Before Felix could respond, the gigantic skinless bird rushed again toward the squad with a single thought in its brain. Corrupt their purities and bring them to the evil side. I will handle it, the squad's captain uttered calmly as he teleported between his squad and the approaching demon. Then, he waved his hand and opened a massive void rift in front of the skinless bird. The stupid monster disappeared through it without trying to evade it at all. The squad's captain closed the void rift immediately after starting to feel his strength getting sapped out of him from the paragon of sin's overbearing aura. TSK. I could have finished it off. Regal clicked his tongue in displeasure. His pride was already wounded after the captainship was given to a void citizen instead of him. Now, even his fights were being stolen. Let's keep moving quickly. I doubt our spacesuits will hold on for less than an hour. The squad's captain ignored his tirade and nodded at Clayton to continue leading them. Clayton jumped on all four and sprinted again in the direction of the revolting smell source. As the squad kept moving through the charred mountains and barren crimson chasms, they went through multiple assaults from different unique and ugly animalistic demons. Whether those animalistic demons were ground crawlers, sky travelers, or surface-bound, all of them were able to resurrect into a much bigger and more powerful version of themselves after they get killed. This discovery made the Alliance's leaders reach the conclusion that the resurrection was related to evil energy instead of the species. Their theory was further proven when those animalistic demons ended up dying for real when thrown into the void realm and have their connection to the surrounding evil energy cut off. This is too spooky to be honest. Queen Allura spoke with a concerned tone. If those animalistic demons are unkillable as long as they have evil energy nearby, doesn't this mean that more powerful demons are immortals? The others thought the same. They knew that those idiotic demons were easy to handle only because they were running on one track record and they didn't care about their safety. But for intelligent demons, they would avoid having their connection cut off from the evil energy at all costs, which would make killing them almost impossible. The stench is getting too strong, we are getting CL. Ha! Before Clayton could finish his sentence, he was forced to come to an abrupt halt after his eyes landed on a massive peculiar statue over the horizon. He didn't need to tell them that it was the source of the evil energy as everyone narrowed their eyes at a visible thick red mist being released from the statue nonstop. What's that? The spirit fox asked with a spooked look at the monstrous appearance of the statue. Let's get close and find out, the squad's captain ordered with a stern tone. Now that they knew the source, he opened a portal connecting both sides and everyone went through it. When they exited from the other side, they were merely a few kilometers away from the gigantic demonic statue. The moment they stared this close at it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping up their souls. Its hideous and fearsome appearance played a big part in this, as the statue was half a human, half an animal. It had wings, horns, and sharp claws. Its skin was often red and scaly, with a texture that resembled that of a reptile. It had a distinctive facial feature, as it possessed a large, hooked nose with multiple nostrils, and its eyes were piercing and sinister. As much as demonic it appeared, it clearly belonged to an intelligent, high-profile entity, as it was wearing robes, a crown, and holding onto a staff. These garments were decorated with intricate patterns or symbols that represented their demonic and also royal nature. The entire statue was red from top to bottom and seemed to be made from a solid material, but at the same time, it wasn't. Unfortunately for the squad, they weren't given much time to explore the statue in peace. Shit. The evil energy potency is off the fucking roof here. Clayton cursed after seeing his spacesuit getting absolutely bombarded by the red mist. The corruption speed got enhanced significantly, as even Queen AI started warning them that their spacesuits were getting damaged beyond repair, and they should take them off if they didn't want to lose them permanently. My king, we can't stay here for long. What's our next move? The squad's captain requested, while beaming a massive metallic barrier to block the red mist. Try to destroy it and get me a piece for research. Then, retreat outside of the planet. Felix ordered with a solemn tone as he eyed the statue. He recognized immediately that this statue must belong to a high-ranked authoritative demon. The fact that it was able to release an infinite amount of evil energy made him understand that this must be one of the demon's key methods of corrupting planets and such. Since they couldn't touch it while it was actively releasing evil energy, they could only destroy it first. Without waiting for the order, Regal got in front of everyone and pointed his black-scaled finger at the gigantic demonic statue. Then, he fired the same penetrative fire beam at the statue's torso. Boom! The moment it touched the statue, the beam expanded again and caused its target to get blown out into fragments without much resistance. Thud! 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 The statue's fragments kept raining everywhere, causing the squad to defend themselves against them. SSSSSSS. When the spirit fox saw one of the fragments land next to her, she couldn't help but suck a deep breath in utter horror. Dear God! Even the most stoic and fearless person watching the stream felt their hearts tightening up like they were being choked with bare hands. They ought to feel this way, as the statue turned out to be made out of blended flesh, skin, and bones of many creatures. Some fragments were even showing terrified, pained faces of many never seen before races. The sight was so disgusting and toe-curling, many viewers turned out the stream instantly with faces as pale as vampires. What kind of freaks are we dealing with here? Fisherman Queen Everly murmured. I have no idea, and I'm honestly starting to think that we aren't going to be having any friendly talks with them. King Tresner replied with a stern voice. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before they could go deeper into their discussion, the remaining bottom of the statue started releasing a surge of colorful auras that went straight into the ceiling of the sky, bursting through the clouds and pushing them away. Felix and the others swiftly switched their focus to this abnormality as they kept staring at it with bewildered looks. What is that? The leaders turned to look at Felix for an answer, just to realize that he was as ignorant as them in this matter. Look! The evil energy around the statue is dissipating, Emperor Local called as he pointed his finger at the disappearing red mist after the colorful misty waves washed over it. When the squad saw those waves rushing in their direction, they swiftly protected themselves in their unique way. It smells nice and warm like a breeze in spring. Claymore shared after his nose was graced at last with something gentle in this revolting planet. Still, he didn't let down his guard and continued protecting himself with an icy barrier. After a couple of minutes more or less, the statue stopped releasing the colorful waves and the atmosphere finally regained its peacefulness. But, when the squad removed their barriers, they realized that the environment had regained more than just that. Is it me, or does the air seem less stuffy and the dirt looks more alive? Spirit Fox uttered with a tone of confusion as she looked around her. The environment does look more alive, Clayton replied as he sniffed. Plus, I am not smelling the same disgusting scent anymore. I guess the evil energy was disposed of by those peculiar colorful waves. This was everyone's first assumption as it was the only thing that made sense. But the real question spinning in Felix's and the leader's minds right now was why the statue was filled with such positive energy in the first place. A giant statue of a high-ranked demon made out with perfect details of merged corpses of creatures, able to release infinite amounts of potent evil energy. Now, even holds within it another peculiar type of energy that can negate evil energy. Felix knitted his eyebrows deeply. Why did the demons make such an important statue and leave it unprotected? Unbeknownst to Felix and the leaders, the moment they had destroyed the demonic statue, the owner and his people were alerted immediately. Prince Beelzebub, we have lost connection with the 10th harvester on planet Garana. Prince Beelzebub, we have lost connection with the 10th harvester on planet Garana. A lesser demon with a grotesque amalgamation of twisted features, bound to send shivers down the spine of even the bravest warriors, reported in a kneeling position. Even though he was kneeling, his size was close to 5 meters. His muscular frame was a sinister sight to behold, while its skin, a sickly shade of green, was mottled with dark purple veins that pulsated menacingly under the surface. Yet, his frightening appearance was nothing before Prince Beelzebub, who had the exact same features as the demonic statue, from body to clothes. It has been destroyed. Prince Beelzebub replied with a stoic expression while looking in a different direction. When his subordinate saw his behavior, he knew what he was doing and closed his mouth shut to not bother him. Interesting, very interesting, Prince Beelzebub uttered in his mind as he watched the memories of the demonic statue before it had been destroyed. As the owner, he was able to link his consciousness with it and see through its eyes. But, since it was destroyed, he could only visit the stored memories. Where did so many new races come from? How can they create stuff out of nothingness? They actually dare destroy a higher prince's harvester? Looking back, they do seem ignorant about it, like it's the first time they have seen one. Truly interesting. Many questions swam through Prince Beelzebub's mind as the entire memory was filled with things he had never seen before. As one of the 7 high princes with an entire demon realm under his rulership, he had seen too much and knew too much. But all of his knowledge and experience had failed him with everything he had seen, from the strange-looking races, their clothes, their equipment, their language, and even their powers. Garana is nearby the infinite darkness. Don't tell me they come from there? Before this thought could register in his mind, Prince Beelzebub laughed at his own foolishness. I am really in need of a drink. He couldn't entertain the thought for even a second, as he knew that the infinite darkness wasn't named as such for no reason. All of the 7 princes sent their exploration squads through the infinite darkness to find out if there were any new territories for them to conquer. Alas, not a single squad managed to find its way back and was lost forever in the darkness. More attempts were taken after that, but the result remained the same until everyone was forced to accept the disappointing truth. The infinite darkness was the end of their universe. If they didn't come from the infinite darkness, a new wormhole must have been opened up that is leading to an undiscovered galaxy. The fact that they don't know about the harvesters and my appearance even inside my demon realm means that their galaxy has no interaction with demons whatsoever. Prince Beelzebub smiled wickedly. Losing a harvester is painful and will set me back behind my bastard brothers and sisters, but if I manage to conquer this new galaxy, I will have so many purities to eat, I will leave them to eat my dust and take back my lost territories. My luck is finally turning around. This is too weird. His subordinate Malgrath couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise at his master's attitude towards the entire matter. When he brought the news, he thought he would be giving him crap to vent his anger since those harvesters were everything to the 7 princes. But here he was smiling from ear to ear as he had just hit the jackpot. Malgrath, lead a scouting team toward Garana and bring me intel about those daring assailants. Prince Beelzebub ordered. Don't engage with them, though, even if they destroyed all of the remaining harvesters in Garana. As you command. Just as Malgrath was about to take off, Prince Beelzebub warned him with a stone-cold tone. Most importantly, do this under the radar. I don't want anyone to learn about this. Especially my brothers and sisters. Understood. Yes, Malgrath assured him with a shaky tone. He knew his master was still vying for the Demon King's throne even when his odds were the worst out of the 7 princes. If he was the reason he screwed his odds even more, he understood that he would be tortured for the rest of his immortal demonic life. Oblivious to their exposure to the realm ruler, Felix had already ordered his squad to exit the planet and return to their side even when the evil energies levels had been lowered drastically in that area. Oblivious to their exposure to the realm ruler, Felix had already ordered his squad to exit the planet and return to their side even when the evil energies levels had been lowered drastically in that area. After they returned, Felix ended the live stream and told the public that the Alliance would be updating them with more information after they prepare for the main exploration mission. We might have spent only a few hours there, but it's enough to let us know that we are dealing with a powerful and fearsome enemy. Queen Alfreda said with a solemn tone, "We have to change our approach if we want to avoid unnecessary problems and casualties." Agreed. Felix and the rest of the Inner Circle leaders approved off the bat. Before, they wanted to send exploration squads across the entire undiscovered territories and start recruiting new members into the Alliance. It was the same system that was being used on a daily basis on the Scallions' territory, as not all of it had been explored yet. But now, all of them could see that wasn't going to work well against those demonic creatures. Just the existence of evil energy was enough to make their conquest more complex since it corrupted anything it touched. The sickening notion that made them change their attitude was the existence of the demonic statue. I really can't see ourselves allying with a race that uses millions of corpses to create a statue out of them. We are all-inclusive, but those things are absolute evil and they will bring no value to our alliance but chaos. Shadowborn's ruler Hogan stated with a stern look. It's best to not jump to conclusions too early. Empress Scarlet smiled gently. We still don't know much about them. Since we allowed the Void Nation in, you should know that everyone deserves a chance. She's right. We have to get more information about them to make the best decision. Although this could be considered an indirect attack on his nation's past, Felix didn't attempt to defend it. Unlike them, he knew much more of the evil deeds of many of the Void citizens and even his councilmen. Civilizations were ended and lives were changed and manipulated for the worse. While the Void citizens were peaceful now and seemed cool, it was only because he and Nimmo were keeping them in check. So, as much as those demons didn't really give the best first impression, he wasn't a hypocrite to deem them as an absolute evil that should be ended right off the bat. I suggest we send out our military fleets to completely conquer this solar system and turn it into a fortified fortress before we start our exploration. Minister Aquirus proposed. Seconded. Everyone agreed to the proposal even when it meant their exploration mission would be delayed by many months for preparation. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry. After a couple of hours of discussion to iron out the details, Felix excused himself. He entered the Void Realm and met with the squad's captain, who handed him a portion of the demonic statue. Felix swiftly took it and returned to Candace's aircraft. "Doesn't it feel disgusting?" Asna asked with a grossed-out expression as she watched Felix studying the molded piece of flesh. "It's supposed to feel disgusting and have a fleshy sensation, but it somehow doesn't?" Felix replied as he poked it. "It feels like a solid piece of stone that is painted to resemble a mold of flesh and blood. I don't know what they used to make it like this, and I don't have the tools here to study it properly." Felix ended up throwing it back inside his spatial card after realizing that he couldn't really run any experiments inside Candace's aircraft. Should I enter the other side before everyone else? Felix suddenly decided to get out of here to regain a bit of his freedom. In his eyes, he was being so cautious because of his location exposed, but if he went through the wormhole and continued traveling at light speed on the other side, he could log into the UVR without worrying about anything. As for the demons and dangers of the other side, there wasn't really anything they could do to him in his overgeared spaceship. Might as well go F. Just as he began considering this thought for real, Lord Quaz interjected with an emotionless tone. "Fair warning, my reach doesn't cover the Void Realm on the other side. If you went there, you will be on your own against the Darkins." "Ha!" Felix was left startled at his warning. Is it because of the paragon of sins? Lady Sphinx asked for confirmation. She clearly had previous doubts about this matter and was planning to ask him about it in case Felix decided to travel to the other side. She didn't expect that he would come first and tell them about it. No comment. Lord Cowes refrained from telling them his reasons. This forced everyone to drop the matter at once. Do you think the Darkins know about this? Thor wondered with a deep frown. Who knows? Jormungandr mentioned. All we know is that those bastards have gone off the radar for a while now. It's not far-fetched to assume that they have isolated themselves on the other side. With the news about the Alliance's conquest, one of Mananangle's clones can easily deliver the information and make them plan to hunt him down. Everything was nothing but mere speculations without proof, but it still affected Felix's decision drastically. He was being extremely cautious about his safety even when he knew that the Darkins wouldn't dare attempt to assassinate him while Lord Quaz was having his back. Now that he would be losing his main source of protection and he was still not strong enough to protect himself, he would be foolish to ignore the warnings. It's still possible for me to beam my spaceship and speed through the wormhole, not giving anyone a chance to attack it. As long as I keep my location hidden on the other side, it's impossible for them to find me. Felix knitted his eyebrows. But they are intelligent enough to predict this and prepare a counter in case they were really trying to assassinate me on the other side. It just sounds too risky with no rewards to match it. Asna advised. I think it's best that you don't enter the other side and return to the elemental galaxy to push through the origin realm and reach a deity level. This was indeed the smartest decision. What about the Alliance's conquest? Felix shook his head. I am the spearhead, and if I disappeared at such a crucial point in the Alliance's future, I will forever be seen as unreliable and lose everyone's respect. It was one thing to leave his Void Nation and humans to seclude himself in the Elemental's galaxy and another to do the same with the entire Alliance behind him. Since Felix planned on spending much more time in the Elemental's galaxy as it would be his last chance to take advantage of its time difference, he could be gone for centuries if not more in the real world. What kind of a Grand Supreme ditched his responsibilities for centuries the moment he took office? High Chieftain Lokaka wouldn't hesitate to challenge him while he was gone and take his position after he forfeit through default. You can always get your title back, but not your life, Asna stressed. There must be another way. Felix wasn't foolish to risk his life to prove his worthiness to the Alliance, but at the same time, he would rather consider all options before cowardly bailing out the instant he smelt a bit of danger. The fact that the other side was clearly packed to the brim with dangerous individuals made him understand that his existence would be needed more than ever. How about having a clone? Candace suggested with a finger on her lips. You mean like a clone? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, why not? Candace clarified. You can easily create a real clone using your previous normal DNA before all of its modifications. Then use your wisp of consciousness to control it. This way, you will be there to participate in the Alliance's decisions while at the same time training in the Elemental's galaxy. Well, I always felt that it was a bit weird to have a real clone of mine even if it was controlled by my own wisp of consciousness. But this is far better than the alternatives. Felix found the idea plausible. Won't the inner leaders be somewhat displeased that you are attending using a mere clone? Asna wondered. Fuck 'em. This is my life at risk here, Felix sneered. They should be delighted I am going the extra distance to be there even when I had 3 primogenitors breathing down my neck. That's true. Asna chuckled, liking his answer. Master, is it possible to create a few clones in your lab? Felix voiced his request to Lady Sphinx. He knew that it would be impossible for him to create a clone using his current highly complex and chaotic DNA. Even if he pulled it off by some miracle, the clone would be at risk of collapsing at any moment or having random mutations popping off once in a while. To top it off, even if he put his wisp of consciousness in it, he would still not be able to use elemental manipulations or any sort of abilities. That's why Candace told him to use an old version of his DNA to make the clone, as it would be easier and the clone's longevity would be much longer. Lady Sphinx was the only one having his old DNA stored due to using it in her experiments over the past years. Those clones will come out looking different than you right now. Lady Sphinx offered, "I can use my sand manipulation to create perfect clones of your current appearance, but you will have to be extremely careful as they will break apart if things got too rough." "I understand." Felix nodded in appreciation. He knew that her perfect clones were able to fool almost everyone unless they got a close hold of him. "Candace, get hold of Maki and send her to get the clones from Master," Felix ordered. "On it." Felix had no intentions of going all the way back to the Witch Empire when the problems here had yet to be solved. Days went by and then months. Before long, the area near the wormhole was packed to the brim with hundreds of thousands of magnificent and dreadful warships. Since this mission was related to the Alliance as a whole, their military fleets were used instead of personal ones of each race. They were being led by the collective decision of the 10 rulers even when the fleets were packed with all sorts of races from around the universe. "Are we set for departure?" Felix asked. The moment Felix saw the 10 rulers and the inner circle leaders nod at him in confirmation with solemn looks, he voiced the order, "March!" As the space fleets approached the mouth of the massive wormhole, each crew member felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. They had spent months preparing for this moment, but the unknown dangers that lay ahead made their stomachs churn. As the spaceships began to disappear through the wormhole, Mananangal kept his eyes affixed on Felix, who was still leeching off Queen Allura's spaceship. He was certain that the moment all of the spaceships reached the other side, he would follow them from behind with his own personal fleet. He was this confident because he heard him say it when he was using a fake clone disguised as a crewman inside Queen Allura's spaceship. "It's about damn time." Saurus and Wendigo were just as eager as him. "Everyone has made it to the other side successfully. It's my turn. Take care, senior sister." Felix nodded at Queen Allura before taking his leave through a void rift. When Mananangal saw this from his clone's eyes, he swiftly concentrated on the area near the wormhole, knowing that Felix was smart enough to ride his spaceship inside the void realm before pushing it through the void rift. As he expected, a gigantic void rift opened up slowly in front of the wormhole before a sleek pitch-black spaceship emerged from it. Isn't this his previous spaceship?" Saurus remarked. "I guess he is using it since the other one is too large for the void rift." Wendigo warned his partner. "Mananangal, don't mess it up." "Mess it up?" Mananangal smiled coldly as he pulled back a finger that was pointing at the speeding spaceship. "I have already succeeded in planting the blood drop." There was less than a second window where the spaceship exited the void rift and entered the wormhole rapidly. Yet, that was more than enough for him to fire his blood drop akin to a bullet and plant it. "It's done? Haha, at last, we will be getting this fucker." Saurus laughed loudly with pure joy emitting from his mouth. He didn't spend a moment thinking that Felix would be able to live through this. In his eyes, there was just absolutely no way of it happening unless Lord Cows himself found out about the blood drop before it grew into Mananangal. At last, the moment Felix's spaceship reached the other side, his fleet followed him from behind. It consisted of bodyguards from the Void Nation since he was using his clone and it needed protection on the surface. "Move out," Felix ordered from the cockpit of his spaceship, Dark Deviant. Most of the Alliance's fleet sped toward the red planet Garana while the rest spread out into formations and went in different directions. This solar system had more than 15 planets orbiting the star. The Alliance had put a plan to conquer all of the planets in it within a mere 2 weeks' time frame. If the soldiers landed on the planets and found out that it was corrupted with evil energy, they were tasked to destroy them. It was the only method found to restore the planet's liveliness and at the same get rid of evil energy. They had tested it out in the past months by locating all of the 10 demonic statues on Garana and getting rid of them. After Felix's spaceship arrived at Garana's stratosphere, he refrained from going any further. Although the demonic statues had been taken care of, the planet was still brimming with high levels of evil energy, and it was going to take a long time for it to be completely cleared out. If you find a civilization or even a small tribe on one of those planets, do not kill them even if they were demons. Felix reminded with a solemn tone. "We need as much information as possible and only the natives have it." "Roger." "Understood." While he was busy giving out orders and checking the stream screens of each fleet mothership, He had no clue that a blood drop was slowly creeping up in his direction from the far back of the spaceship. As the blood drop was levitating at a moderate speed, it appeared to be slowly growing in size. The moment it reached the cockpit door, the blood drop turned into an exact copy of Felix. This was the only reason Mananangle was able to reach this far without alerting the spaceship's AI. The cockpit's door opened up automatically for Mananangle. Although Felix's clone was considered a mere mortal, he still heard the door opening noise and turned his head. Ha! The moment he saw himself standing at the gate fully nude, he was left absolutely flabbergasted. For a moment, he thought that one of his dormant extra clones had awakened its consciousness on its own. But that thought was removed from his mind the instant he saw Mananangle's expression turning paler like he had just seen a ghost. No, 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 no. Mananangle kept repeating with a disbelieving look as he teleported right in front of his face. Don't tell me. Felix felt a sudden shiver course his spine as he looked at his clone's eye and realized that they hold within them an uncapped level of sinister hatred. He knew instantly that no one in this universe had this much hatred for him besides the Darkins. Mananangle! Felix exclaimed as he attempted to pull away from him reflexively. Alas, he wasn't able to even move an inch as Mananangle's pressure made it impossible. How? How did you find out? The calm and collected Mananangle was nowhere to be seen as he shouted at Felix with the most murderous stare he could muster. Felix's clone might fool everyone else, but not the god of blood. He recognized that Felix's body was made out of sand instantly. This can't be real. A clone. A mere clone. Saurus and Wendigo didn't take it any better than Mananangle. They were left staring at Felix with looks of denial and disbelief. Even as primogenitors, the news was just too much for them to take as they had planned and invested way too much into this. They lost a precious favor from Lord Loki and owed him a new one. They even decided to spend the rest of their lives on the other side of the universe to avoid Lord Qua's anger. All of this for a clone? It was understandable for Mananangle to finally lose his composure and let his suppressed anger and hatred burst out of his chest. You fuckers were really planning to kill me. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly at Mananangle. Even though Felix went through so much for his safety, a big part of him was certain that the Darkins would not make a move on him personally. After all, it was really hard to envision a primogenitor making a personal move on a mortal. Only now did he realize that the Darkins had stopped seeing him as a mortal a long time ago, and as one of their most irritating enemies that needed to be eliminated even if it meant putting out some sacrifices. Little shit. Why won't you just drop dead already? Mananangle said with a suppressed tone as he held Felix's neck. Alas, his anger made it difficult to control his strength as the moment he tried to choke Felix. His body crumbled into a pile of sand with the AP bracelet sitting at the top. Mananangle and his partners were left staring at the pile of sand with bloodshot eyes. Only one thought was coursing through their minds as they kept staring at it without a single blink. All of that effort for this? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I can always rely on those clowns to make my mood better. I kind of feel bad for them. Meanwhile, Thor, Jormungandr, and the rest of the tenants were either bursting into laughter or shaking their heads with sympathetic looks. Only Felix was sighing in relief while wiping a sweat drop from his forehead. He didn't see anything amusing about this situation as he knew that if he acted just a bit careless or dumb, his life would have been over. How did he get in my spaceship so soon, and even did so while using an exact clone of mine? Felix frowned. Even though he escaped from such a death trap, he felt obliged to know how did Mananangle get so close to him without him finding out about it. He must have been camping outside of the wormhole and made a move the moment he spotted your spaceship. Asna guessed. Felix's first guess was also this as it made the most sense. Since he was using his clone, he decided to not be so cautious anymore and accompany his people. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be given even a minute before Mananangle turned up in his spaceship. For him to make a perfect blood clone of you that is capable of fooling a spaceship's scanning systems, he must have gotten a drop of your blood, Thor mentioned with a confident tone. As his mortal enemy, He knew him almost just as well as Mananangle knew himself. How did he get his hands on such a thing? Felix knitted his eyebrows. It's impossible for him to get the data from our fight in the Primogenitor's event, as everyone's DNA is encrypted by Queen AI. I doubt anyone possessed my blood beside Lady Sphinx. If Felix didn't trust Lady Sphinx with his whole heart, she would be the obvious suspect. But since she was out of the picture, he really couldn't figure out how his enemies got hold of such an important piece of data from him. I know how they did it. Lady Sphinx spoke with an irritated tone as Lord Loki's playful expression surfaced in her mind. Who? Don't worry about it. I will handle it. Lady Sphinx didn't want to break Felix's entire universe by telling him the secrets about the UVR, as she knew that he would never see the UVR in the same way ever again. This would drastically affect his future in a negative manner, and he wouldn't be able to fix the issue even if he wanted. Motherfuckers! Suddenly, Felix cursed with a pissed-off tone after he received a notification that his spaceship had been destroyed. He swiftly changed his focus to his main consciousness, which was situated in the cockpit of the Eternal Nautilus. When he requested Queen AI to show him what happened to his dark deviant, he couldn't help but feel even more pissed off. Mananangle had utterly released all of his anger and resentment on his spaceship, as he had turned it into a blob of blood before he blew it under everyone's eyes. Felix was mad not because he had lost most of his extra clones and spaceship, but mostly because everyone had seen this happening. Ting ting. As he expected, his AP bracelet began vibrating like there was no tomorrow with the number of messages he was receiving. Felix wrote an email, planning to calm everyone with something made up. But, just as he was about to send it, he realized that he could take advantage of this and also make the Darkins look like absolute dog poop in front of the entire Alliance's upper echelon. Since you already decided to give up on your dignity completely, then don't mind me shattering it. Felix sneered as he requested an emergency meeting with all of the Inner Circle leaders. Felix was no rat, but in this case, he was definitely going to snitch on them. A few moments later, the meeting was held in the UVR and all of the Alliance's leaders had attended it. All of them had solemn expressions as they had just witnessed their Grand Supreme spaceship turn in flames. Before they could shed light on the matter, Felix appeared on his chair with a flash of light. King Maxwell, what happened? Were you attacked by the demons? A fiery of questions rained down on Felix before he could even adjust his seating. Relax. I am fine and it wasn't the demons, Felix shared. Then, who is daring enough to attack you? Queen Alfreda frowned. This question rang in everyone's minds as they knew that only retards would dare assault the Grand Supreme in the open like that. Forget about the entire Alliance backing him up. His overbearing strength alone was enough to scare off anyone. Who else? Felix sighed in frustration. Don't tell me? Most of the leaders were sharp enough to realize that only the Darkins would dare assassinate the Grand Supreme. They were at odds with each other and a blood ability was used to take down the spaceship. Knowing that they wouldn't be certain without evidence, Felix showed them the latest recording of his clone. It was more than enough to give away at least Mananangle. But how did you manage to escape if it was really Mananangle? High Chieftain Lokaka asked with his eyes narrowed. I am not saying that you are weak, but there is simply no way you can survive an attack from a primogenitor at such a close distance. Everyone shared the same thought as primogenitors were just in a different realm than them, and even with everything that Flea had shown, they were convinced that he couldn't have survived that. I have always predicted that I will be ambushed by them from the start. That's why you have been using spatial imprisonment. King Tresner interjected with a surprised tone. Yes. Felix continued on without a change of expression. Since I can't enter the wormhole while using it, I have switched to using a clone to bait the assassination. As you have seen, it has worked out perfectly. If the Darkins heard your bullshit, they will totally lose it. Asna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement at his shameless lies. He was literally trying to show himself to have outsmarted 3 primogenitors while in truth, he was just being too cautious about his safety and it paid off. As expected of the Grand Supreme, even an assassination attempt from a primogenitor can't faze you. King Tresner laughed out loud in delight. I can't believe a primogenitor will stoop this low and target a mortal deity my ass. Queen Allura cursed. They really have given up on their dignity once and for all. Queen Alfreda showed a distasteful look. I am reporting this to my ancestor. Even the inner circle leaders had displeasure and disappointment written all over their faces. In their eyes, the alliance was at a crucial point in its life and everyone needed to be focused to handle those fearsome demons. Yet, their Grand Supreme was almost killed in the first minute of stepping into the other side. When even the inner circle reacted like this, the rest of the primogenitors had utter looks of disgust after hearing the news. They didn't just disrespect themselves, but even Lord Cows. Siren shook her head. How can they expect to live in peace now that they have truly angered him? In the primogenitor's eyes, Lord Cows was one of the few primogenitors that shouldn't be enemies with for a simple reason. His void realm allowed him to be anywhere and everywhere. As they expected, the moment Mananangal made a move on Felix, Lord Quaz began his hunt. My clones are dying one by one, Mananangal uttered with a suppressed tone as he watched his clones get kidnapped into the void realm and then erased from existence. Some put a bit of resistance, but it was absolutely useless against Lord Cows. In less than a few minutes, more than 50 clones of Mananangal were deleted, whether they were dormant or had wisps of consciousness controlling them. It was an utter massacre across more than 60% of the entire universe, and it happened in a few minutes at best. We still don't know for sure if he can come over here or not, but it's best to not give him a chance. Wendigo spoke with a serious tone. I think we should travel towards the Paragon of Sin's slumber area. I doubt he will dare get so close to him. Lord Loki merely told them that he was 80% sure about his information. So, it was much better for them to act like Lord Cows would come at them after he finished off most of Mananangal's clones. What about that fucker? Saurus gritted his teeth. Do we just let him go this easily? What else can we do? Mananangal rubbed his temples to ease his headache. He will most definitely send over his clones to oversee the conquest now that he is sure we are here. Our best attempt has ended up in a catastrophic failure, and we can only lay low for now and work on Lord Loki's favor. Saurus sighed. The last thing we need is to get that irritating bastard on our back too. Obviously, they hadn't completely given up on ending Felix's life before he reached a deity level and become a whole new problem to them. But they knew that nothing much could be done on their part and they had to wait until Felix made a mistake and capitalize on it. Good thing the Paragon of Sin's resting place is in the center of the demon's 7 realms. We can secure our safety while finishing the mission. Without further ado, the Darkins took off into the depth of the other side, knowing that it was going to take them a long while before reaching their destination. After all, there wasn't any wormhole network of shortcuts to facilitate interstellar travel. Unbeknownst to them, their assassination failed attempt didn't just upset them alone. Those bunch of losers. How can they proclaim themselves to be primogenitors when they can't even kill a hopeless mortal? Nemo's alter ego cursed with a tone filled with pure resentment. He waited and waited patiently for months, and in the end, he was met with these depressing results. He really thought that this was his perfect chance of breaking free once and for all from Nemo's soft personality. But alas, fate had something else stored for him. If I can absorb neither void energy nor the 7 sins laws, I should devour evil energy on the low to gain more control. Nemo's alter ego narrowed its diabolical red eyes. This retard has no idea that we can absorb even evil energy, so I can totally pull it off. When Nemo rejected the awakening and caused his alter ego to be born, all of the abilities, memories, and power-ups from the awakening went to his alter ego alone. So, he truly had no clue that he could absorb evil energy. Clearly, neither Felix nor his masters knew about it as well. Just you wait. I will be free at last, and I will make you pay for every bit of humiliation you put me through. The moment he said so, Felix picked up Nemo and started rubbing his belly while he was giggling in enjoyment. Bastards! Nemo's alter ego's eyelids twitched as the sight was really too much for him to accept. Just like he was planning to free himself one way or another, Felix hadn't stopped for a moment to force him into giving up and merging with Nemo. In other words, this was a war of attrition to see if Nemo's alter ego would give up before he managed to gain control over his body. 1 hour later, The assassination attempt situation had been put to rest by Felix and the Alliance leaders, making them refocus on their conquest mission. Felix was smart enough to use this situation to his advantage and make his peers accept that he would be using only his clones to lead them. No one raised any objections as they were actually favoring him to do it. With that, Felix didn't have to worry anymore about having his peers ask him to participate in a difficult battle or such. "Any updates?" Felix inquired with a bored tone as he was seen chilling in his cockpit's spaceship with Mika massaging his shoulders gently. Since he was using a useless clone, he could neither train nor even explore on his own, forcing himself to remain in his spaceship and wait for intel. Obviously, he could enter UVR and practice runic spells or such to help the main consciousness, but since that required total concentration, it wasn't going to end well when he could be interrupted at any moment. "All of our fleets have reached their targeted destination through personal wormholes. They are now scanning for any life sign." Whoosh! Before she could finish her statement, a sudden holographic screen appeared in front of Felix with a new face on it. It was that of a stern-looking black elf with a thick gray beard, making him appear more like a human than a night elf, especially when he was wearing a dignified commander's hat that hid his long, unique ears. "Grand Supreme, we have detected signs of civilization on Planet 7. Commander Nethril reported with a solemn tone. "Show me." Without further ado, Commander Nethril forwarded a holographic screen that seemed to be spying on a ruined city from outer space. The city was a desolate wasteland, a haunting shell of its former glory. Tattered banners hung limply from broken flagpoles. From the street's wide size, Felix knew that they were once bustling. But now, they seemed eerily silent. Meanwhile, the buildings that had once stood tall and proud were crumbling ruins. Dust and debris coated everything, obscuring the vibrant colors of the past. Yet, what's more surprising was the dots of red auras sitting under these rubbles. "They must be living underground," Felix murmured. "Are they the survivors from a demon invasion or actual demons themselves?" Although the red auras seemed humanoid, Felix knew that most lesser demons weren't too beastified. "This isn't everything." Commander Nethril forwarded multiple screens. To Felix's surprise, some screens were showing bustling cities with millions of unique-looking individuals, walking or riding on peculiar horse-like animals. The cities resembled the destroyed ones in both layout and design, but nothing was destroyed, making it shine its glory akin to a bright candle. Felix knew immediately that they weren't demons as they seemed too angelic. Even from outer space, the camera was able to zoom in to the point Felix was able to see their distinctive features. They were tall and slender with long lingers and delicate features. Their eyes were large and round, with irises that reflected the colors of a rainbow. They had small, pointed ears that can swivel in any direction. Yet, what was most unique about them was their tiny wings that seemed to be made out of light itself. Although they were extremely bright, they weren't blinding at all. Like the light they were releasing was nothing but an illusion. Interesting. Are they light elementalists? Lost descendants of the light primogenitor, Amaterasu? Felix wondered. They do look like his previous descendants. Thor answered. It's the Luminari race and they are his descendants. The light primogenitor's main galaxy was around here before he decided to off himself. Lady Sphinx confirmed it. I always wondered where the descendants of other primogenitors were. I guess they were here all along after Lord Shiva isolated them from the rest, Asna said. With the demons being this spread out, I doubt many of them remained. Felix frowned. Grand Supreme, we have located a demon civilization as well on the opposite side of the planet. Commander Nethril informed as he sent another holographic screen. At first sight, it was crystal clear that this city belonged to no one but demons. It was a nightmarish labyrinth of twisted buildings and grotesque architecture. The streets were lined with towering spires and jagged cliffs, and the buildings themselves seemed to writhe and pulse with otherworldly energy. The sky overhead was a sickly shade of red, casting a sickly glow on everything below. Strange creatures roamed the streets, their twisted forms reflecting the twisted nature of the city itself. Demonic hounds slunk through the shadows, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Horned demons danced on the rooftops, leaping from building to building with unholy grace. If Felix was down there, he would notice that the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and decay, a noxious haze that seemed to seep into every pore. "Do we make contact with the natives?" Commander Nethril inquired. If this planet had only either demons or natives, he wouldn't have called Felix. But to have them both on one planet was too complex and needed new orders. "Send a scouting squad towards the ruined city and make contact with the underground dwellers," Felix ordered. "Try to get as much information as possible from them about the planet, and hopefully the entire situation on the other side if they had a clue." "As you command." Commander Nethril nodded before hanging up. The moment he was gone, the Inner Circle leader's holographic screens appeared in front of Felix. "Smart call. Seeking information from those ruins dwellers will ensure that we meet either the natives or the demons. Since they are isolated, we will be getting the information we need without needing to get into too much trouble." Fisherman Queen Everly approved. Although the Alliance clearly had a massive advantage when it came to technological advancement, it was still better to start small and move up. After all, Felix didn't know if the bustling city of Amaterasu's descendants will have any undercover demons or not. In a few minutes at best, the scouting squad spaceship had landed in the center of the ruined city. Since it was unknown if those red auras belonged to demons or not, the squad had a couple of powerful fighters capable of carrying their own weight. "Queen AI, what's the level of evil energy around us?" the squad's captain requested as he extended his AP bracelet. The AP bracelet started to cover many kilometers of range with a scanning blue hue for a couple of seconds before it disappeared. "Calculating, mildly dangerous," Queen AI answered. The metal race didn't waste those months of waiting for the main army to arrive, as they had taken with them many samples from the Red Planet and used them to come up with a method capable of calculating evil energy's intensity. It had 5 levels: clear, neutral, mildly dangerous, dangerous, and deadly. This system was incorporated into a new batch of AP bracelets and handed to everyone taking part in the exploration to help them detect it without needing to take off their spacesuits. "We have to be quick in our exploration," the squad's captain said. "Better yet, take the targets back to our mothership and we will question them here," Commander Nethril ordered. "On it." Without delay, the scouting squad searched for a way to the city's underground. With the AP bracelet advanced scanning system, it didn't take them much before they located a tight tunnel. It was buried under a building's rubble in a way that allowed those inside to exit it, but made it almost impossible to spot it from the outside. "Hold it here," the squad's captain ordered as he turned himself into a shadow and went through the dark tunnel. As a Shadowborn, he was born for such missions. In a few moments at best, he reached the end of the tunnel and was met with the sight of a depressingly small camping zone. There were a few rugged tents here and there. The only source of light was a fire camp in the center, where many Luminaris seemed hurtled up for heat. Unlike the Luminaris in the bustling city, they seemed malnourished and bony, like they hadn't eaten a proper meal in months. "They don't seem dangerous, but don't let down your guard to look," Commander Nethril warned. The squad's captain Taluk made a noise of acknowledgement and returned to the Shadow Realm. The next time he appeared, it was from the fire's shadow. Before the Luminaris could react to his jump scare, he released a potent sleeping poison that caused all of them to drop to the ground. Then, he cast a massive shadow around them and dragged them into the tunnel without making any noise. Only the fire remained crackling inside the depressing cave as everyone was kidnapped and taken into the mothership. "Wake them up," Commander Nethril ordered as he stared at the row of Luminaris cuffed on chairs from behind a glass window. While they might seem weak and hopeless, Commander Nethril still took the proper precaution and dealt with them per protocol. One of the crewmates pressed a button on the metallic wall and stepped back. He watched the sealed-shut glass room get filled with yellow smoke for a few seconds before it got sucked inside the vents. One by one, the Luminaris began opening their muddled rainbow-like eyes. When they started looking around them and seeing their unfamiliar location, fear and agitation started engulfing their hearts and minds. "Cling! Cling!" The first thought that came to their minds was jumping away, but the solid silver shackles kept them affixed to the chairs. "O Abahara! O Abahara!" One by one, they started yelling gibberish at each other with clear signs of worry and fear. Since the glass window was one side see-through, they didn't spot the commander and his crew but only their reflection. As expected, the language barrier is going to be tough to break without any clues, Queen Alfreda said. The other leaders agreed with her. With Queen AI's processing power, she can perfectly learn any language in less than a second as long as she had the grammar, vocabulary, and linguistics. But the leaders knew that it would be difficult to get them when they had no way of communicating with these Luminaris or the internet to hack. "Masters, do you know their language?" Felix inquired. He knew that they had plenty of interactions with the light primogenitor before he offed himself, so it was more than possible for them to learn his people's language. After all, the common universal language was created after the foundation of the Alliance. Yes, Jormungandr confirmed it. "Is it possible to share it with Queen AI?" "Sure." Jormungandr logged in to the UVR and gave Queen AI all she needed to master the Luminaris language. "Commander, try to use Queen AI for translation now," Felix disclosed. Okay." Commander Nethril did as he was told, even though he was a bit skeptical. He pressed a button and the window became see-through, scaring the Luminaris out of their wits when they saw them pop off in front of them. "Ohanamaro and I, Oni! While they were trembling in their chairs in fear, the Luminari in the center was the only one shouting at the commander and his crew with a pitiful look of beseechment. "Queen, please translate," he said. "Please let us go, demons." Queen AI translated monotonously. "I guess they see us as demons even though our races are obviously different," Commander Nethril requested. "Tell them that we are not demons and we have no plans of harming them. We have taken them under our custody to gain information and hopefully become allies." Queen AI used the Luminaris language to relay the information through the speakers. Albeit startled by her voice, their expressions couldn't help but turn somewhat surprised by what she said. The Luminaris looked at each other with dazed looks and started discussing with each other. Commander Nethril made Queen AI translate anything they said, allowing them to hear their conversation. "Big brother, are they trying to trick us?" a bony, fragile-looking girl asked while peeking at the glass window with a tint of suspicion. "The Netherlings' demons are straightforward in their desires. I can't see them going through all of this trouble to just eat what remained of our purities," the man in the center replied with a serious tone. Everyone seemed to have taken him as their leader as they kept looking up to him. "They don't even look like demons. Are they really from other races or they are demons of another species?" A much older Luminari with a gray beard mumbled, appearing like he would drop dead if he spoke any louder. Before the Luminaris could continue their discussion, Commander Nethril said, "We are not demons and my subordinate will prove it to you." Before the Luminaris could react, a delicate snow-white elf in an army spacesuit went through the door and stood in front of them. The Luminaris tensed up reflexively in fear, but the snow elf managed to put them at ease with a simple, gentle smile. "It's okay," she said as she created multiple fragrant flowers and placed them on their laps. The flowers released a soothing scent that made them relax their shoulders and enjoy it with open arms. "Smells so good. This, flowers from thin air. What kind of sorcery is this?" Each Luminari had his own reaction to the first time seeing a runic spell in action. But none of them had any more doubts that they were dealing with demons. They had spent their entire lives battling them, and they knew that just their existence alone made it impossible to misidentify them due to their evil energy. The snow elf wasn't releasing an ounce of evil energy, which was impossible for even higher-level demons to do. The moment Commander Nethril saw their change of attitude, he freed them from their shackles and said with a solemn tone, "We have came from a very far place and we know almost nothing about the demons and such. Is it possible to share some knowledge? We will take great care of you in return." When the Luminaris heard this, their expression seemed to have brightened up akin to seeing their savior. Some of them even had a bit of tears in their eyes. With their fragile bodies and dirty appearance, The sight really made everyone wonder what kind of hell they had been put through by the demons. An hour later, the Luminaris could be seen sitting around one big table that was packed with emptied messy dishes like a tornado had gone through it. They were sitting with bulging stomachs and wide satisfied smiles like they had just eaten the most delicious meal in their lives. After gaining a bit of trust from each other, Commander Nethril gave them new clothes, took them to the showers, and showed them their new rooms. To end his hospitality in a great manner, he gave them the best meal possible until none of them were able to add even a drop of water. Throughout all of this, he didn't bother to ask them anything about demons. It was best to seek out information after treating them so they would trust them to tell the truth. After giving them some time to digest the food, Commander Nethril transferred them into the meeting room and sat with them. After spending a few minutes of introduction, Commander Nethril went straight to the point. First of all, can you please tell me the name of the planet, solar system, or even the stellar territory we are in? You really don't know? Big Brother Jakarka raised an eyebrow in surprise. As I said, we have come from a very far place. Far place. Although he found it hard to believe since he knew that demons had reached every corner of the universe. He still answered the question. We call the planet Lumiris, but after the Netherling demons invaded us, they started calling it Netherland. Our solar system is called Revria N1, while the entire stellar territory is referred to as. Jakarka sighed in defeat. The seventh demon realm, Tartarus. Seventh demon realm, Tartarus. Felix knitted his eyebrows. Doesn't this mean there are 6 more demon realms? The inner circle leaders all shared solemn expressions as they kept looking at each other. They shared one realization, and that was the entire other side must have already fallen completely to the demons. Can you press on the demon realms? Felix ordered the commander. Is it possible to know more about those realms? Commander Nethril narrowed his eyes. How big are they? Who leads them? And why are there 7? You guys really know nothing? This time the Luminaris were truly taken back as they thought that they had come from at least a different demon realm and lost their way here. But now they had absolutely no clue, and it didn't seem like Commander Nethril was going to tell them before they asked his questions. Well, we really don't know that much about all of the 7 demons' realms. Such information is in possession of the Luminaries' royal family and its government. All we know is the general knowledge about our demon realm. Jakarka shook his head. I guess information is treated as a resource here. Felix thought to himself. With the absence of UVR and a united alliance, it was understandable that the commoners would have a minimum understanding of their universe. Even the information in their possession can be false or misleading, so it's best to question everything we hear until we get confirmation from the royal family. All we know is that the 7th demon realm is being owned by a royal demon called Prince Beelzebub, and that his territory is the smallest out of all 7 realms. Jakarka shared. Who is this Prince Beelzebub? How strong is he? We never interacted with him or his people since our planet has been invaded by a rogue demon race called the Netherlings. Although we are in his demon realm, those demons do not answer to him. So, we really don't know anything about him but his infamous name. The Luminary Elder Hognora answered this one with an honest tone. Is that so? Commander Nethril asked his leaders telepathically. What do you think? There isn't any sign of dishonesty displaced. Queen Allura said. We should take their word for it. Move on. Felix approved of it as well. Tell us more about those Netherlings and how can they be living in a royal demon's territory and not be subjected to his rulership? Is there no strict hierarchy? They are demons. They have no loyalty to anyone but themselves. So how do they trust each other? With something called a demon contract or a soul contract. This contract can be taken between only a higher demon in rank than the other. It can never work between 2 demons of the same rank. This demon contract is extremely strict, and most lesser demons get forced to sign it and swear allegiance to a higher demon only after they realize that their odds of surviving by themselves are too slim. For example, Prince Beelzebub and the other 6 princes have the highest number of demon contracts attached to them, probably in billions if not more. Those contracted lesser demons can be considered literal slaves to them. They could do whatever they want to them without any repercussion. Even kill them. Why are they so stupid to sign such an eternal death sentence? Commander Netheriel frowned. It just didn't make sense to him that selfish and disloyal demons would hand over their freedom like this to another being. When compared to the alternative, it's much better. Jakarka shook his head. Lesser demons are just normal people like us being demonized after long exposures to potent evil energy. When they get demonized and have their minds and even their bodies changed, they still keep one thing in their control: rationality. Unfortunately, the only method to not lose their rationality and intelligence is to keep feeding on the purities of the universe. Otherwise, they will turn into animalistic demons following the same desire as the evil energy, utter corruption of anything pure. In other words, rational demons are actually still fighting off evil energy even when they already became demons. Felix was really startled by this intel. It was like even demons didn't have immunity to their own evil energy and were still under its constant corruption. If they allowed it to do as it pleased, they would get too corrupted to even have a single thought in their mind. They would be left with an empty shell, seeing nothing but pure corruption. I can't believe there can be such a potent and fearsome energy in the universe, Queen Allura uttered. If even demons are fighting it, we will really suffer a great deal in our conquest against it. The inner circle leaders could already imagine having their own people demonized and turned against them. They wouldn't be able to stop attacking them even if they wanted, since stopping meant losing their rationality. It's like a deadly plague that has absolutely no cure, Emperor Local said with a solemn tone. Are you guys still sure about conquering this portion of the universe? If only one demon or even a bit of evil energy managed to sneak past the wormhole and we didn't contain the spread, we lose all of our territories to the corruption as well. Just like most zombie apocalypses, they start with one or two and end up conquering the world and leaving entire civilizations in ruins. The inner leaders knew that if they underestimated the dangers of evil energy, their fate wouldn't be any different than Luminaris and other races. So, I guess the contracts are made so the less fortunate demons get taken care of higher ones by offering them free food. Commander Netheriel said. Exactly, Jakarka nodded. Ask him about what he means by purities? Felix ordered. Commander Netheriel relayed the question as it was. Purities are a bit of a vague concept for even us. Some even call it pure energy, and it exists to keep evil energy in check and balance the odds. Because evil energy is much more spread out and potent, this kind of pure energy gets devoured by it easily and corrupts whatever living thing it was attached to. We were told by the Luminaris loyal family that all life forms, whether intelligent or not, have a different level of purity. It can be a tree, a flower, an animal, an intelligent person, or even elemental energies in some cases. When they lose their purities, they don't really die out but just turn into a corrupted version. In this case, we call it getting demonized. So what was within those demonic statues was pure energy, and when it was released at once, it was so potent, it devoured evil energy in the surroundings. No wonder those areas seemed more alive after each demonic statue we destroyed. Felix reasoned after connecting the dots. Felix might not still understand what purities really meant, but it was obvious whatever opposite of evil and corruption. This meant good men who do great deeds and always help the less fortunate must carry with them a much higher level of pure energy than other people. Another example was children who were born pure and without many evil thoughts. This made Felix realize that children must be considered a delicacy for those demons. The fact that the saved Luminaris from the underground had not a single child amidst them made him even more certain. See if it's possible for him to speak about what happened to their city and children, Felix ordered with a deep frown. Knowing that he wasn't going to like the answer, as expected, the moment Commander Netheriel brought out this matter, the Luminaris expressions turned as pale as a piece of white cloth. Fear, anger, anguish, hatred, and various other negative emotions were seen displayed in each color of their rainbow-like eyes. This question did more than struck a nerve. Can we talk about this another time? Jakarka closed his eyes shut while tightening his fists on his lap. I am not ready. Grand Supreme orders? Accept their wish. They aren't going anywhere. Felix ordered with a deep sigh. Give them a short break and ask them more about their race in general and the Netherlings. Felix still had no clue how exactly demons eat purities from their targets. But he could already foresee that it wasn't going to be gentle. After the commander exited the meeting room and closed the door behind him, the Luminaris still seemed sorrowful. "Are you thinking about them?" Luminari Elder Hognora asked with a bitter smile as he eyed Jakarka. "Sigh." Jakarka merely gave him a somber look before he closed his eyes. Memories of the horror his city went through kept flashing in his mind, making it impossible for his heart to remain settled. He lost all of his family members to the demon's invasion, from his wife to his 2 children. As the man of the family, he was already ashamed that he was one of the few Luminaris that managed to avoid the demon's clutches. But he was still hanging on by a thin string of hope that his family might not be dead yet even when they were kidnapped by the demons. "Do you think we should request help from these people?" one of the Luminaris suggested with a soft tone. "It's best to not get them involved in our mess. They already helped us a lot." Jakarka shook his head. He desperately wanted to ask for a favor and his pride wasn't the one holding him back. He just felt that it was beyond ungrateful to put this impossible mission on his savior's back. Even the Luminaris royal family wouldn't help them out since no one dared to get close to the Netherlings' territory due to the potency of evil energy being off the roof. In other words, the moment people get taken by demons to their territory, their fate was sealed to be either demonized or killed. Unbeknownst to them, the meeting room was equipped with security cameras and microphones, allowing Felix and the others to hear everything they said. "What do you think?" Queen Allura asked as she eyed Felix. "If we want to have this planet under our grasp, we have to get rid of the Netherlings one way or another." Felix replied calmly. "Tell them what they want to hear and extract every piece of information from them." From all the information in his pocket at the moment, Felix had concluded that demons could never coexist with the Alliance. It wasn't because they were evil but just because their fight against evil energy corruption would make it impossible for them to just sit tight and play friends. It was in their instinct to devour whatever was pure to keep their rationality intact, which meant they were hardwired to be enemies with anything that wasn't corrupted. In other words, Felix had absolutely no intention of befriending or allying with a single demon and planned to eradicate them from existence at first glance. A couple of hours later, Felix could be seen docking his spaceship inside the 11th Gamma mothership. All of the planets in this solar system had been found to be either inhabitable or utterly void of life besides Netherland and Garana. Since Garana had already been conquered, there was no point in staying near it. After Felix entered the mothership, he was escorted to Commander Nethral's commanding room, which was the cockpit. Grand Supreme, Commander Nethral gave a formal army greeting with his crewmates to Felix the moment he stepped inside the cockpit. At ease, Felix sat on the first empty chair in his sight and said, "How far have you gone with the preparation?" "We are ready to start. We have located all dungeons where the demons hold the captives," Commander Nethral said as he displayed multiple holographic screens before Felix. Each screen was showing a massive labyrinth-like underground dungeon mapped out using torches or whatever sources of light were inside of it. The best giveaway was the humanoid infrared auras of thousands of people hurtled up in small cramped cells. Those dungeons weren't really situated all under the demonic city but across the entire Netherlings region. "What's the plan?" Felix asked. "First, we will send 1-star fleets to each dungeon that's outside of the city. They will remain hidden in the sky above them while our main force will airstrike the city. When we finish with them, we can free the captives without worrying about reinforcements." Commander Nethral shared his strategy. "How about the captives under the city? Won't they get affected massively by the airstrike?" Felix inquired. "We are planning on sending down an elite task force that is able to free those captives and bring them back to safety in the least amount of time," Commander Nethral ensured. "We will start our airstrike only after they manage to rescue the captives." "Good," Felix approved. In the past hours, Jakarka and his people laid out everything on the table for the Alliance after hearing that they are planning on taking down the demons with or without their information. This made them over the moon as they were finally presented with real hope of saving their families. Albeit skeptical about how they would do it, Jakarka still put his trust in them and told them everything he knew about the Netherlings. As Felix anticipated, Children of ages lower than 10 were treated as premium goods by the demons, while children under 5 were seen as products for only the Netherlings king. Since evil energy had no respect for the demons' rules and laws, the demons used the most hideous and traumatizing method to keep their captives safe from evil energy. Speaking about the devil, a crewmate swiftly forwarded a new holographic screen as he reported, "Commander, we have detected a new demonic caravan." Felix's eyelids turned cold the moment he spotted a long, dusty caravan that consisted of humanoid longhorn demons and disgustingly looking monsters dragging behind them massive metallic wagons. The wagons resembled movable prison cells, as it was possible to see through the bars. Unlike anyone's expectations, there was not a luminary scene inside those cells. Just a bunch of coffins stacked up one above the other. If one looked closely, he would realize that those coffins were made out of the same material as the demonic statue. Flesh, bones, and organs blended up together until they became solid material. What made Felix's blood boil was the sight of small coffins no bigger than half a meter. He knew exactly that alive kids and even toddlers were kept in those disgusting and absolutely horrendous coffins. Felix could accept many shitty things, but when it came to innocent children no older than 10 years or even 5 years, he just could not stand still and watch them go through this hellish experience, even if they were from another race. Their path is leading to the demon city. I think it's best to deal with them before they reach it, as they might end up in the crossfire, Felix suggested with a cold tone. My thoughts exactly. Commander Nethril nodded. Without further ado, the commander gave out the order to the nearest fleet to the caravan. As the sun began to set over the barren wasteland, the caravan emerged from the rocky terrain. The demons leading it had their eyes glow with an eerie shade of red as they made their way toward the distant demon city on the horizon. The demons were unlike any others that had been seen before. They were tall and lean, with sharp, angular features and long, sinewy limbs. Their skin was a deep shade of obsidian, and it shimmered in the fading light as if it were covered in a layer of fine dust. Each of the demons was adorned with intricate jewelry made from precious metals and gems. The caravan was led by a powerful demon, his imposing figure looming over the others. He wore a crown made from polished bone, and his eyes burned with fierce intelligence. Behind him, the other demons marched in perfect formation, their movements synchronized and precise. We will be getting paid handsomely by King Action after he sees the number of premium goods in our possession, Beleth said with a devilish wide grin as he stared at his captain. His language was miles different than Luminaris or any other language, as it resembled two metallic objects clacking with each other most of the time. I am getting hungry just thinking about it. One of the demons near him licked his lips while his body shivered in pure ecstasy. Don't let your guard down. The other fuckers will definitely attempt to steal our goods, and we will be left with nothing to show off, Demon Captain Chort warned with a cold tone. While Captain Chort had his own rank and own lesser demons signing a soul contract with him, he was still considered one of the many followers of the King of the Netherlings, Action. This implied that all of his squad was under the authority of King Action, even if those lesser demons hadn't signed a direct soul contract with him. Because of this diversion, there wasn't really any ironclad friendship or loyalty between demon captains under King Action. In other words, they wouldn't hesitate to take their stuff and leave them dead on the road, waiting to get revived by evil energy. King Action wouldn't punish either party as long as he get his food delivered to him. You are worrying too much, Captain. Hehe. We found those products hiding underground tower by chance, and no one knows about them but us. How can they slice? Before Beleth could finish his sentence, the words were cut off his throat as his head was suddenly decapitated before anyone could react. Thud! The severed head flew a couple of meters in the air before landing on the road. The speeding caravan left it behind while the nearby demons were seen staring at the headless corpse of Beleth with stunned looks. Slice, slice, slice. Alas, before this scene could register in their minds, other demons' heads began flying in the air across the entire caravan without an ounce of resistance. Cling! The only one who managed to escape the assassination was Captain Chort, as he instinctively placed his polarizing claws right in front of his neck. which resulted in sparks flying over instead of his head. Not bad. A humanoid feathery white owl suddenly appeared as silent as the wind above the ceiling of the captain's wagon. He was wearing a tight white spacesuit and a helmet that resembled a kabuto. He was carrying a long, breathtaking but dangerously looking katana. His entire attire made him resemble the ancient Japanese samurai. The katana was placed near his waist, allowing the disgusting demon's blood to drop from the tip. "Who are you?" Demon Captain Chort yelled furiously as he raised his guard to the limit. "Me?" The humanoid owl seemed to have understood him perfectly. He lifted his katana and pointed it at Demon Captain Chort. Then he uttered with an icy tone, "I am your executioner. Isn't that the Exonian you fought against in your mazes game?" Asna remarked with a surprised tone. "He sure is." Felix was just as taken back. He didn't think for a second that he would be meeting the executioner on this mission. But, at the same time, he didn't find it too hard to believe as he understood that only the elites of the Alliance were allowed to join this conquest mission. Felix had a strong feeling that many other familiar faces he fought must have decided to join this mission as well. After all, there was more than 30% of the universe unclaimed by the Alliance. This was a massive opportunity for strong and lucky ones to get a piece of this new pie. The risk was just as big as in the games, but the rewards were incomparable, which would definitely cause many players to change their path. For him to cut the heads of hundreds of demons in less than a few seconds, he really became much deadlier and quicker than before. Felix uttered with a faint smile. Meanwhile, the demon Captain Chort was left with a confused expression after hearing gibberish coming out of the executioner's mouth. However, before he could bother to think too much about the meaning, hundreds of sleek aircraft removed their invisibility system and appeared right in front and above the caravan. This caused all the remaining demons to stare at them with mouths wide open in utter disbelief and shock. When did the Luminaris get their hands on such fine, clean metal birds? Losing focus while in front of me? Foolish mistake. By the time the last word entered the demon Captain Chort's ears, the executioner was already putting his katana in his sheath in a seemingly slow fashion. Click. The instant the katana fully disappeared into the sheath, demon Captain Chort's body had hundreds of lines appearing on it. PSSSSSSSSSSSSS. A split second later, he was cut into multiple pieces akin to a fruit while his blood literally exploded out of his body. He didn't even utter a single word before his sliced-apart corpse fell from the wagon and into the ground. Finish off the rest and rescue the captives before those demons get revived. The executioner ordered calmly while disappearing into the wind. Yes, Captain. In less than a few minutes, all the wagons on the caravan have been destroyed and left on the road with ruined corpses of lesser and animalistic demons. Meanwhile, all of the coffins had been taken away. Arg! Abruptly, demon Captain Chorts groaned in pain after his body completed reconstruction from his head as the base. When he looked around him and saw the mayhem left behind, his mind just couldn't process it properly. What did just happen? Demon Captain Chort mumbled as he recalled the executioner's frightening prowess and the fleet of metal birds surrounding him. It was understandable that he was in a state of shock as he managed to realize that he was neither ambushed by Luminaris or demons. He was so certain as he had never seen a Luminaris capable of taking down a captain-rank demon this quickly without using an ounce of light element. Captain, the captives are gone. They are gone. Beleth screamed with an aghast expression the moment he was revived. He didn't even bother to think for a second about the ambush as the only thing on his mind was eating purities. Now that they had lost the captives, he knew that his weekly share of purities was going to be merely standard to ensure his rationality from going away. We got a much more serious shit to handle. Demon Captain Chort scolded before using the demon contract between him and King Action to communicate. My king. My people have been ambushed by an unfamiliar strong race. I think our planet has been invaded. Motherfucker. Get your ass back to the capital quickly. We are being invaded by them as we speak. King Action cursed him off before cutting off the connection. Boom! Just as he was about to react, Demon Captain Chort picked up the noise of a thundering explosion coming from the city's direction. When he turned his head to face the city's direction, his demonic red eyes widened to the limit at the sight of a long, thin white beam from the sky connecting with a massive, blinding dome. One by one, the demons remained staring at the white dome with similar horrified expressions the moment they were revived. None of them knew what was that beam of light, but their instincts screamed at them to get the fuck away from it if they value their lives. Captain, can we not return to the city so soon? Beleth gulped a mouthful in fear. We received an order to return. You know the rules. As much as Demon Captain Chort wanted desperately to listen to his instincts, King Action's order made it impossible. Just as he was about to take his first step, his body suddenly shivered, making him halt in his place right away. He knew immediately what caused this shiver, and yet he couldn't believe it no matter what. Impossible! Impossible! How can he drop dead for real? He yelled out loud, akin to a madman in front of his squad. Captain, what happened? Beleth asked with a distressed tone. He wasn't really worried about his captain, but more about himself since his life depended on his captain's condition. King Action is dead. Demon Captain Chort shared with a faint mumble like he wasn't physically capable of saying it. Huh? After that demonic explosion, it's doubtful for anyone to survive it. Beleth was confused. Though, he will get revived after evil energy regathers itself. You don't get it. Demon Captain Chort looked at him with a never-seen-before level of terror in his eyes. Our soul contract was severed. He is dead for real. The moment the last statement entered everyone's ears, a deathly silence fell in the area as everyone was left staring at their captain with a look of utter disbelief. They wanted to call him a liar and bullshitter, but they knew that their captain wouldn't be joking around in such a critical situation. But at the same time, it was just too hard for them to believe that their demon king of more than 100,000 years had dropped dead this easily. Unbeknownst to them, the enemies they were facing were nothing like Luminaris or any other race they met. This was just the beginning of the conquest. Target has been eliminated. Commander Nethril announced calmly as he watched a mushroom cloud rising up to the sky. It was so massive, it covered the entire demon city and outside of its walls, making it impossible to see the extent of the damage. I doubt any demon will be able to resurrect after this, Asna remarked. Likewise, Felix nodded with a solemn tone. He was certain that even the Netherling king should have dropped dead for real since the nuke dropped on them had utterly wiped out hundreds of kilometers of surface area. This was more than enough to erase whatever evil energy was in the vicinity. Since demons' resurrections occur only when they had a link to nearby evil energy, cutting off their connection in such a forceful manner made it impossible for them to resurrect. Unless there was another method of resurrection they had no clue about. Are the captives good? Queen Allura asked. All of them must have been put into long slumbers, as we are still unable to wake them up after breaking the coffins. Commander Nethril reported his findings. Before the city was blown out, his elite task force consisting of strong fighters and battle space worms managed to hit all of the dungeons under the city and rescue the captives in less than 10 seconds. With the space worm spatial portals, it was a light work mission. The other fleets also got into action and rescued the other captives around the demon territory. Since they are considered as nothing but stored food, they must have been put in comas to limit their energy consumption, and in turn limit the required nutrition. Queen Allura ordered, start them on new diets and wait for them to wake up naturally to void any system shocks. Understood. Commander Nethril nodded and forwarded the order to his subordinates. I honestly didn't think the demons will be this easy to handle. Emperor Local grinned. It's really easy to lose track of how strong the Alliance's weaponry systems. Let's not get too cocky. Queen Alfrada said calmly. The Netherlings are a mere bunch of rogue demons situated at the edge of their universe. They might not match us in technological advancements, but this didn't mean that other demons are the same. She is right. Minister Aquirus supported with a stoic tone. If demons lack in technology, they must have something just as better to help them conquer the other side and have 7 demon realms in it. The Alliance's technology was obviously on a different level due to the metal race involvement. But this didn't mean that other races would be nothing without them. Should we begin with eliminating the remaining demons around the planet? Commander Nethril requested permission. It will be difficult without nuke-level power or individuals capable of interdimensional abilities. Felix responded. Felix didn't want to turn the planet into a wasteland more than it was by using mass destruction weapons for each small patch of demons. That was just madly inefficient. So, what do you suggest? Leave them be for now, Felix said calmly. We have already eliminated more than 80% of demons on this planet and even their king. As long as we gather all Luminaris in their capital city and protect them, those demons will be forced to group up and launch an invasion on the capital to feed on their purities. Then we can nuke them before that happens. With just a bit of information about demons, and Felix was already finding their weaknesses left and right. The fact that demons' greatest nightmare was associated with something controllable made it easier to predict and manipulate them. That's indeed much better than a useless goose chase. No one disapproved of the plan as it made the most sense. On the opposite side of the planet, the Luminaris capital city was as bustling and bright as ever. But this time, it was for a different reason entirely. Did a volcano erupt on the demons' territory? God, I hope so. All of the Luminaris around the city was discussing the echo of the thundering explosion that traveled across the entire globe. Everyone noticed that the source was in the demons' territory, which brightened the day of some and made others a bit worried. Are we going to be attacked by the demons? A beautiful short-haired little girl murmured with a scared expression. She was holding hands with a middle-aged man who had a long black mustache and somewhat dim-lighted wings, unlike the little girl. That's impossible unless they want to get themselves killed as well. The middle-aged man comforted his daughter with a confident tone. Why? Because we are much stronger than them. The middle-aged man spoke with an exaggerated cocky tone, but deep inside, he was smiling bitterly. His child was still too young to understand the fucked reality of their situation. But the moment she grew up, she would start seeing the truth, the hideous and traumatizing truth. The truth of this capital, and why was it still standing without a single demon coming near it? Daddy, what's that? Suddenly, his daughter pointed her finger at the sky with a curious expression. When her father lifted his head, his eyes couldn't help but pop out of his sockets in utter shock at the unbelievable sight before him. Oh God! Is the sky falling? Mommy! One by one, the pedestrians shared the middle-aged man's reaction as their feet were frozen in utter horror at the sight of the Gamma mothership entering the atmosphere right above the city. It was so freakishly massive. It was thousands of kilometers in the sky, casting a massive shadow on the city and completely hiding the sun forever. Although the sun was nowhere to be seen, the mothership was packed with blinking lights that made it resemble a canvas. Although the sun was nowhere to be seen, the mothership was packed with blinking lights that made it resemble a canvas for a river of stars. Meanwhile, in the biggest palace in the city, the Luminaris royal family's members had their mouths agape and hearts clutched tightly in fear and agitation. All of the royal family members in the throne chamber turned to look at their queen for answers. But her stunned expression made them realize that she had nothing to do with this situation. My queen! Just as the guard got control over his chaotic emotions and wanted to take his queen to the safe room, an illuminating spatial portal opened up in the center of the throne chamber. This caught everyone by surprise and made them activate their strongest light abilities to protect themselves and, most importantly, their queen. However, the instant Mika walked out of the spatial portal and released her spiritual pressure, everyone dropped to the ground but the queen. She wasn't tough, it was simply Mika taking it easy on her. Mika stepped to the side and lowered her head in respect to her king, who walked outside of the portal right after her. The moment the queen saw Felix's appearance, her eyes widened in disbelief while her heart sunk to the bottom of her stomach in horror. Even her legs seemed to start shaking, making it impossible for her to remain standing on her feet. When Felix saw her reaction, he was turned completely speechless. He looked at Mika and asked, "Is there something in my face?" "No." Mika tilted her head in confusion at the queen's reaction. Ha 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 ha. It must be your demonic appearance. You look more like a demon than demons themselves. Asna laughed out loud in amusement. Is it really that? Felix had a displeased look. I knew my appearance won't be too liked around here, but I didn't think a queen will react this poorly. No wonder their race is fucked. When the Luminaris queen saw Felix's expression turning for the worst, she fell on her knees immediately and begged with a tearful tone. Please forgive me. Please don't eradicate my people. Please. Please. This time, even the inner circle leaders and 10 rulers were left utterly speechless at this queen's cowardness. She literally knelt before she could even ask for Felix's name, which made them wonder if they went too much with the fear factor. They got their mothership close to the city and sent their Grand Supreme to the meeting for the sake of making the royal family cave in as smoothly as possible. But now, they had no clue what to think. Is it just me, or does it seem like she recognizes you? Thor wondered lazily. I think so too. Jormungandr nodded. How can that be right? Felix was bewildered by their assumption. He had never shown himself around here, and he doubted that the Luminaris were capable of seeing the future. Before he could question their assumption any further, the queen finally lifted her head and requested with a stutter, O great democratic, on King Lucifer, I am will. Ing to make my race a farming zone under your allegiance. Just please don't eradicate us. Demon King Lucifer? Ha! Come again. This time everyone was left stunned. Felix looked at Mika and saw that she was also looking back at him with the same baffled look. Woman. I think you are mistaking me for someone else, Felix said with a deep frown. Do you see me releasing any evil energy? Luminaris Queen first thought Felix was messing with her to ease his boredom. But, when she finally gathered her shit together and looked at him carefully, she realized that there wasn't an ounce of evil energy around him. Huh? It can't be. With a startled and confused expression, she slowly stood back up on her feet. What can't be? How can you have mistaken my liege for a demon king? Who even is this demon king that made you forsake your dignity like this? Mika fired a chain of questions with a serious tone. You really aren't Demon King Lucifer? The queen still seemed unable to accept this truth as she kept sizing up Felix from top to bottom. I am King Maxwell, the Grand Supreme of the SG Alliance. I came here with my people to free everyone from the demonic enslavement. Felix introduced himself with a noble cause to be looked at with a good perspective. After all, no one would like the sound of the Alliance coming here to conquer everything. SG Alliance. Freeing from the demonic enslavement? The queen murmured with a look of bewilderment. Not saying much, Felix displayed 2 holographic screens in front of the queen. One showed the current erased Netherling city, and the other was displaying all of the Luminaris captives sleeping in medical pods. Is that? The queen covered her mouth in shock, not daring to believe what her eyes were feeding her. Sit down, we have a lot to talk about, Felix said calmly. Knowing that it was difficult to trust him, Felix took his time to explain everything to the queen. With the abundance of evidence backing him up, the queen had no choice but to believe him and accept everything that she heard, even when he was a spitting image of the infamous demon king Lucifer. After an hour or less of such discussion, both parties seemed more comfortable with each other. Mika awakened the rest of the royal family, while the Alliance hid the mothership from the sky to avoid any more chaos arising in the city. As for the Luminaris Queen, she introduced herself as the 12th ruler Melisande Danica. She finally acted as a respectful host and brought them to the meeting room to continue their discussion. Some of the royal family attended the meeting too. I really can't believe it. There was a much bigger universe on the other side of the eternal darkness. Queen Danica shook her head, seemingly still having difficulty wrapping this idea in her mind even when she was shown more than enough evidence. There aren't demons there and all races are living in harmony and order. I'm starting to think that's more like paradise, Prince Callum uttered with an excited tone. He was her son and the only heir to the throne after the king had passed away during the most brutal and cruel demon invasion the Luminaris had ever gone through in their history. You are all free to join as an alliance member. You will be subjected to the same rules and terms as every member, while at the same time, you will benefit from everything the alliance can offer. Felix said calmly. What's the alternative? Queen Danica asked, even though she had already made up her mind to join the alliance, as it would be foolish to refuse the recruitment. You will be treated somewhat better than the demons, Felix replied with a stoic expression. The moment the royal family members heard this, chills coursed down their spine after recalling a recording shown to them of the demon city getting absolutely obliterated in a split second. They all knew the SG Alliance was just as fearsome as demons, if not scarier. How do we join? Queen Danica smiled. Before that, I believe you owe me an explanation. Felix narrowed his eyes at her. About that? Queen Danica looked at her son and family members. Then she excused them from the meeting against their silent protests. When it was just her, Felix and Mika, she pointed her slender finger at the air and began waving it around. As she moved her finger through the air, a trail of shimmering light followed in its wake. With each delicate gesture, the light grew more complex, weaving and looping in intricate, colorful patterns that seemed to take on a life of their own. Queen Danica's eyes were fixed on the ethereal canvas before her. Her lips pursed in concentration as she continued to shape the vibrant hues with her fingertips. As the colors swirled and danced around her, a faint hum filled the air, as if the very fabric of reality were vibrating in response to the woman's magic. It was clear that this was no ordinary art. It was a manifestation of her raw creativity and perfect manipulation of light wavelengths to gain access to all colors. Before Felix and Mika could wake up from such a mesmerizing art form, Queen Danica pulled back her finger and introduced with a slight tremor in her voice. This is Demon King Lucifer, the first natural-born demon from pure evil energy. You're screwing with me, right? Felix was left utterly speechless as the three-dimensional piece of art she made was that of himself. Tall, overbearing man with shoulder-length crimson hair, two dark demonic horns, gray ashy skin, and almost a replica of his facial features. The only difference was that the root gemstone in his forehead, the skin cracks, and 9 sacred royal gemstones weren't there. You understand now why I misidentified you? Queen Danica smiled wryly. The resemblance is just too uncanny. It sure is, Asna remarked with a curious tone. Well, your appearance is quite demonic, so this demon king Lucifer isn't the one looking like you. You are the one taking after his appearance. Plus, he was born much earlier than you. Candace reasoned. That's true, but the resemblance is really too uncanny. It's like we were cut from the same mold. Felix murmured as he got his face close to the light painting before him. She said that he was the first demon born out of pure evil energy. Yet, he has taken your features. I guess evil recognizes evil after all. Asna giggled in amusement. Shut up. Felix's eyelids twitched at her teasing. Is this really just a coincidence, though? Jormungandr frowned. Huh? Can it be anything else? Asna and the others were somewhat taken aback by his suspicion. In their eyes, even though it seemed weird for Felix to resemble the demon king Lucifer's appearance, they were sure it was nothing but a coincidence. After all, Felix's facial features weren't that unique to not have a single person in the entire universe not match them. I don't know, after what happened during Lord Zervan's visit, I find it hard to believe in such coincidences anymore. Jormungandr disclosed. You think it's those beings doing? Thor narrowed his eyes. When those beings were included in the conversation, Lord Shiva lowered his three-eyed sunglasses and watched the tenants up close with an interested expression. Well, if they were really the ones leaving the sealing hall for Felix to mess with him and Asna, then who can say that they didn't create an evil version of him for the sake of their entertainment? Jormungandr suspected. We just found out that almost everyone in the universe is for their entertainment. It's not too far-fetched to believe the rest. But the demon king Lucifer must have been born tens of millions of years ago, if not hundreds of millions. Do you really think they will go so far as to prepare this much just to create an entertaining scenario? Thor doubted. You guys have no clue what those fuckers will do to make their lives just slightly more amusing. Lord Shiva snickered. This is nothing to them. When even Lord Shiva supported this theory, Felix and Asna stopped taking this matter as a joke. But still, there wasn't really much to work with as they only had a mere resemblance to Felix. We have to learn more about this demon king Lucifer. If those beings really had a hand in this, then there must be some hints left behind. Even if this theory was far, far too fetched, Felix would rather investigate it like it was true and see where it would lead him. Without further ado, Felix refocused on Queen Danica and asked with a solemn tone, "Please tell me everything you know about this guy, Lucifer." "Well, I don't know much more than what was released by the demons themselves to the public," Queen Danica shared. "Demon King Lucifer is said to be the first prince demon born out of evil energy, and he was followed by the remaining 6 princes. Unlike them, the rest of the demons across the entire universe are born out of the corruption of the living. If he is a prince, why are you referring to him as a demon king? All of the 7 princes are considered demon kings in their own demon realms. But only Lucifer can be proclaimed as the sole demon king of all 7 demon realms due to him being the strongest, most authoritative prince, plus having the biggest demon realm of them all. The remaining princes were at peace with this at the beginning since they couldn't beat him to the throne, but after the demon king Lucifer went into isolation at the depth of his realm for more than hundreds of thousands of years, the 6 princes have been vying to dethrone him for real. Isolation at the depth of his realm for such a long time? Felix frowned. Doesn't he care that he will lose his throne? I don't know, and no one really knows what's in his mind. Not even the demon princes. Queen Danica shook her head. Does anyone know what he is doing in his isolation? Well, there are some rumors, Queen Danica shared. I have heard that he is praying in front of the darkness well for the demon god to awaken and lead the demons to a better place. Darkness well? Demon god? Leading to a better place? What are you talking about? The more Felix heard about the demons, the more confused he got. Unlike Queen Danica and others, he knew about the universe true higher up and he had never heard of the existence of a demon god, which made him assume that it was more of a religious belief. Queen Danica confirmed it. Demons are believed to have been born because of the darkness well. I never saw it before, but from the ancient documentation of my ancestors, it's a pitch-black hole that is releasing the most potent and purest form of evil energy in the entire universe. No one knows what's inside the pitch-black hole, as anyone who went through it gets erased instantly from existence. With this kind of omnipotence and source of demons being related heavily to the darkness well, the demons started to believe that their god was living inside and considered the darkness well as their sacred worshipping ground. A pitch-black hole that emits potent evil energy and kills anyone stepping inside of it? Doesn't it remind you of something? Felix asked as he looked at the tenants inside his consciousness space. A void rift? Candace inquired. Exactly. Felix nodded. You don't think? I do. Is there anything else that makes more sense? Felix replied with a serious tone. Evil energy, demons, a slumbering paragon of sins, uncontrollable pressure, darkness well, demon god, and the list goes on. When Felix connected the dots, he couldn't help but reach a reasonable but mind-blowing truth. Evil energy's main source is the paragon of sins, which means those demons are born because of him. In Felix's mind, if the darkness well was nothing but a natural-born permanent void rift that was opened extremely close to the paragon of sin slumber's area, then it wasn't far-fetched to assume that he had a correlation to the birth of the demons. As for the evil energy, while not even primogenitors seemed to know that it was related to the paragon of sins, he was considered the evilest entity in the universe by default. If literal energy based on evil existed in the universe, it was sensible to assume that the paragon of sins had a hand in it. Since demons were considered as a newly born race like humans, dragons, elves, and such races without connection to primogenitor's family tree, Felix discerned that the universe had given birth to the first 7 demons after the potent evil energy interacted with something outside of the void realm. Do you think my theory is correct? Felix asked as he looked at Lady Sphinx. I can't confirm it, but based on our current intel, it's the closest to the truth. Lady Sphinx replied. It was a solid theory and Lady Sphinx had already considered it way before, but because there wasn't any concrete evidence to support it, she had no reason to publish it. This is really shocking. Even while he is asleep, he is still spreading chaos in the universe. Thor commented. Are you saying demons are actually the void creature's cousins? Candace wasn't too pleased with this assumption. Most likely, but it's still weird that demons can't survive void energy or interact with it while you guys also can't manipulate evil energy. Felix frowned. Felix had already made Mika and many other Void Nation's subordinates attempt to freely interact with the evil energy. But instead of getting corrupted like the living, the evil energy completely ignored their existence. At the same time, they couldn't control it to do anything for them. It was like both parties acknowledging each other's existence but had no effect on the other. Meanwhile, the demon's interaction with void energy was just as brutal as anyone without immunity. But Felix wasn't planning to take these results as the final verdict since the 7 princes were clearly born out of a different mold than the rest of the demons. Well, we do have a little paragon of sins in our hands. Asna suggested lazily. Just see if he can control evil energy, a demon or such. If the other paragon can do it, so can Nimmo. Already planning to do it. Felix sighed in relief. Good thing we didn't send Nimmo with my main consciousness. Felix kept Nimmo with his clone the moment he realized that other void creatures could not enter the void realm due to the paragon of sin's uncounterable pressure. He didn't think that this decision would come in handy much sooner than anticipated. For now, he decided to continue getting information about Lucifer and the other princes. Sorry for spacing out. Felix apologized first before asking, do the Demon King and other princes have different kinds of powers than lesser demons? Like the ability to grant wishes, get bigger through food, manipulate people with lust, or such unique abilities? Not that I know of. Queen Danica placed a finger on her lips as she recalled, I don't know about the abilities you named, but I know that they can manipulate almost all elements by corrupting them first with evil energy. Felix's eyes widened in shock at the sound of that. You didn't know? Queen Danica showed a stern expression before warning him. You should not underestimate those princes. Their manipulation of evil energy is so great they can swiftly corrupt any solid, liquid, gas, or energy-based element and be able to manipulate it too. For example, if they were fighting against a fire elementalist, any fire ability used against them will be turned into corrupted dark flames and it will gain the properties of evil energy. This means the fire elementalist will have no control over it and the princes can use it to corrupt him. That's indeed worrisome. Felix was told that evil energy could corrupt even elements. But he didn't expect that the demon princes could take advantage of it this much. It literally made them immune to all elements that weren't considered concepts or forceful enough to ignore the corruption like void energy. I am not done yet, Queen Danica added. What's scary about them the most is the fact that they can get resurrected in any area of the universe, as long as they have a mere hair strand or a body part near an evil energy source. This means they are unkillable even if you used that powerful laser weapon. That does change everything. Felix frowned. Felix knew that the Alliance could handle anything thrown at them by the demons, but this was going to be really tough to deal with. The fact that the 7 princes were capable of resurrecting themselves anywhere made it close to impossible to eradicate the demons no matter how hard the Alliance tried. They could weaken them and even conquer the entire 7 demon realms. But, as long as the 7 princes were alive, they would always be able to demonize the living and create a never-ending army. We have to come up with something to deal with them, Queen Alfreda said. We can invade their memories and find out all the locations of their spread-out body parts, Queen Allura suggested. First, it's doubtful if even they knew of their locations as they can just give them to their subordinates and tell them to hide them. Second, those princes are clearly too strong for us to risk capturing them instead of straight-out killing them. Emperor Local retorted. Let's leave this for later, Minicider Aquirus said as refocused on Felix's discussion with Queen Danica. The 7 princes' immortality is what helped them conquer our universe. Queen Danica sighed. Back in the day, my race had an entire empire covering more than 20% of the 7 realm demons' territory. There were other races just as strong if not stronger than us. We ruled our side of the universe and lived in a conflicted but manageable situation. All of this changed when the 7 princes were born and began spreading evil energy on each planet they stepped on. From mere 7 princes, hundred thousands, and before we know it, millions of demons were born and an unfathomable number of planets have fallen. Against this common enemy, All empires and kingdoms have created an alliance and fought against them. You failed. No, we actually succeeded in killing most of the demons and even 6 princes besides Lucifer. Queen Danica shook her head. But we had no clue at that time about the prince's immortality. They went into hiding for a long duration, taking their sweet time to build new armies. When our empires started raging actual wars with each other for territory, they launched their attack and ended up triumphing over us at our weakest. Ever since then, the empires began losing their territories and people at a rapid pace until the 7 demon realms were born. The only citizen left from those empires were either used in farming areas or had escaped to the edges of the universe and rebuilt their civilizations. Queen Danica smiled wryly. My people are the last line of the Luminaris race, and as their queen, I feel obliged to try everything to keep our bloodline alive. That's why you offered to turn your race into a farm under Lucifer's allegiance when you saw me, Felix stated. Queen Danica nodded her head with a tint of shame in her eyes. Mind if I ask how it works? Felix inquired. You knew. Queen Danica tightened her fists under the table while keeping her expression as stoic as possible. It wasn't difficult to guess. The moment Felix learned about the demons' food and their way of getting it, he already foresaw that the demons would always prioritize a peaceful treaty with other races. A peace treaty in the sense that the demons wouldn't need to invade their targets' territories and let them live a peaceful life. However, they would be forced to hand them a constant supply of captives to keep both parties alive. This was the real meaning of becoming a demon's farm, as those races existed for the sake of the demon's survivability. The demons were smart enough to realize that the moment they get rid of their livestock, they would lose any more sources of food and end up without their rationality. In this case, the Luminaris royal family was clearly in a peace treaty with the Netherlings. Otherwise, there was no way both parties would have coexisted for such a long time on a single planet. Queen Danica found it difficult to talk about this, as it was really not a pleasant subject. It must have been hard. You have no idea. Queen Danica bit her lower lip until it was about to bleed. No one here is going to judge you. I just want to know, how does this farm system works? Felix comforted. He truly had no plans to judge her, as he wasn't put in a similar scenario before. This scenario was far more brutal than anything one could go through. To be given 2 options, either peacefully sacrificing a portion of their race or having them all killed off, was no simple choice to make. My late husband has always refused to cooperate with the Netherlings and agree to turn our kingdom into a farm. He has paid the price for his stubbornness and caused more than 60% of our people to get either demonized or killed off. Almost all of the cities across the continent have fallen under his rulership. Queen Danica spoke with a look of resentment. I know that he was the king and he has the royal family's dignity to uphold, but this should be an option only if he had a chance to win against those villainous demons. As much as I take pride in my race and kingdom, I knew from the start that we have 0 chance of defeating the Netherlings. Our bodies are weak and our elemental abilities can't be used when our energy stones mines have been raided by the demons and destroyed. We were utterly hopeless to their invasions and he still refused to accept the deal. He could have saved us all, but he was too proud to surrender. Too proud. Tears stung her eyes as she thought of the carnage that had followed her husband's refusal to surrender to the demon invaders. The streets had run red with the blood of her people, their screams still echoing in her ears. If he had listened to me, we would have had much more of our citizens still breathing and alive. Queen Danica lifted her head and looked at Felix with moist reddened eyes. See, I made the right decision, right? I made the right decision. It was like she was asking for a confirmation to ease just a bit of her crippling guilt about turning her kingdom into the Netherlings' livestock farm. God knows how much of her own citizens she actively handed to the Netherlings' demons. Whether it was 1 or thousands, the guilt would eat anyone alive. There are no wrong or right decisions in your situation. Felix narrowed his eyes. There are just results. In your case, your bet has paid off and your bloodline has been saved. As long as you are a member of the SG Alliance, your race won't need to worry ever again about demons. Mika added calmly. Queen Danica lowered her head and left her tears falling unchecked. She knew that her anger and guilt would never fade, but she would carry them with her always. A reminder of the cost of her husband's pride and her weakness as a ruler who couldn't protect her citizens through and through. When Queen Danica regained control over her emotions, she cleaned herself up and restored her royal image. If it wasn't for Felix and Mika being outsiders and of a much higher position than her, she would have kept everything bottled up. But now, she was somewhat at peace with speaking about the farm's details. I don't know about other demons and their farm deals, but the one erected with the Netherlings is simple in nature. Queen Danica shared, on a yearly basis, I have to release at least 100 random citizens above the age of 18 to the wilderness. Whatever happens to them won't be the capital city's problem. The citizens are okay with this? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. They aren't dumb. We never had a problem with a yearly batch before, since all adults understand that the only reason the capital is still standing is because of this secret peace treaty. Queen Danica smiled bitterly. If Felix managed to come to the conclusion that the demons and Luminaris were in a deal to keep the balance, then it was obvious that the rest of the Luminaris would be on to this, since they were getting kicked out of the city instead of being handed directly into the demons. This gave them at least a bit of hope of survival. We direct them to hidden underground locations and give them some resources to live by. Our part of the deal is done, and it's up to the demons to find them. Why did the Netherlings accept this deal? Just like we have no choice but to do this to ensure our bloodline survival, they also have no choice but to accept our conditions. Queen Danica said coldly, I refuse to hand my people directly in their hands. That's my bottom line. Understandable. Felix nodded before sharing. By the way, we have rescued some survivors living underneath a ruined city. They told us that the city was recently invaded, like in a couple of years back or less. That must be the city of Samaria. Queen Danica sighed. It's the furthest city from the capital. If our source of communication hasn't been cut off from them, I would have told them to drop their weapons and surrender like us. That's unfortunate. Anyhow, I believe we have spoken enough for today. I will send my subordinates to handle your recruitment process. You can share the news with the citizens and let them know that their days of darkness are over. I don't know how can I ever thank you for your help. You are truly our savior. Just help us out with recruiting other races during our upcoming exploration. We need a native to make it easier to convince others. After finishing his piece with a smile, Felix took off from within a spatial portal and reappeared on his spaceship. The rest of the integration could be handled by the appropriate alliance's staff. A couple of hours later, the city was packed with festivities as the Luminaris were all celebrating their successful recruitment to the SG Alliance and the elimination of their mortal enemies, the Netherlings. Most of the captives had woken up and regrouped with their family members, making their day just get even better. As the ones responsible for fulfilling those wishes, the SG Alliance had been praised and glorified by the Luminaris. This successful conquest and rescue story had been edited and shared with the public, gaining even more applause and gratification from the Scallion citizens. Right now, the Alliance's staff were focusing on fortifying the city defenses with their advanced technologies, and also handing out AP bracelets and teaching the Luminaris how to use them. Unlike the situation with the Earthlings, the Luminaris were helped to hasten their integration since their planet was one of the Alliance's first strongholds on the other side. While all of this was happening, Felix was focusing on his own experiment. Nothing. Is our original theory wrong fundamentally? Felix pondered as he watched Nimmo fooling around with a piece of Beelzebub's demonic statue. It was still releasing a tiny bit of evil energy, and Felix handed it to Nimmo so he could test out if it was possible for him to manipulate it. Unfortunately, Nimmo seemed detached from the evil energy. It's highly unlikely that it's wrong. It makes too much sense to be wrong, Asna said. Then, why isn't he responding to evil energy? Felix held his chin thoughtfully. Nimmo is the paragon of Sin's replacement, so he is supposed to be his perfect copy. Maybe he hasn't awakened it yet? Asna probed. Nimmo can't even use the 7 Sins laws as well as his alter's ego. Maybe evil energy manipulation and such could be unlocked only after his awakening. That makes sense. Felix supported. He had already noticed the massive difference between Nemo and his alter ego when it came to law manipulation. If Nemo doesn't know he can control evil energy, then his alter ego should know. Felix narrowed his eyes. How do we get him to cooperate, though? Felix knew that Bastard would most definitely either lie to them or ignore them completely. Ask him and see. Asna shrugged her shoulders. I got it. Felix smirked. Nemo, can you bring out your alter ego? Nemo's facial expression got annoyed at the request. Clearly, he didn't want to let that prick out, but he still obliged. Whoosh! Akin to a dragon arising, Nemo's alter ego emerged from the little raccoon. He lowered his horse-like head and gave Felix a condescending glare. What? Unbeknownst to Felix and the others, he was feeling a bit nervous at the thought of his secret plan getting found out before he could even kick it off. Be honest. Can you manipulate evil energy? Felix asked in a straightforward manner. Even if I could, you think I will tell you? Idiot. Nemo's alter ego scoffed. So, you're telling me you can manipulate it? That's good to hear. No. I said even if I can manipulate it, I won't say it. All I am hearing is that you can manipulate it and you refuse to accept it. Stop twisting my words. I can't manipulate it. All right? Now you are just trying to gaslight me. Choose whatever you want to believe, you annoying prick. I choose to believe that you can control it and you are hiding it for some reason. Arg, I am done here. Don't fucking call me again. With a series of censored angry curses, Nemo's alter ego went away as swiftly as he appeared. I don't know why is he always so mad, Felix said with an innocent look. Asna ignored his shameless innocent act and asked, You really think he can manipulate evil energy and possibly even demons, but he is hiding it? Let's ask the expert. Felix inquired. Master, was he telling the truth? No, Lady Sphinx replied calmly. Now we have a certain answer. Felix smirked faintly. Felix wanted Nemo's alter ego to directly say that he couldn't control evil energy so Lady Sphinx's lie radar would be activated. If he kept his answer vague and ambiguous, it would have been much more difficult. Bastard! Nemo's alter ego didn't like falling into this trap one bit as his resentment towards Felix just got worse. Now that we have confirmed it, the demons were really born because of the paragon of sins. Felix sighed. Felix would have been much happier with these results if Nemo and his alter ego were merged. After all, those demons would be turned into his subordinates just like the void creatures with Nemo's innate domination. This would make this conquest end in less than a couple of years at best. That irritating prick doesn't seem like he is planning on giving up anytime soon, Felix said with a vexed tone as he rubbed Nemo's belly. You should work harder on helping them merge together. Lady Sphinx warned, if Nemo's alter ego can manipulate evil energy, this means he can also absorb it. Since Nemo has absolutely no control over evil energy, he can't stop him even if he wanted. Felix and Asna were left startled as this issue didn't come up in their minds at all. Shit. Maybe this bastard wasn't giving up because of this? Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. He realized that if Nemo's alter ego was truly plotting to gain control in this manner, then there was no reason for him to consider the merge in the first place. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Nemo's alter ego wasn't pleased in the slightest by getting found out this early. He knew that even if they kept Nemo around, they would make sure that he never come close to evil energy. I am done playing games. This is getting too dangerous. We need a new way to either force the merge or get rid of him. Asna noted with an icy tone. Asna loved Nemo dearly, but he proved to be a walking time bomb, and they had no idea when it would blow in Felix's face. If she had to be a cold bitch for Felix's safety and send Nemo away, then so be it. We can just keep him away from evil energy. No, he will find another way to gain control. Asna stressed. Your method isn't working and it's foolish to keep giving him free time like this. Then what am I supposed to do? Don't suggest throwing Nemo away, Felix said with a stern tone. Felix would rather keep on trying to humiliate Nemo's alter ego until he gave in than send Nemo away. For starters, he couldn't do that to Nemo as he considered him as a family. Secondly, he believed that it was best to keep Nimmo around him to supervise him. After all, if his alter ego won the battle and gained control, there was a good chance that he would hunt down Felix as a payback for all the humiliation he went through. He was already struggling against 3 primogenitors. He had no plans to add a literal unijin to his enemies list. "You can't even solve this, and you want my destruction manipulation?" Lord Shiva suddenly mocked. Felix remained silent. He knew that each primogenitor had criteria to bestow their perfect manipulations. While he had gotten it easy with other primogenitors, Lord Shiva clearly had many doubts about him even with all of his achievements. That's because he was one of the few ones who knew how terrifying those beings were. So, unless Felix managed to convince him of his potential, he could forget about earning his perfect manipulation. Felix closed his eyes and got in the zone to brainstorm a solution to this predicament. Lord Shiva is always a silent observant. Yet, he commentated on this situation. This signifies that he found a method to solve this problem. Since no one else has figured it out, it must be related to his destruction element. Felix didn't know if he was on the right track or not, but he kept brainstorming. Is there really a way to use a destruction ability to handle this situation? Felix started by applying each destruction ability in his possession to this dilemma and seeing if one would stick. When he reached Concept Destruction Trident and applied it in multiple different ways, it finally clicked in his mind. "How did I miss this?" Felix exclaimed. "I can use Concept Destruction Trident to mark Nimmo's alter ego consciousness and erase it from existence, leaving only Nimmo's consciousness." "That can be done." Asna raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Theoretically, yes." Felix paced back and forth with an excited expression as he explained. Concept Destruction Trident can destroy anything marked and leave the rest untouched. Since Nimmo possessed 2 consciousness and 1 soul, I can totally get rid of his alter ego in this fashion without harming Nimmo at all. Everyone turned to look at Lord Shiva for confirmation, and his nonchalant attitude made them realize that it was totally doable. Alas, life wasn't this easy. "Don't get too excited," Lady Sphinx shared. "If you got rid of Nimmo's alter ego, there is a high chance he will be gone with all of his awakening memories and power-ups. This means Nimmo would possibly be left stagnated in this form forever unless the universe did something to fix it." "Ugh. That does sound likely to happen." Felix's excitement died off immediately as he returned to his seat with somewhat of a dejected expression. Felix wanted Nimmo to stay with him and be safe and sound, but at the same time, he felt hesitant to completely kill off his future. The universe wouldn't be too pleased with this and would most likely create a new replacement for the replacement. In addition, Lord Cowes wouldn't approve of this as he had told him during their deal that Felix shouldn't interfere in Nimmo's natural development. Well, even if Nimmo's replacement was born, it will take a very long time before he hatches from the egg and matures to the point he will be a threat to you. Asna said, "I honestly would rather have Nimmo remain this cutie forever than merge with that irritating bastard. Still, it's not all right to hinder Nimmo's growth forever." Felix murmured. "There has to be another way." Now that Felix knew that he could use the Concept Destruction Trident, he brainstormed for a new method. "What if I used the trident to mark not Nimmo's alter ego consciousness, but the link that keeps them connected?" Felix pondered. "If this link is destroyed, there will be 2 Nimmos with 2 different souls. Highly doubtful if it is going to work. Souls shouldn't be messed with if you have no idea what you are doing." Asna shook her head. "What do you think, Elder Kraken?" Felix inquired. "It really depends on the trident and mark's accuracy," Elder Kraken replied as he eyed Lord Shiva. "My abilities are precise." Lord Shiva didn't bother to glance at him. "If they are accurate, then it's possible to sever 2 consciousnesses in 1 soul if the soul itself was powerful enough to handle the separation." Elder Kraken said calmly. "Wait a second. If this is actually doable, then can it be used on Asna and Felix to separate their soul?" Thor disclosed with a surprised tone. Felix and Asna looked at each other with frozen expressions at the sound of that. Both of their hearts started accelerating as various emotions raged inside their minds and bodies at the notion of their souls finally separating apart. Alas, before those emotions could spill out, Elder Kraken brought them crashing down with, Their situation isn't the same though. Nimmo has one soul and two consciousness while Asna and Felix had two souls merged as one. They shouldn't even have a link connecting them together as the merge was too perfect. This means if the trident was used, it will be extremely tough on Asna's soul, but Felix's soul won't be able to even handle a second of the process and would die out. I see. That's unfortunate. Felix sighed in disappointment. It's okay. We still have our original plan in hand. Asna comforted him with a gentle smile. I will make it work no matter what. Felix promised. I know. Asna smiled. Sorry to interrupt your lovey-dovey thing, but even if we manage to separate Nimmo and his alter ego's consciousness, what will we do next? Thor shook his head. Kill the alter's ego? We can do it already. Send him away? It's too risky and he might come back for vengeance and to reconnect with Nimmo to be at his full strength. I was thinking of using this, Felix said as he took out the fake sun disk earring. Interesting. Jormungandr and others showed intrigued looks. They understood immediately that Felix planned on sealing Nimmo's alter ego consciousness within the sealing hall. Since it was powerful enough to seal even Asna for millions of years, there was no way Nimmo's alter ego would be able to. Since it was powerful enough to seal even Asna for millions of years, there was no way Nimmo's alter ego would be able to escape on his own. The fact that Asna was sealed for more than 20 million years and the universe hadn't bothered to make a replacement for her only meant that it wasn't a severe situation like the Paragon of Sins who lost the plot and kept abusing his powers. This is shaping to be an actual solid plan, Thor remarked. Though, does any one of you knows how to use it? When he said this, everyone turned to look at Asna. In their eyes, she must have studied everything about the sealing hall to free herself. As expected, Asna nodded her head with a look of slight discomfort. Is everything okay? Felix stressed. We don't need to do this if you weren't feeling it. It's all right. I just recalled some bad moments. I am fully ready to do this. Asna returned to her sadistic persona as she smiled coldly. Plus, it feels nice knowing that the exact sealing hall will be used for someone who deserves it. If Nimmo's alter ego wasn't so shitty and hellbent on killing them right after he was awakened, she would have minded sealing him since that wasn't a fate she wished on anyone. Good thing my main consciousness had yet to arrive at the Elemental's galaxy. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix requested Candace to bring his main consciousness and real body back to the wormhole. He knew that this had to be finished as fast as possible so he could send the sealed consciousness of Nimmo's alter ego with his main body to the Elemental's galaxy. He had no plans on keeping the real earring with a mere weakling clone. 15 days later, the SG Alliance had just celebrated conquering the entire Revria N1 solar system. Besides some runaway demons in Lumurus planet, this solar system could be said to be placed on an airtight lockdown. It made it impossible for anything or anyone to leave it without alarming the appropriate authorities. After securing such a stronghold for themselves, the SG Alliance started preparing for spreading their troops across the seventh demon realm, Tartarus. Meanwhile, Felix was busy with his own project. He could be seen inside his main spaceship, the Eternal Nautilus, which was docked outside of the wormhole leading to the other side. He had to carry the process on this side to avoid dealing with the Darkins, as he had no clue if they were still camping near the wormhole or not. Do you trust me? Felix asked with a solemn tone as he eyed Nimmo. Nimmo nodded enthusiastically without a shred of doubt in his eyes. Good. Felix patted his head with a loving look. To avoid alerting Nimmo's alter ego, he never told him about their sealing plan, and he had no intentions of telling him now. Without delay, Felix removed the sun disk earring and placed it on a table. Then, he opened the spatial gate and jumped inside with Nimmo. As a spatial divine equipment, it was habitable, unlike the spatial cards. When Felix opened his eyes, he couldn't help but feel his butthole tightening up reflexively at the sight of the 4 guardian statues and the intricate floating platform. Asna wanted to chuckle at his reaction, but her PTSD activated and made her be as quiet as a mouse. When Felix sensed that she was having a panic attack, he comforted her. It's okay. We will be out in a second. Asna closed her eyes shut and tried her best to focus only on Felix's voice and ignore everything else. This helped her ease the panic attack and regain control over her emotions. While some prisoners might feel nostalgic to return to their prison cells, Asna felt nothing but utter hatred. Nimmo jumped from Felix's lap and started running around with a curious but excited expression at such an unfamiliar environment. Felix let him do as he pleased, knowing that the sealing hall could be activated only by fulfilling one condition. "Let's run it back one time. You only have one chance at this," Thor said with a stern tone. "I know." Felix nodded. "First I will place Nimmo on the platform and then destroy the link between him and his alter ego. When they get separated both physically and spiritually, they will both be semi-unconscious due to the trauma on their soul. I will take advantage of that duration and activate the sealing hall. When the process near the end, I will save Nimmo. You have to be fast and precise. You will probably be given merely a second or less before his alter ego readjusts himself," Jormungandr warned. "He might use that moment to blow your soul with his spiritual pressure. I will make sure that never happens." Felix cracked his knuckles. "Let's begin." Felix teleported next to Nimmo and picked him up. Then he hovered towards the platform and placed him in the center. "No matter what happens, don't move, okay?" Felix said with a serious tone. Nimmo nodded his head and sat on all four akin to a cat. Felix returned to his position, putting a fair distance between himself and the platform. Then he created a gemstone and placed it on the ground next to him. He cast a spatial spell on the gemstone, creating a gray runic hex above it. But this hex seemed turned off as it did nothing to the gemstone. "What is he up to? Why do I have a bad feeling?" Nimmo's alter ego kept getting agitated as his instincts tingled like crazy at this unknown situation he was in. But no matter how hard he thought about it, he just couldn't find any method that would allow Felix to harm him. After all, he was a Unijin and feared nothing in this universe but the universe itself. This created conflict within himself as his instincts were saying one thing while his rationality was saying another. Oblivious to Nimmo's alter ego's thoughts, Felix took a deep breath and manifested the concept destruction trident. He marked the spiritual link between Nimmo and his alter ego and then hurled the trident in Nimmo's direction. Nimmo's survival instincts were activated the moment he saw the flying trident, but he trusted wholeheartedly that Felix would never do anything to harm him. "Dodge it, you bastard! Dodge it! Dodge it!" The same couldn't be applied to his alter ego as he kept screaming in his ears with a maddened tone. He had no clue what this trident was going to do to them, but his instincts warned him that it was going to be pleasant. Alas, Nimmo remained affixed on his position while giving Felix a curious look, seemingly asking him about what game he was playing with him. Felix merely gave him an apologetic look, knowing that this wasn't going to be painless at all. Whoosh! In a split second, the crimson trident went through Nimmo's body and exited from the other side, resembling a ghost going through him. The moment the trident emerged from the other side, Nimmo released a loud, agonizing squeeze like his guts were being ripped from his stomach. It was understandable when both his soul and body were being ripped apart in half to accommodate both consciousnesses after the separation. Although he was squealing in pain, Nimmo still remained on the platform, which made Felix's heart twist and curls at the notion of putting Nimmo through all of this while he still listened to his request. "Focus! He is coming out. You should start the sealing process." Thor called out loud after seeing Nimmo's physical body turn into a blob of pitch-black darkness before cutting off right from the center. One side had green eyes and the other had red eyes. They were both trying to pull away from the other, hastening the separation process even more. When Felix saw this, he extended 2 fingers forward and began reciting with a loud tone a peculiar-sounding language. His voice was low and powerful, each word imbued with a weight that seemed to move mountains. As he continued, the air around him grew thick with energy. Shadows seemed to writhe and twist in the corners of the sealing room, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Felix ignored it all, his focus solely on the chant. He spoke louder now, his voice ringing out with a commanding tone. Cling! 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 Suddenly, there was a sharp noise of metal chains clinging in the air. This was exactly what was going on as the purplish chains, that were connected with the platform and held by the 4 statues, were beginning to tighten up at a moderate pace. This caused the hovering platform to get lifted up higher and higher. As the purplish chains were getting tightened up, the peculiar inscriptions on the guardians began to illuminate brightly from the base of their legs into their heads. When they were fully illuminated, the light traveled to the inscriptions on the purplish chain, causing each word to pop off individually. It kept going until the light reached the platform from 4 directions and helped it cast a blinding light into the 2 pitch-black blobs. Spatial displacement. While he was reaching the last sentences of his chant, Felix snapped his finger abruptly, causing the left pitch-black blob to switch locations with the gemstone next to him instantly. The moment he spotted the gemstone next to the other pitch-black blob, Felix concluded the chant with a booming yell. On! The clinging purplish chains went silent and the light across the entire ceiling hall began dimming down, especially the blinding light on top of the platform. When the light completely disappeared and the ceiling hall seemed to have returned to normal, everyone had their eyes affixed on a floating pitch-black flickering flame in the center of the platform. We did it! Thud! Felix fell on his ass with a stunned expression, unable to believe the reality before him. Although he was told that it was going to work 100% as long as he didn't fuck up, it was still difficult for him to believe it. Who could blame him? He literally just did what those beings did to Asna, sealing an actual unijin with nothing but a merely memorized chant. Even primogenitors and other unigens would be left shocked if they ever heard about this. Arg! What did you do to me? Why can't I move? What did you do to me? Felix was forced to wake up from his daze after hearing Nemo's alter ego going absolutely batshit. Finally getting rid of your annoyance for good. Unafraid, Felix sneered as he stood back up on his feet. He was told by Asna that no matter how good Nemo's alter ego was, it would take him a very, very long time before he could figure out the same method that helped her free a tin bit of energ from the seal. What did you do? Isn't it obvious? Felix grinned widely. You have been sealed. Seal? Ha? Seal me? No one can seal a unijin but them. Nemo's alter ego found the notion laughable as he knew from his memories that only those beings had the authority to create a seal strong enough to keep even unijins locked shut. You are free to give it a try. Felix chuckled as he leaned down and picked Nemo up. While his alter ego was forcefully turned into a black flame, Nemo returned to his original raccoon form. A bit dazed, Nemo kept looking around him while enjoying Felix rubbing his back in a gentle manner. I am sorry for putting you through this, but it's over now. Felix apologized with a warm smile. Nemo was still clueless about the whole situation and he didn't seem to have any plans of questioning Felix. He merely laid back on his back and allowed Felix to rub his belly, completely forgetting about both the pain and his irritating alter ego. Void rift. Void black hole. Void annihilation. Greed laws. I trade 80% of my energy for a wish to be freed from this. Wrath laws. Strength multiplication x 10. Gluttony laws devour. Evil corruption. Meanwhile, Nemo's alter ego pulled absolutely no stop as he kept attempting to use all of his unlocked abilities to free himself from the seal. Alas, regardless of void laws, sins laws, or even the evil energy corruption, nothing was activated. It was like the ceiling hall had utterly stripped him of his gifts, leaving him powerless. It can't be, huff, huff. This is impossible. Unijins can't be sealed. Unijins can't be sealed. Nemo's alter ego fell into a hard denial stage as he didn't give up on freeing himself with whatever trick was in his pocket. Poor thing. He will learn the hard way. Asna murmured as she recalled the first weak memories of being sealed. She left no stone unturned in an attempt to free herself, but alas, the seal was just too powerful. Call me when you are ready to merge with Nemo. Felix waved his hand at the black flame and teleported outside of the ceiling hall under a fierce tirade of curses. Come back here and free me, you bastard. I will kill you. I swear I will end you and your whole alliance. Come back. Too bad for Nemo's alter ego. Felix was long gone, leaving him alone in this silent and somewhat creepy hall. The saying goes, Fuck around and you will find out. It was at this moment that Nemo's alter ego realized that he really fucked up. Finally, a breather. Felix sighed in relief the moment he exited the sun disk earring pocket dimension. With my lord's pride, I doubt he will give in and merge with Nemo even at the threat of eternal imprisonment. Candace uttered with a worried tone. Candace had decided to be an obedient servant to Felix for the sake of having her lust powers enhanced when Nemo overthrew the paragon of sins. But with this development, she started to doubt if that was ever going to happen. His pride will get in the way for sure, but when he realizes that the sealing hall has the ability to slowly steal the prisoner's powers to fuel the seal's strength, he will have no option but to give up. Asna answered with a confident tone. Asna knew that the side effect wasn't lasting, but it sure was going to scare Nemo's alter ego, as he had no idea if his powers would ever return. I still can't believe those beings created such a complicated sealing hall and made its activation bound to a chant that anyone could recite. Felix remarked with a deep frown. The chant is useless without the sealing hall, and no one can create it besides those beings. So, knowing the chant is the same as having a key to an unobtainable chest. Lady Sphinx said, "The fact that you obtained it is a much bigger mystery." I suppose so. Knowing that he wouldn't find any answers even if he dug deeper, Felix dropped the subject. Are you planning to restart your journey to the Elementals galaxy right now? Candace inquired. I will give Nemo's alter ego 2 weeks to give up and merge with Nemo. If he is still adamant, I will take him with me. Felix knew that the moment he stepped inside the Elementals galaxy, he wouldn't leave it until he made a breakthrough. This meant Nemo's alter ego would stay with him for thousands of years, if not more, even if he came to his senses and wanted to merge with Nemo. After all, Nemo would be accompanying Felix's copy in the 7 demon realms, and there was no way for them to get together unless Formother Siaceme made an exception. Felix was certain that wasn't happening anytime soon. So, he delivered his ultimate to Nemo's alter ego and closed the consciousness link with the sun disk earring the moment he heard a series of insults thrown at him. Okay, 1 month later, Felix stayed true to his word and took off to the Elementals galaxy with the sun disk earring. Obviously, he found no luck with Nemo's alter ego, and the situation remained as it was. Everyone was cool with this, even Lord Quaz. That's because he also wanted Nemo and his alter ego to get back together without anyone overpowering the other. Nemo's alter ego didn't want to just merge but completely eradicate his soft spot in the process, which would give birth to truly the evilest paragon of sins in existence. Meanwhile, the SG Alliance had already kicked off their main conquest journey, as they sent an unfathomable number of geared-up fleets toward the nearest habitable solar systems. With Queen Danika's information, they knew much about their destinations and what to expect from them. While they were actively invading Tartarus territory, the right arm of Prince Beelzebub had just arrived near Revria N1 solar system with his subordinates. The moment they stepped inside the Scallions' territory, their existence was picked up by the radar. Sir, our radars have picked an unusual invader near Omanda's meteor belt. The crewman responsible reported the news to his supervisor. It does look unusual. Switch to the nearest camera to the invader and give me a complete read on it, the supervisor ordered. The crewman did as he was commanded. When the images were sent back, everyone was left stunned at the final results before them. A colossal and terrifying creature, a space monster unlike any other, was showcased right in front of their shocked eyes. It was as massive as a moon, and it resembled a long fleshy worm with a gaping maw, a black hole of immense proportions that served as the creature's mouth. It possessed demonic features as it was surrounded by a massive cape of red mist, and its tiny eyes were as red as blood. Yet, what shocked the crewmen the most was the fact that this disgusting monstrous worm was exiting from a wormhole. Was that wormhole there before? One of the crewmen murmured. You know full well that it wasn't. The supervisor's expression got stoic immediately as he reached out to his AP bracelet and called out loud, Red code! Red code! We are being invaded! The 10 rulers and inner circle leaders swiftly joined an emergency meeting the moment they received the news. Is it the demons? King Local asked. We have to send scouts to check. Queen Alfreda narrowed her eyes. But How can this worm-like monster create wormholes? Well, I always wondered if my ancestor's bloodline has managed to give birth to non-intelligent creatures capable of using spatial abilities. High Chieftain Lokaka replied, I guess they were hiding here all along. Just like the beasts with multiple bloodline abilities, there were bound to be some kind of beasts with spatial abilities around the universe since Lord Dune had many descendants like the other primogenitors. In fact, there could even be beasts with destruction abilities, hiding in isolation and saving the universe from an unspoken terror. It doesn't look anything like your race or Lord Dune. Queen Allura wondered, do you think it was demonized? Based on its disgusting appearance and the red mist around it, there is a high possibility. Felix chimed in, but we will find out the truth after the scouts arrive. The scouts didn't take long to arrive near the slow-moving monstrous worm. With their advanced anti-surveillance system, they got closer to the beast and began scanning its entire humongous body. They ended up finding a medium-sized lean black spaceship parked right on the top surface of the monstrous worm. The spaceship seemed somewhat old-dated compared to the Scallions' current generation, but it was still an interstellar spaceship. When the scout zoomed on the spaceship and spotted a uniquely shaped B logo on its side, everyone uttered at the same time, Beelzebub's troops. Looks like we still ended up alerting him, Queen Alfreda said. It doesn't matter. He was bound to find out about us eventually. Emperor Local disclosed, I am more interested in their ability to tame such a massive space-eating worm and use it for their travel. Queen Danica had already told them that authoritative demons were capable of enslaving animalistic demons, making them obedient to their commands as long as they feed them purities. But to do this for such a massive beast? It was truly mind-boggling, as even the Alliance couldn't control such kinds of monsters. The spaceship is lifting off from the beast, the scout reported abruptly. The black spaceship took off at the speed of light in the direction of planet Garana in front of everyone. Yet, no one bothered to look in its direction as their eyes were affixed on the gigantic fleshy worm reversing back inside the wormhole. After it disappeared inside of it, the wormhole collapsed on itself and the space deformity was gone, turning the area desolate again. Since Queen Danica hadn't told us about those worms, it only means that the demons have recently begun demonizing and taming them. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. Warn our troops to be careful of such demonized creatures. God knows what else have those demons tamed. The leaders always had a sense of superiority when dealing with demons since they were too advanced in technology. But after this finding, they had a bad feeling that the demons could have tamed much more dangerous monsters than their weapons. What do we do with that spaceship? It must be a scouting squad sent by Prince Beelzebub. Since Prince Beelzebub was generous to send us some of his subordinates, then it would be impolite not to welcome them with open arms. Felix smirked faintly. Everyone shared the same creepy smile as they knew exactly what Felix meant. Unbeknownst to the warm welcome that awaited him, Malgrath could be seen sitting akin to a demon lord on the captain's chair inside the cockpit. His demonic subordinates were sitting around him silently, not touching a single button on the board before them. This image seemed weird, like the demons were out of place. It wasn't far-fetched to call it that since the spaceship didn't really belong to them but was built by the most technologically advanced race in the 7 demon realms. This chair is so uncomfortable. It's like those bastards are making them like this to spite us. Malgrath asked with an irritated tone. Are we close yet? We will arrive at Garana in less than an hour. His subordinate answered after reading the distance from the monitor before him. Finally, we get to see those fuckers who ruined my king's precious harvesters. I will make sure to demonize them myself and watch them starve to death. Malgrath stated with a murderous tone. Just like his subordinate stated, it took them almost no time to reach Garana's territory. The moment they got near it, the spaceship's AI exited the speed light mode, allowing them finally to see their surroundings. What the hell? Malgrath and his subordinates were left stunned out of their minds the instant they looked around them and saw thousands of spaceships much bigger than theirs and even motherships that made them seem like a spark of dust. Chills coursed down Malgrath's spine as his murderous intent died off instantly at this overbearing and honestly freakish scene. Alas, before he or his subordinates could even comprehend the fucked situation they put themselves in. All of the nearby spaceships turned their weapons towards their directions and activated them, causing the space to be filled with millions of illuminating colorful stars. This wasn't even the worst part. My lord, we have lost control over the spaceship systems. His subordinate cried out loud as he watched the monitors turn completely black and silent. We have been hacked. What do you mean hacked? What the fuck does hacked even mean? Just get us out of here, Malgranth shouted back. We can't. Our systems aren't in our command enemo. Before his subordinate could finish his statement, all of the monitors were turned on simultaneously, showing the face of Commander Nethril. Demons, you have 30 seconds to surrender before we erase your spaceship from existence. Commander Nethril spoke coldly. His voice was translated into the language of the demons as the Alliance had already helped Queen AI learn it. My lord, they don't look like the joking type. One of the demons gulped a mouthful at the notion of all of those plasma weapons firing at them simultaneously. Usually, demons weren't scared of death, but it was different this time around as they were situated in the vacuum of space, where not an ounce of evil energy was nearby. Fuck. 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 I was sent on a suicidal mission. Malgrath also realized that his situation wasn't pleasant one bit. I have to buy time somehow. The first thing Malgrath did was establish a connection with Prince Beelzebub and update him on their screwed-up situation as fast as possible. How powerful are they? Prince Beelzebub frowned. See for yourself. Malgrath pulled a small demonic flesh statue the size of a Barbie doll and placed it in front of him. It resembled Prince Beelzebub greatly. Prince Beelzebub connected his consciousness with the demonic statue and looked around him, finding out that his subordinate didn't oversell their dilemma one bit. 15 seconds. Commander Nethril counted down. I guess we have met a much tougher nut to crack this time. Prince Beelzebub narrowed his eyes coldly. Listen to me, voice your surrender, and allow them to capture you. Don't do anything else. I will send down an incarnation on the demonic statue to speak with them. As you command. Malgrath was more than pleased with this order as his death would be postponed. 5 seconds. Enough. We surrender. Just lower your damn weapons already. Malgrath called out loud with an irritated tone. You don't make the calls, we do. Commander Nethril replied indifferently. We will be sending a small aircraft in your direction. Give it access to your spaceship and pick up the bracelets inside of it. I will give you further instructions when you finish. Fine. Although Malgrath had no clue what they were planning for him and his squad, he could only comply. A few minutes later, all the demons in the spaceship could be seen wearing AP bracelets on their wrists. Is this some sort of an imprisonment cuff? Malgrath murmured as he waved his wrist around. I don't feel anything different. Before he could think too much about it, Commander Nethril gave them instructions to bind their consciousness with Queen AI. The moment they logged in to the UVR and accessed the White Room, all of them shared panicked expressions. Where the fuck am I? Are those invaders capable of spatial teleportation through a mere bracelet? Malgrath shivered at the mere thought. Unfortunately for him, those AP bracelets were created for the sake of prisoners, which meant the moment they logged in, Queen AI linked their consciousness with her straightway without their consent. In addition, she didn't bother explaining anything about the UVR or the AP bracelets as she did with the others. To make matters worse, she took away their log-out condition, which implied that their consciousness was imprisoned inside the White Room until the SG Alliance allowed them to leave. Bring them to their cells and prepare for the interrogation. Felix ordered from the shadows as he watched those demons banging the walls of the White Room and using whatever they could to escape it. Malgrath? What happened to you? Malgrath? Are you ignoring me? You prick. Meanwhile, Prince Beelzebub was shouting furiously from his throne, but no one was there to respond. He had no clue that the moment a consciousness entered the UVR, it got disconnected from the real world. A few minutes later, the demon spaceship was towed inside the mothership with the demons still inside. Although those demons were inside the UVR and could be considered sitting ducks, the troops still had the appropriate caution in handling them. Meanwhile, Malgrath and his squad had their white rooms changed into interrogation rooms, and they were forced to sit in chairs without the ability to move an inch. Who the hell are we dealing with? Did we finally anger the gods? Malgrath would be lying if he said that he was not scared shitless from everything happening to him. Who could blame him? Without proper explanation, anyone would assume that this was God's work since it was just so real. With a flash of light, Felix appeared in front of Malgrath with different facial features, as he did not want to expose that he resembled Lucifer so soon. Felix pulled a chair in front of Malgrath and sat on it with a nonchalant expression. Who or why? Arg! Before his question could be completed, Malgrath cried out loud in agony as his body was completely engulfed in electricity. How? Ugh! Malgrath found it hard to believe that electricity could put him in such agonizing pain, as his physical body was extremely tough and should have nullified it. Unbeknownst to him, Felix had full control over his body. He could give him immunities and at the same time make his pain nerve sensitivity off the roof with a mere thought. It was like he had the powers of Queen AI. Such powerful access was given to only the 10 rulers, as it could be abused quite easily. A couple of moments later, Felix got rid of the electricity and said, "Don't talk again until you are addressed." Malgrath could only growl and stare at him murderously, but he still remained quiet. He understood that his life wasn't in his hands anymore and it was best to play ball. "What's your name?" "Malgrath." "Did Beelzebub send you to spy on us?" "Yes." "How did he find out about us in the first place?" "Through the destruction of the harvesters." "Be precise and don't bother to lie," Felix warned calmly. "Prince Beelzebub can connect his consciousness with his harvesters." Malgrath answered truthfully, "We have one in our spaceship if you want to directly speak with him." Malgrath cared more about his life than anything else, so he felt it was better to link his lord with Felix and leave him alone. Alas, that wasn't happening anytime soon. "How do we talk to him?" "He can send down a spiritual incarnation," he answered. The moment he uttered so, everyone received a report about Prince Beelzebub's demonic image appearing inside the imprisonment cell of the demons. Felix switched his main focus to his clone and saw Prince Beelzebub's hideous gigantic body spawning from a tiny demonic statue. He was looking down on the crewman, who fell on the ground from sheer terror without him needing to do anything. "Bring me your leader," Prince Beelzebub ordered coldly. "Commander, handle it," Felix ordered from the cockpit. He had no plans of showing himself to Prince Beelzebub, since he would figure out that he wasn't Lucifer with a single glance. Felix had many plans to use the uncanny resemblance to dupe some demons. In a few minutes at best, Commander Netherreal arrived at the locked-out scene. Even though Prince Beelzebub hadn't attacked anyone, they were still ordered to clear the area. "I am here." Commander Netherreal stood in front of Prince Beelzebub with his chest upright and shoulders straight. He kept staring right into the eyes of Prince Beelzebub without an ounce of fear or distress. As the commander of one of the biggest fleets in the SG Alliance, he was more than competent to handle anyone before him. "Since you are clearly outsiders, I will give you the benefit of not knowing my name, and not straightaway eliminate you." Prince Beelzebub spoke with an indifferent tone. "But I won't repeat myself. Free my subordinates and surrender while I am still asking nicely." Prince Beelzebub, the seventh-born prince, and ruler of the smallest and weakest demon realm. You have lost many territories to other princes and are desperate to reclaim them back for the sake of stealing the Demon King's throne. You are wicked, greedy, and rule your demon realm with an iron fist. Most importantly, you are immensely envious of your brother's great demon armies. Commander Netherreal narrated while reading from a holographic screen, not caring about Prince Beelzebub's expression turning nastier and nastier. "You are also..." "Enough!" Prince Beelzebub roared angrily. "How do they already know so much? Did those bastards cough up everything as soon as they were caught?" Unbeknownst to Prince Beelzebub, the demons weren't really required to speak, as Queen AI could easily invade their memories in the UVR as long as she was permitted. Felix wasn't just interrogating Malgrath for new information, but to confirm the memories they had extracted from them and create a sheet filled with filtered useful information. Commander Nethril closed the holographic screen and looked at him in the eyes with a composed expression. You see, we do know you and we still don't care. Your territory has already been marked, and this means that 1 ton will belong to us whether peacefully or forcefully. Commander Nethril asked with a serious tone. How do you want it to be? The SG Alliance had no plans to get Prince Beelzebub on their side or any other prince. As long as they needed purities to survive, they would be forever their archenemies, and the SG Alliance simply didn't want to waste their time on needless chatter. Even the peaceful conquest wasn't really an option, and they planned to exterminate all demons in sight. I will be waiting for you then. It's been a while since I have tasted some fresh meat. Prince Beelzebub licked his lips akin to a hungry hyena before disappearing back into the demonic statue. Crack! The demonic statue turned black and then broke into fragments moments after. He didn't even bother to ask for his subordinates. Queen Allura scoffed. They really have no loyalty to each other whatsoever. She still thought highly of Prince Beelzebub, as what happened next wasn't to anyone's expectation. No, my lord. Please don't do it. Please. I haven't said anything to them. Malgrath suddenly began beseeching with a frantic look while trying his best to escape from the interrogation chair. His abrupt switch in attitude took Felix by surprise, as he was just hearing him spill beans about his lord like he was paid handsomely. Save me. Save me. He is voiding the demon contract. Alas, before Felix could react to his cry for help, Malgrath let out an ear-piercing squeal before he turned into light particles. This scene happened to the rest of the demons captured, leaving everyone with mouth agape in disbelief. Phew! He really killed off his subordinates without an ounce of hesitation, Asna remarked with a surprised tone. A cold-blooded demon indeed. I expected him to do something like this, but not this quickly, Felix uttered. He didn't even bother to negotiate their release. The moment Felix heard from Queen Danica that the authoritative demons had the option to use the demon contract to kill their subordinates, he already foresaw this scene happening. Fortunately, we already have gotten everything that we needed. Felix shrugged his shoulders. The demons' memories were enough to give them the big picture about the 7th demon realm, though it would take some time to filter the useful from the useless without those demons. Belphegor, Floros, Moloch, Sabnok. The outsiders have declared war on us and are preparing to invade our territory. Since they are at Revria N1, they will most likely target the nearest solar systems to them. Prince Beelzebub connected his consciousness with his other authoritative demons and ordered, "Take the Space Eaters and open wormholes to those solar systems to back up our outposts and farms. We cannot let them gain another inch of territory, even if it meant using planet eaters." Understood. How fun. On it. Won't the other princes find out about this with us making such a big movement? It does not matter anymore, Prince Beelzebub remarked with a cold tone. Our priority is to block the invasion and retaliate before my brothers could make their move. All right, what about Malgrath? Malgrath is gone. He got caught like an idiot. If you don't want to suffer the same fate as him, don't fucking disappoint me. Prince Beelzebub threatened. This time no one replied to him, but his message was received loud and clear. The troops have already arrived at their locations and have spotted many civilized planets with demons and non-demons. Do we order the attack? Commander Netheril requested permission. We're still far from the capital planet of Prince Beelzebub, so just do as you see fit. Felix gave complete control to Commander Netheril, as he knew that he was capable enough to lead the invasions without needing him over his head. Felix placed one foot above the other in the cockpit and rested his head on his hands while having the holographic screens of the invasion in front of him. Since he had a mere clone around, he couldn't offer much help even if he wanted. I wonder where did they get those spaceships from? Felix mumbled as he drank tea from a cup. He was referring to the demon spaceships, which had just gotten engaged by the Alliance's fleets near the most populated planets in those solar systems. It was a pure massacre, as those spaceships were just too outdated, making them vulnerable to all types of attacks from the Alliance's fleets. Queen, can you forward the memories related to those spaceships? Felix requested. As you wish. Queen AI displayed holograms to the side showing memories of Malgrath and his subordinates dealing with those spaceships and their builders. As he watched more memories, he understood more about the builders. Horite's race, what an interesting species. Felix remarked with a look of intrigue as he eyed giant rocky-skinned humanoid creatures. Based on the memories, this race was immune to almost all elements and mental attacks, making them one of the most impossible-to-kill races in the universe. However, their offensive powers were absolutely dog's hit as they could neither manipulate elements nor possessed physical prowess capable of breaking mountains. All they had was their indestructible rocky skins and a good brain on top of their shoulders. Their intelligence was more or less similar to humans, allowing them to focus wholeheartedly on technological advancement and reach those new heights. Since their bodies were unbreakable, it allowed them to feel safe, unlike the humans who had to do everything to protect themselves just from the beast's attacks. Unfortunately, they weren't immune to the evil energy corruption, which caused their empire to fall apart during the high day of the demons' invasions. What was left of their race were slaves spread across the entire 7 demon realms as they were too important for the demons to devour their purities. Alas, their technological advancements stood no chance against the Scallions' forces, causing all of those planets to fall in no time under the Alliance's rulership. As for the demonic cities on those planets, all of them were nuked by judgment white beams from space. In less than a few hours, all populated demonic planets in 10 solar systems were invaded successfully and were now being cleared out from the runaway demons by using mass destruction weapons. All of this happened while Prince Beelzebub's 4 authoritative demons were still preparing the reinforcement to protect those solar systems. When the news reached Prince Beelzebub, he was left with a frozen expression, a heart beating out of his chest, and most importantly, a never-felt-before terror rising from his soul. Everything happened so fast. His pride and confidence from before weren't even given time to slowly die down. They got absolutely shattered by the first taste of the Alliance's advanced weapons. How can there be a background this powerful and hidden for such a long time? Am I really going to lose my territories this easily? Prince Beelzebub refused to believe that he had just lost more than 20% of his sacred territory in a couple of hours. This speed was just too frightening as even the other princes struggled to take away territories from him. Those fuckers are the real deal. Prince Beelzebub finally woke up from his dream world and realized that there was absolutely no way he was going to protect his territory alone. Don't even mention retaliating with an invasion of his own. So, without any more secrecy and greed, he swiftly brought out 6 small demonic flesh figures and made them hover in front of him. Then, he connected his consciousness with them all and called out loud, "Brothers, we're in big fucking trouble. Our demon realms are being invaded, and we need to present a united front." The 5 small demonic figures, still and silent for a very long time, started to stir. The atmosphere surrounding them began to tremble while the sulfur and rotting flesh stench filled the air. In less than a split second, 5 demonic incarnations emerged from the statues and towered over the surrounding scenery. The first demon had eyes that shone with an infernal light and were coated in thick, matted fur. A mess of tentacles and tendrils, each ending in a razor-sharp stinger, made up the second demon. The bones of the third demon were twisted and deformed into hideous shapes, making it a skeleton monstrosity. It appeared to emit an atmosphere of decay and death as it held a large scythe in one of its bony hands. The fourth demon was a gigantic behemoth with massive muscles vibrating beneath its scaly skin. It appeared impervious to any attack and screamed a challenge to anyone who dared stand in its way. Last but not least, the fifth demon was a living shadow, its form flickering and shifting as if it were made of smoke. Its eyes glowed like hot coals as it darted around. Only one demonic statue remained silent, and it belonged to none other than Lucifer. "For you to seek our help, they must be tough," Prince Belphegor uttered with an indifferent tone. He was the gigantic behemoth. "I am not seeking anyone's help," Prince Beelzebub scoffed. "I have made a connection with those bastards, and they made their opinion clear that there will be no peace with our demon realms. So, if I went down, you will be next. Show us." Prince Abaddon spoke lazily as his shadowy form kept flickering once in a while. Fine. Prince Beelzebub knew that his brothers had absolutely zero trust in each other's words, and they only believed their eyes. He placed a small demonic statue that resembled him in front of them, and then he forwarded the desired memories to the statue. Next, he gave access to his brothers to see those memories by connecting their consciousness with the demonic statue. In a couple of minutes, the 5 princes opened their eyes again and looked at each other with serious expressions. I never thought that technological weapons could reach this height, Prince Satan uttered with a hardened look. His infernal red eyes reflected the massacre of Prince Beelzebub's people. They can level cities from outer space and turn our spaceships against us somehow. This is really bad, the tentacled demon Prince Asmodeus uttered. We won't be able to contest against them in outer space and stop them from erasing our main cities and massacring most of the demons. All of them were smart enough to realize the true danger their demon race was suddenly put in, and if they didn't act faster to protect themselves, they would be left with nothing. That's what I have been telling you. I have already lost 20% of my territories in a few hours, and they are still going deeper. I need you to send reinforcements as soon as possible before they get to my capital's planet. It's useless to send spaceships, as we will be merely giving them free assistance, Prince Mammon suggested while pointing his bony finger up. We have to use our bioweapons to fight them and possibly even get ourselves involved. For him to share the same name as Councilman Mammon of the Void Nation, one could wonder how were their names gotten when they were born out of void and evil energy. Do we really have to get involved personally? Abaddon asked with a tiresome look. For them to have such advanced technology, they must not be too gifted in the physical department just like the Horites race. Prince Mammon stressed. So, we just need to take their leaders down up close and the victory will be ours. What about Lucifer? We are in crisis mode and he still refuses to show up. Prince Belphegor snorted. Demon King, he said. It's best that he doesn't show up, Prince Asmodeus remarked with a crafty smile. We can use this war to truly justify overthrowing him and turning his own people on him. If a king still doesn't show up even during a war, what rights does he have on the crown? The 6 princes were fighting over stealing the crown from Lucifer, but he was still considered the demon king even though he didn't show himself for hundreds of thousands of years now. But now that they were in a crisis mode, and if he still prioritized worshipping the demon god in front of the darkness well instead of offering a hand, even his contracted demons would turn against him. That was more than possible, as the demon contract had one thing on the lesser demon's side: getting taken care of in terms of food. His generals were carrying over his duties by keeping everyone fed and happy, but the moment their rationality starts getting threatened during this war, they wouldn't hesitate to use the chance to break the contract and jump to our ships. Prince Mammon grinned greedily. A demon realm without demons is nothing but a free territory for grabs. Hey! Focus, you pricks, Prince Beelzebub said with an irritated tone. My territory is getting run over at the speed of light. My people's cries are resounding in my ears each second. We need to move now. While he also liked their strategy to deal with Lucifer's situation, he wasn't in the right position to feel too excited about it. Knowing that it wasn't good for them to lose Prince Beelzebub's territory since it was currently the buffer between them and their territories, they refocused on the war's strategy. While the 6 princes were plotting to deal with the Scallions' invasion, their demon king Lucifer could be seen in a sitting position in the midst of the vast expanse of outer space. He wore black leather attire, his crimson hair cascading down his shoulders. The stars shimmered around him, casting a soft glow on his grayish skin. Queen Danika's picture did Lucifer justice, as he truly was cut from the same mold as Felix. It was like they were twins separated from birth. Before him there was a massive pitch-black rift, a tear in the fabric of space itself. The rift seemed to pulsate and vibrate with otherworldly energy as if it were a living thing. The edges of the rift were jagged and uneven as if it had been ripped open by an incredible force. Lucifer gazed into the abyss, his piercing yellow eyes glinting with a mixture of reverence and devotion. Son, the destined day is fast approaching. Your other half has taken his first step to connect with you. An enchanting angelic voice echoed inside Lucifer's mind akin to celestial bells. The voice seemed to have come from deep within the void rift, but nothing could be seen inside it. I have been preparing for this moment my entire life. I will not let you down, Lucifer promised with an assured tone. Good. Don't get hasty as he has come over here with just a clone. I understand. I will remain hidden and patient until he comes here with his real form. I have already been waiting far too long, Lucifer said with glitter in his eyes. I understand. I will remain hidden and patient until he comes here with his real form. I have already been waiting far too long, Lucifer said with glitter in his eyes. Good. I will rest now. I will be waiting for the good news. Just like that, the angelic voice faded away from Lucifer's mind. No one knew if he had gone insane and was just talking to himself, or if he was truly speaking with his mother. Even the 6 princes had no idea about any of this, as they assumed that Lucifer was merely wasting his time staring at an empty rift. Regardless of what others thought about him, Lucifer seemed to have a burning fire in his eyes at the notion of the destined day being just around the corner. I will finally be complete and rule over this universe. My time has come at last and nothing is going to stop me. Lucifer spoke under his breath with a sinister smile. Unbeknownst to him, his mother was watching him from within the void rift with 2 sets of enchanting pink eyes. The stage is getting prepared slow and steady. My part of the plan is nearing its end. Couple of days later, the Scallions' forces began to slow down their invasion as they were spreading their fleets way too thin. However, the end results were worth a celebration as more than 60% of the 7th demon realm Tartarus had been conquered. This translated to tens of enslaved races being saved and an unfathomable number of lesser demons receiving their ending. Those results made Prince Beelzebub absolutely infuriated, but he could do nothing but watch from his capital. He knew that the Scallions' forces would reach his capital sooner and later. His brother's plan was to gather their forces near it and attempt to secure their first victory and turn the battle around. The SG Alliance knew that the capital wouldn't be easy to take down due to Prince Beelzebub's existence, so they were smart enough to slow down their invasion and gather most of their troops to launch a singular unstoppable attack. Commander Netherreal, we will leave it to you, Queen Alfreda said with a stern tone. She was in a meeting with the other leaders and Commander Netherreal, discussing the plan to conquer Tartarus' capital and proclaim the entire 7th demon realm as the Scallions' territory. Victory is ours, Commander Netherreal assured with a confident tone before taking off. I still think we should just use the planet destroyer weapon on the capital. High Chieftain Lokaka said, the planet must be packed with demons and evil energy. Even if we won, no one will dare to step in it. It's best to keep our planet destroyer weapons as hidden as possible. Queen Allura shook her head. We still have 6 more demon realms and one is tougher than the other. She is right. If the weapon was exposed, the princes might use whatever it takes to destroy it. While the demons didn't seem to be on par with the Scallions' forces, it was still better to be cautious since the 7 princes had yet to even show themselves. A few more days later, the Scallions' spread-out forces began to gather up near planet Garana. With the space worms being available, there was no need to fly straight to the capital planet when they could open multiple wormholes and surrender the planet from multiple directions. This wouldn't have been possible without the new compass device and the intel they gathered along the way. The moment the Scallions' fleets got into their proper formations, Commander Netherreal ordered, "Move out!" 6 massive wormholes were opened up in a straight line with plenty of distance from each other. The space fleets sped through them rapidly in perfect formations, disappearing into the cosmos. When the space fleets emerged on the other side, the capital planet was seen as a tiny red. It would be foolish to open wormholes right next to it after all. While Scallions' forces were marching in the direction of the capital, they had no clue that Prince Beelzebub and his brothers were waiting for them with their monstrous demonic armies stacked around the planet. The capital planet Kalos lay under the sinister shadow of a demonic space monster army. Swirling clouds of darkness hung ominously in the planet's atmosphere, shrouding the once bustling city's demonic cities in an eerie gloom. The vile creatures, under the command of the 6 demon princes, had established a stronghold, their presence heralding an era of despair and chaos. The space monster army comprised an array of abominations, each more terrifying than the last. Massive leviathans, their elongated bodies adorned with serrated spines and writhing tentacles, loomed over the smaller vessels. These behemoths possessed the ability to manipulate gravitational forces, wreaking havoc upon anything unfortunate enough to be caught in their cosmic grasp. Accompanying the leviathans were swarms of smaller demons, grotesque and nimble. They resembled twisted hybrids of alien insectoid creatures and humanoid forms, their jet-black carapaces glistening with a sickly iridescence, razor-sharp claws, dripping with acidic venom, extended from their sinewy limbs, ready to rend apart any resistance. All of those demonic monsters were once space creatures minding their own business until they were captured by the demons and forcefully demonized. "Do you guys think this is enough?" Prince Beelzebub asked with a somewhat nervous tone. His entire territory was on the line, and from all the news he was hearing in the past days, his confidence was really at a new low. "We brought out leviathans and even ourselves. Trust me, it's more than enough," Prince Satan stressed coldly. Although there were barely 10 such enormously big demonic creatures, the majority of the demons had a cocky, confident hint in their eyes as they waited patiently for the Alliance's forces to arrive. One could only wonder why. Sometime later, the Scallions' forces were seen surrounding Kalos and the demonic army around it. There was a decent distance between both parties as they remained still in their formations, resembling the calm before the storm. Usually, in such epic battles, the commanders of both sides would give it one last attempt to coerce the other side to surrender through intimidation. But in this case, even if both parties were somewhat intimidated by each other's forces, surrender wasn't an option on the table. "I guess these are the Leviathans," Felix said as he watched the entire scene from the comfort of his cockpit away from the conflict. Based on the information extracted from Malgrath and other captured demons, Felix and the rest of the leaders pretty much knew almost everything about the demons' armies and their secret weapons. So, they created their own preparations to deal with their unique powers. Just as Felix was about to contact Commander Nethril, the demons' armies were the first to commence their attack. The space monsters surged forward, their unearthly shrieks going silent through the vacuum of space. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming, but the SG Alliance fleet stood resolute. When the demonic space monsters got too close to comfort, Commander Nethril ordered loudly, "Fire!" The warships opened up fire simultaneously, sending volleys of photon torpedoes, plasma beams of various colors, and antimatter missiles, unleashing a brilliant symphony of destruction. The demon princes, cunning strategists, had empowered their monstrous fleet with evil energies, granting them the ability to revive themselves when destroyed. So, even when those laser beams and volleys landed on those space-demonized monsters, their bodies had gotten reconstructed to their peak forms and continued their assault. "Keep firing." The Scallions' forces had anticipated this much and didn't falter even a second in their barrage, knowing that those demonic monsters could not revive forever with limited evil energy around them. So, this caused many of them to end up dying for real and being left behind after taking too many direct shots. Still, the majority of those monsters had gotten too close to the Scallions' forces' formations, allowing them to kickstart their own barrage. "Kill them!" Prince Beelzebub screamed furiously as he watched his armies of demons opening their mouths widely and releasing crimson beams of potent evil energy in the direction of the fleets. The evil energy beams weren't simple in the slightest, as even the hardest known alloy could only succumb to the corruption and get weakened. "Captain, we have been hit. Mayday! Mayday! Starship 48D5 is going down. Arg! Help me! I cannot think." The worst part of being hit by those beams was the sinister energy getting inside and ending up corrupting all the crewmates. With its great potency and those crewmates being not so strong physically/mentally, the corruption had seeped into their minds easily and made them have nothing but evil thoughts. This resulted in some of them turning against their own fleets and firing deadly plasma beams at their friends before their spaceships turned into a piece of junk due to the corruption. This created a chaotic scene on the battlefield as those demonized monsters kept running amok, hitting and corrupting whatever was in front of them. "Send out the agile fighters and tell them to isolate those monsters from the larger warships." Commander Nethril devised an ingenious tactic to counter the monstrous fleet. He deployed squadrons of agile fighters, engaging the space monsters in breathtaking dogfights, distracting them, and creating openings for their larger vessels. The battleships, armed with colossal railguns and ion cannons, pounded the demonic armada, rupturing their hideous forms and casting them into oblivion. Still, there were just too many of them, as the demonic monster army were a combination of 6 realms' armies united as one. The worst part? With them exploding left and right, they release great quantities of evil energies across the entire battlefield, adding to the already existing dangerous amount. It feels like we are fighting air with this much evil energy around. Emperor Lokil commentated with a worried tone, this ascent looking too promising. The problem with the Space Demon's armies was their natural adaptability in the vacuum of space, as this was their environment. 1. This allowed them to use their claws and sharp teeth to break apart the hard alloys, which caused a sudden release of air and pressure imbalance within the spaceship. This was catastrophic, as everyone near the breach ended up getting sucked outside of the spaceship and into the vacuum of space, making them get frozen almost immediately. Crack! Crack! Just like they were having a feast, the demonized monsters kept feeding on those thrown-out crewmen and soldiers. Obviously, they prioritized eating their purities, which made them even more agitated for more. Close down the breaches! A warship general shouted inside his cockpit. We can't let the monsters have gotten inside the locked-down area. His subordinate yelled back as he showed him multiple live feeds of hideous demonic creatures roaming inside their spaceship. The moment a breach occurs, the entire zone near it gets locked shut to avoid affecting more zones inside the warship. However, this made it possible for the monsters to enter the spaceship after the pressure disappeared. Send the Guardians to take them down. The general was left with no choice but to send actual strong fighters to engage with those monsters. Wake up! We have been called to clean some trash, Nero said coldly as he headbutted his brother's head to the side. 5 more minutes. Wowef mumbled without bothering to open his eyes. He is lazing around again? More fun for me, I guess. The executioner remarked calmly as he walked past them and disappeared with a sudden passing wind breeze. In your dreams, Nero snickered. Nero wasn't too pleased with being surpassed by the executioner, as he didn't come all the way here just to have his achievement stolen. All large warships had many guardians within them capable of fighting monsters with their bare hands. Most of them were ex-SG players, but there were many other fighters who were nurtured by the Alliance from birth to join the army. All of those guardians were tasked to protect the warships, the crewmen, and the staff from any source of interior danger. In return, they would be getting rewarded with achievements that could be cashed out to reclaim territories when the SG Alliance finalized their conquest. So, this wasn't just a simple protection mission, but an actual hardcore competition to gain as many achievements as possible. Wowef/Nero didn't really care that much about the territories, but more about making their race respected. All Dragolus born from a mixture of a dragon and a heavenly turtle were considered a bit retarded, as their extreme racial personalities clashed. Only these two seemed to have it work for the better, and they would be damned if they didn't let everyone know that their race was far from a bunch of retards born out of a failed experiment. Nasty creatures. I will free you from your misery. The executioner beamed his katana, but there was no wind around him to wield, as the locked area was now part of the vacuum of space. If it wasn't for his anti-gravitational spacesuit keeping him fixed on the ground, he would be having trouble staying on the ground. The moment the hideous demonized creatures saw him, they charged in his direction with blood-red eyes and mouths wide open, hurling saliva everywhere. With a swift and graceful motion, the seasoned executioner drew his gleaming katana from its scabbard, the blade humming with anticipation. His eyes narrowed, focusing on his targets with unwavering determination. As he took a step forward, the self-created wind responded to his presence, swirling and whirling, as if bowing to the master of the blade. The power of the wind coursed through his veins, becoming an extension of his weapon, his every movement harmonizing with the flow of the cosmos. In a single fluid motion, he raised his katana high above his head, channeling his energy into the blade. The wind howled in response, as if echoing the impending strike. Then, he murmured under his breath, "Itoriu," the whisper of Grim Reaper. All of that built-up explosive momentum went silent the instant he swung his katana down. Time seemed to have come to a halt as a smooth, thin, invisible wind blade weaved through the air and sliced through everything in its path that was related to the demonized monsters. In the blink of an eye, the invisible wind blade landed on the spaceship's wall and disappeared like it carried absolutely no strength. But the scene before it would make anyone reconsider as the demons were seen cut into multiple body parts, each flying in a different direction. Dragon's breath. The silence didn't remain for long as a magnificent shower of flames fell on those sliced-apart demons, turning them into ashes almost instantaneously. I didn't need your help. The executioner turned around with an indifferent look that targeted WoWF/Nero. We did not ask to be partnered with you either, but here we are. Nero sneered. You guys really hate each other's guts. Carefree as always, WoWF chuckled in amusement as he used his earth manipulation to push the ashes outside of the breach and close it shut. This way at least the demons would get resurrected on the outside and get taken care of by any passing fighter spaceship. Just don't get in my path. The executioner sheathed his katana and disappeared yet again, heading to handle another demon invasion on his warship. Meanwhile, those two remained here and protected the breach until the revived demons get eliminated. Similar scenes were happening across thousands of warships around the battlefield as everyone was fighting tooth and nail to prove themselves. With them acting as the perfect blockade to those demons' warships' invasions, the warships' cockpits were left with an ease of mind to focus completely on erasing as many demons as possible in outer space. This made it seem like the SG Alliance were slowly getting control back over the battlefield since those demonized creatures were running on one track in their minds compared to them. The demon princes seemed to have realized it as well. I think it's time to use the Leviathans, Prince Abaddon suggested with a hardened expression. I think so too. The battlefield is already chaotic enough, Prince Belphegor supported. When all the demon princes seemed to be on the same page, each sent an order to the humongous Leviathans, which had sizes as big as the Scallions' motherships. The order was really simple. Kill everything on the battlefield. With their gargantuan sizes, the moment they began moving in the direction of the battlefield, it was hard to miss them. The Leviathans have been used. Scatter. Commander Nethril ordered all the fleets. Knowing that those cosmic behemoths possessed the ability to manipulate gravity made him understand that it would render their spaceships powerless in their insane gravitational grip. So, the devised plan to counter their gravitational grip was to scatter away from the battlefield while they prepare to launch a synchronized attack. This was exactly what the Alliance's fleet did as they stopped bothering themselves with the demonized creatures and took off in seemingly random directions but in somewhat perfect formations. The demons tried to chase them off, but the spaceships were just too fast for them. Obviously, not all spaceships managed to get away from the battlefield. At least 1,000 ended up unable to move far before getting intercepted in the way by a flood of demons. There were others who had their spaceship engines destroyed and some were corrupted. Whatever the reason to make them stay, the scene before the crewmates was enough to cause them to freeze in fear. Who could blame them? The Leviathans were seen opening their colossal, disgusting mouths as wide as possible while using their crazy gravitational pull toward them. Whether demons or spaceships, all of them were seen fighting for their lives to not get sucked inside those pitch-black holes. Alas, resistance was futile. No! Dear God, please protect my family. I didn't think it would end like this. Huh. Each crewman had a different reaction to their upcoming death as some begged, some prayed, and some accepted their fate with their eyes closed. They knew that no one was going to rescue them as this was a battlefield and heroes didn't exist in them. Their assumption was right as the Alliance leaders, Commander Nethril, generals, and even other crewmen merely had stoic expressions as they watched those spaceships disappear into the void of those Leviathans' mouths. No one cried, not felt angry, and no one lost control over their emotions. During an active battlefield, emotions had no place. Bastards. They must have already known about Leviathan's prowess for them to react this quickly. Meanwhile, Prince Beelzebub and his brothers weren't too pleased with the end result. 1,000 spaceships might seem like a lot, but the Alliance's forces were in the hundreds of thousands, The worst part, they ended up sacrificing plenty of their demon armies for merely 1,000. It's all right, our demons will be resurrected, and they still cannot do anything to our leviathans besides scattering like mice. Prince Satan sneered. If only it was possible to take those words back. He would have done it in a heartbeat if he knew what was about to happen next. Prepare the synchronized plasma beam, Commander Nethril ordered calmly. The mothership, along with the rest of the fleets, hummed with electric anticipation. The synchronized plasma beam attack was a tactic of last resort, one that required the entire fleets to channel their energy weapons into a unified, devastating beam of pure energy. It was a move that required precision, timing, and an unwavering resolve. The plasma cannons of each ship began to glow, filling with superheated particles, their humming becoming a chorus of power. Technicians scrambled over control panels, their fingers dancing over buttons and levers as they adjusted trajectory and power output. The energy of the fleet began to sync, their individual pulses of power harmonizing into one. In the void of space, the Leviathan roared, a wave of energy cascading out from the form that rattled the shields of the fleets even with such a massive distance between them. The gigantic entity, pulsing with cosmic power, seemed to sense the imminent threat. It thrashed, its massive form twisting in the void as it propelled itself toward the closest fleet to it. Commander Nethril held his breath, his heart pounding against his ribs as he watched the energy levels rise. Steady, steady, he murmured, his eyes never leaving the main view screen. Then, at the exact moment, he gave the command. Fire! The hum of the plasma cannons reached a crescendo, the harmonized energy shooting forth in a brilliant beam of sizzling white-blue light. It pierced the blackness of space and collided with the closest Leviathan in a spectacular display of light and energy. The cosmic entity writhed, its form contorting as it tried to resist the onslaught of the plasma beam. The space around them seemed to distort, the pressure from the attack and the Leviathan's resistance causing ripples in the fabric of reality itself. Alas, regardless of the Leviathan's toughness, the condensed white beam was just too powerful for it. The enormous force of the attack caused the Leviathan to thrash uncontrollably, altering its shape. Normally pulsing with a red, ethereal glow, its celestial body started to flicker and dim. Energy flared across its surface in erratic patterns, reflecting the chaos of the beast's existence. Then it took place. The Leviathan's outer layers were cut through by the plasma beam's focal point, the concentrated center of the fleet's total energy. From the impact site, a spectacular flare with a brightness comparable to a supernova's luminosity emerged. The cosmic monster's heart had been broken. The Leviathan let out a roar that reverberated throughout space-time, a primordial scream of rage and agony that reverberated throughout the vacuum of space. The energy within the monster started to become unstable as it writhed, its form twisting violently. Its glow became stronger, changing from its customary dark purple to an obscenely bright white. As the energy locked inside the Leviathan tried to escape, it grew larger and larger. It finally exploded with a tremendous boom after that. It was a tremendous explosion. The Leviathan unleashed a shockwave of unbridled, primal energy that swept the cosmos like a tsunami of cosmic force, hitting the remaining Leviathans and reaching even the 6 demon princes and the Scallion's fleet. We did it. That's what I am talking about. Let's go. The Scallion's troops cheered at the top of their lungs with reddened cheeks in excitement after avenging their fallen troops. Impossible. Meanwhile, the 6 demon princes and their subordinates were left with mouths wide open in disbelief. One of their superweapons that helped him conquer the universe was taken out just like that. The scene was just too shocking, but they could do nothing but believe it as they had seen it with their own eyes. Retreat! Prince Satan was the first to order his Leviathans to get away from the battleground as he didn't want a similar fate to befall them. The dead one belonged to Prince Beelzebub, which made his face turn even darker when he saw Prince Satan's Leviathans retreat. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "The smart thing." Prince Satan ignored his furious tone and continued watching his Leviathans returning to the planet's atmosphere. The rest of the princes did the same as well, causing Prince Beelzebub to get even more infuriated. Our territory's survival depends on those Leviathans, and there is no way we will sacrifice them when we have no clue if those bastards could fire a similar attack continuously. Prince Belphegor remarked. What about me? What about my territory? Prince Beelzebub shouted back. Don't worry, we aren't planning to give up just yet, Prince Abaddon said coldly. It's clear that we can't win in spatial warfare. So, let's stop wasting our time and get our hands dirty. The demons had tried spaceships, demonized space monsters, and even their secret weapon, the Leviathans. When all failed to stop the Scallions' invasion, it was time for the demon princes to make them understand why their race would never fall as long as they were alive. Now we are talking. I will take the big one. Prince Beelzebub's expression turned icy as he focused on the mothership. In a split second, Prince Beelzebub turned into a crimson misty cloud and disappeared. The other princes looked at each other for a moment before breaking into the same red mist. Thank God our attack has frightened them. A crewmate sighed in relief while looking at Commander Nethril with a tint of worship. Unbeknownst to the demon princes, the synchronized plasma attack was considered a last resort of a reason. It overheated all the plasma weapons to the point none of them could fire a single thing for at least 10 minutes of cooling down. This meant the entire Scallions' fleets would be left vulnerable to a nasty counterattack unless they decided to retreat from the battlefield completely. Commander Nethril still went for this decision, betting on the princes getting frightened by their attack, making them pull back their Leviathans to safety. Don't lose focus yet. This isn't over yet, Commander Nethril warned his subordinates. His warning was proven correct sooner than anyone could anticipate as Prince Beelzebub busted open a gate and stepped inside the mothership without a single care about the screaming staff members flying through the breach. We have been breached. When everyone saw Prince Beelzebub walking deeper inside the mothership while releasing an uncanny amount of potent evil energy, their expressions couldn't help but turn for the worst. How did he get in without raising a single alarm? Queen Allura covered her mouth at the sight of the mothership staff getting demonized in the blink of an eye. The evil energy was pulsing through their bodies, transforming them into something that was unhuman. As the evil energy rushed into them, devouring them from the inside out, their body violently trembled. Their once kind eyes were suddenly growing darker, the warmth in them having been replaced by a terrifying, deep pit. Their pupils shrunk and grew alarmingly quickly, the sclera turning unnatural, horrifying black. It was a terrifying sight, one that would make even the most courageous warrior shudder. Their skins were now either rough and red or deathly pale, almost translucent. The veins underneath, visible like a network of sinister serpents, pulsed with an eerie black hue, the evil energy seeping into every cell, every fiber of their being. This entire transformation was done in less than a few seconds as Prince Beelzebub continued on his steady journey, leaving behind him a newborn army of demons, hungry for nothing but purities. Thud, thud, thud. All of them rushed past him and began assaulting their escaping friends and colleagues, not caring in the slightest about the memories between them. As expected, evil power source demonization is nowhere close to a prince handling it. Felix frowned at the horrible sight. He understood that if Prince Beelzebub wasn't stopped, it would take him no less than an hour to turn the entire mothership into an infested demon place. Guys, I will leave him to you, Felix stated as he eyed the Vulcan's Lord Azan, Shadowborn's ruler Hogan, and the Fog Crawler's Emperor Runneth in 3 holographic screens. We will give him a taste of the Alliance's real strength. Shadowborn's ruler Hogan smirked coldly as he disappeared inside the nearest shadow to him. The others nodded with solemn expressions and took off towards Prince Beelzebub. It was obvious that the Alliance leaders had anticipated Prince Beelzebub making a personal move against their fleets when he get desperate. So, those 3 were chosen as the Mothership Guardians through a draw with all the top 50 strongest fighters in the Alliance in one pot. Only Felix, King Mahit, and some exceptions were removed from the pot. Commander, warships 487D, 78 is 4, 32 billion, 119C, and 668k are being assaulted by other princes. Shit, I didn't think they will actually attack at once. Tell all the guardians to swiftly engage on those princes and hold them down until the 3 leaders take down Prince Beelzebub. Commander Nethril ordered as he leaned next to the radio. Since most of the demon's army was taken care of after blowing the Leviathan, there was no need for the guardians to stay on their warships besides the ones attacked by the princes. So, the Executioner, Wowf/Nero, Disfigured Beauty, Nightole, Hive Night Guards, and more XSG players jumped on their nearest small spaceship and took off towards those warships. As expected, all you have is your brains. Today, I will make sure to put them on the menu. Prince Beelzebub licked his lips coldly as he watched his new demonized army massacring anyone before them without an ounce of resistance. This thought did not take root in his mind for even a second before he got ambushed by his own shadow. Slice! Slice! Out of nowhere, a shadow blade emerged from Prince Beelzebub's shadow and left a long bloody gash on his chest after he reflexively moved to the side. If it wasn't for his sharp instinct, his head would have been flying in the air. In a split second, the wound was healed after crimson mist covered it. Not bad. Shadowborn's ruler Hogan emerged from multiple shadows around Prince Beelzebub, surrounding him from all sides. Shadow manipulation. Prince Beelzebub frowned. You must be the leader of these weakling slaves. I am a leader, but no one here is a slave. Shadowborn's ruler Hogan smiled coldly. Now, let's get this over with. Drawing upon his shadow abilities, Shadowborn's ruler Hogan summoned dark tendrils that snaked and writhed around his arms. His eyes glowed with an ethereal, violet light as he prepared to engage in this deadly dance. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, and charged forward with a burst of supernatural speed. All of his clones did the same, which made Prince Beelzebub swing his massive arm around him, conjuring a tempest of malevolent red energy that streaked toward Shadowborn's ruler Hogan clones. But Shadowborn's ruler Hogan was prepared. With a swift motion of his hand, he created a swirling vortex of shadows, which deflected the incoming attack. However, since potent evil energy was used, the vortex of shadows ended up turning slightly red in shade the moment it made contact with the tempest. Instead of the vortex dissipating, it actually turned around and assaulted the nearest shadow clone. The moment contact was made with the clone, it ended up getting corrupted as well and becoming redder in shade. Shit! He is using my own shadow abilities against me. Shadowborn's ruler Hogan was forced to disengage as he lost his clones one by one until they turned against him. The first thing he did was cut off their fuel, thinking that without his elemental energy, those clones would break into particles. But he couldn't be more wrong, as those clones were now considered made out of mostly evil energy even when they still resembled shadow clones. Kill him, Prince Beelzebub ordered coldly as he manifested a magnificent demonic spiky whip. It was completely red in color and looked as solid as any other whip. No one would guess that it was made out of crystallized evil energy, and a single touch with it would leave anyone reconsidering his faith. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Shadowborn's ruler Hogan was evading those clones' attacks, he was forced to dance as elegantly as he could to avoid the incoming swings of Prince Beelzebub's whip. He danced gracefully, melding with the shadows, evading the onslaught with each nimble step. Prince Beelzebub kept adding pressure on him by firing projectiles from the least expected directions. Obviously, Shadowborn's ruler Hogan was also using multiple dangerous shadow attacks like spikes rising from the ground. Alas, even when Prince Beelzebub allowed those attacks to land on him, his wounds healed almost instantaneously. When Shadowborn ruler Hogan realized that this wasn't going anywhere, he tried to enter his shadow realm and think of a better strategy. But just as he was about to commit to it, a sudden rush of dense gray fog filled the entire area, making it impossible for one to even see their fingers. A fog elementalist? Prince Beelzebub looked around him with a startled expression. He thought that shadow elementalists ruled the invaders' forces, but he didn't expect that another elementalist race would be involved. Before he could wrap his mind around the thought, his instincts screamed at him to dodge. Alas, when he tried to jump to the side, he found out that his body was immobile, like he was being held by a pack of ghosts. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he got inside Emperor Runanth's fog, his mind was already assaulted by a wicked mental attack that changed his mind's order configuration. In other words, when he was ordering his body to move, he was in fact ordering it to remain standing still. The scariest thing about this was that Prince Beelzebub felt absolutely nothing when he was hit with this mental attack. Even if he found out about it now, it would have been too late. With a fierce determination in his eyes, the Pandian's high honor Jara lowered his outstretched hands, aiming directly at Prince Beelzebub's wicked heart. The air crackled with anticipation as the neutral energy condensed, taking on a brilliant white hue. It swirled and coalesced, forming into a concentrated beam of pure, condensed power. Then, the energy beam surged forward, its luminescent core cutting through the fog with unparalleled intensity. The air sizzled and distorted in its wake, the sheer force of its presence rippling through the battlefield. As the beam closed in on its target, time seemed to slow. The light refracted and shimmered, casting intricate patterns across the demon's grotesque form. The energy beam's radiant brilliance illuminated every sinister detail of Beelzebub's twisted essence. Without warning, the intense beam collided with its intended mark, the demon's torso. A cataclysmic explosion of power erupted upon impact, shaking the very foundation of reality. The air trembled and roared, a shockwave radiating outward, obliterating everything in its path. The fog was cleared out, the shadows were obliterated, and even the spaceship structure wasn't spared as the walls burst apart akin to cardboard paper, causing everything to get hurled outside of the spaceship. "Fucking hell, Jara. A bit of warning won't hurt," Ruler Hogan complained as he emerged from High Honor Jara's shadow. "Stop whining and go check on the demon," High Honor Jara uttered indifferently, with smoke still emitting from his furry bear's paws. The fog crawler's Emperor Runanth appeared next to them as a cloud of fog. A creepy insect-like mouth manifested alone in the fog and spoke with an emotionless tone. "No need. His corpse has been thrown outside of the spaceship. It's best that we retreat before he resurrects himself." Emperor Runanth was extremely rational and never let even an ounce of ego or pride get in the process of his thinking. The smartest decision in his eyes was to make the mothership retreat completely from the battlefield to avoid another invasion by Prince Beelzebub. He was certain that Prince Beelzebub would be much more difficult to handle next time now that he knew of their true prowess. Commander Nethril shared his thought process as the moment he noticed that Prince Beelzebub was kicked out, he took off into the distance while ordering his fleets to commit their attack on the unprotected capital planet. The mothership was the most important part of the fleet, and it must never fall. Meanwhile, Prince Beelzebub could be seen unlocking his demonic, infuriated eyes amidst the battlefield's space rubble. When he saw that the mothership had disappeared and his planet was being rushed at by an unfathomable number of spaceships, his face turned dark. Bastards! He felt cheated as he didn't think that there would be 3 powerful fighters amidst those weaklings. He was taking it easy for a second before his chest was blown off. The first thing he did was warn his brothers to not fall into the same trap. "What are you talking about? They're just a bunch of weaklings," Prince Satan remarked with a casual tone as he was standing amidst tens of ruined corpses. All of them belonged to famously known XSG players who were strong enough to strike terror into the hearts of commoners. Yet, here they were lying on the ground without a breath. Though, I am surprised that there are many unique elementalists amidst them, Prince Belphegor said with an intrigued tone as he looked at the demonized small army before him. Unlike Prince Satan, he demonized the Guardians as he wanted to know more about the SG Alliance. "Indeed, I am starting to think that those invaders have really come from beyond the eternal darkness. There is no way so many unique races will be in a single galaxy," Prince Abaddon uttered with a glimmer in his eyes. "Whatever. My planet is under attack. We need to return and protect it." Prince Beelzebub changed the subject swiftly to avoid his brothers asking him about his catastrophic failure when they had succeeded in conquering their targets. "There is no need to return. Just order the Leviathans to stand guard with their gravitational pull active, and those spaceships wouldn't dare get nearer to the planet," Prince Mammon suggested. This was exactly what Prince Beelzebub did to keep the Scallion's fleet from getting dangerously close to his planet's atmosphere. With the Leviathan's crazy pulling force, Commander Netherreal didn't dare risk losing his other fleets. Announce a full retreat and swiftly tell the rest of the Guardians to return to their warships. Also, inform the troops on the invaded warships to do whatever it takes to escape. He ordered. But sir, his subordinate found it a bit difficult to accept his order as it meant giving up on those invaded 5 warships and everyone on it. Do it, Commander Netherreal stressed coldly. As much as it pained Commander Netherreal, he knew that sending more Guardians to those warships was the same as sending them to their death. As for sending the 3 leaders to save them, he knew that those princes wouldn't hesitate to gang up on them and kill them. Even worse, demonize them and turn them to their side. His final plan was to pressure the 6 princes to defend their unprotected planet, but their swift countermeasure of using the Leviathans blocked it. To win this war, we can't have those princes stay together. Commander Netherreal narrowed his eyes as he watched all of his fleets retreating away from the capital. We must divide and conquer. Felix understood that he wanted to attack the 6 demon realms simultaneously to force each prince to remain in his own capital. This would have ended in the first 10 minutes if you were here, Asna said lazily. Felix remained silent as he knew that she was right. While the 6 demon princes' strength was quite noteworthy if they didn't underestimate their targets, it was still nothing before him. Alas, Felix's true enemies weren't those demons but the Darkins who could put him through the same fate. The day I truly step inside the 7 demon realms, I'll have no more enemies here, Felix uttered with an icy tone. Even when Scallions' fleets retreated, Prince Beelzebub still had no happiness on his face. He was relieved that his capital hadn't fallen but understood that the danger wasn't gone yet. It took us too much investment and we still barely reduced 1% of those bastards' forces. Prince Beelzebub frowned. The next time they come, they will be ready to take my home from me for real. Prince Beelzebub had lost almost all of his spaceships, a significant quantity of space demons, and even a Leviathan. To make matters worse, he ended up defeated when he invaded the mothership. For now, he regrouped with his brothers to discuss their next move. Are they refusing to sign the soul contract? Prince Beelzebub inquired when he noticed his brothers pulling with them chained raging demons. Those demons had the same features as Shadowborns, elves, Pandians, centaurs, and more races belonging to the Alliance. With a bit of starvation, they will come around and beg us to sign the contract. Prince Belphegor sneered. He didn't bother to question any of them now about the SG Alliance since newly demonized strong fighters had a bit of will to them. This will would falter only when they realized that without purities, their lives were over. Now what? Prince Beelzebub suggested without an ounce of shame. I think it's best if you brought all of your troops here. With our armies united, No, thank you, Prince Satan sneered. I am not planning to leave my territory defenseless just to protect your precious capital. This is the last time I am coming here. As much as I hate to admit it, this war has really just one result. Prince Mammon sighed. Our territory's falling in their hands slowly until we will be left with just our capital or even less. I would rather remain in my territory and try my best to prolong this from happening. Although it seemed like the SG Alliance had lost this battle, in reality, they merely took a calculated retreat to rethink their strategy with all the new information in their possession. The advantage was still on their side heavily, and the demon princes were smart to see that. The only thing we can do is try to target their leaders and demonize them. Prince Abaddon nodded. I am suggesting we bring Lucifer into this. It's not the time for either worship or fight for the throne, Prince Asmodeus said with a solemn tone. Before this battle, the 6 princes had great confidence that they would win the war with a landslide and accuse Lucifer of being an irresponsible demon king. But now, they understood that they needed every piece of strength at their disposal, and Lucifer was known to be the strongest of them all, either individually or through his demon army. In fact, his demon army could be said to double their demon army while united, even including the Leviathans. If it wasn't for this, his territory wouldn't be the biggest and he wouldn't be considered the demon king even when he was gone for hundreds of thousands of years. We have helped you protect your capital. It's time for you to pay and handle Lucifer for us. Wait, what? We are counting on you. Hold on. I didn't sign for this. Alas, no matter how much Prince Beelzebub screamed, his brothers had already taken off with their new demons. Couple of days later, the SG Alliance had retracted their troops from the capital's territory but made sure to station many scouting fleets near it. As for its solar system, all of the nearby planets had been conquered already, and now the SG Alliance were ironing their foundation by eliminating the runaway demons and establishing military bases. They were doing this across his entire demon realm as they kept getting reports of demons running amok due to their lack of military bases in those conquered planets. Prince Beelzebub was receiving intel about the Scallions' movement, but he could do nothing but grit his teeth and watch. To make matters worse, his attempts to reach out to Lucifer failed continuously, making him understand that if he wanted Lucifer to join them, he had to visit him personally. He found it hard to do this when he had no clue if the SG Alliance would launch another attack at his capital when he was gone. Meanwhile, the SG Alliance had absolutely no intentions of getting close to him for the meantime, as they were focusing on making all conquered planets truly theirs. They kept getting reports of demons running amok due to their lack of military bases, and the SG Alliance felt that it was better to secure their foundation before expanding even more, especially after their latest setback. So, for the next 2 months or so, the war on the 7 demon realms was halted, but not a single demon felt relieved by this, as they could feel that the SG Alliance was taking its preparation as seriously as possible. On the other hand, Felix had already entered the Elemental's galaxy and had just reached Elder Stravis' planet atmosphere. The moment he got close, the clouds on the planet turned into a massive featureless face. "Welcome back, child," Elder Stravis greeted kindly. "Thank you, Elder, for having me again." Felix replied politely, "I have brought with me some delicacies. I hope the Elder enjoys them." "You didn't have to, but I'll gladly accept them." Elder Stravis smiled in appreciation. "You are most welcome." To show his gratitude, Elder Stravis offered, "Would you like me to teleport you straight to your friends? That will be helpful." As he said this, Felix exited swiftly from his spaceship and beamed it in his spatial card. Then he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing near a breathtaking lake. The sun's gentle rays caressed the tranquil surface of the lake, casting a shimmering tapestry of golden hues upon its pristine waters. Nestled amidst a lush emerald forest, the lake emanated an aura of enchantment, beckoning all who approached to succumb to its captivating allure. Bathed in the ethereal glow, 2 enchanting figures emerged from the water's embrace. Olivia and Selphie, their forms reminiscent of celestial goddesses, possessed an otherworldly beauty that defied mortal comprehension. Their luminous skin, kissed by a million sunbeams, glowed with a radiant vitality, while their cascading tresses, woven with wildflowers, seemed to breathe with the rhythm of nature itself. As droplets of water glistened upon their silken skin, their features reflected a delicate harmony of grace and allure. Selphie, with her soul-capturing eyes sparkling like twin pools of eternity, possessed an aura of regal elegance. Long, flowing locks of golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of sunlight, weaving a symphony of golden threads that framed her enchanting countenance. Beside her stood Olivia, a vision of ethereal charm. Her sapphire eyes held a mischievous twinkle, reflecting the playful spirit that resided within her. Felix wasn't mesmerized by their beauty, but by Olivia's complete transformation. As she moved, her floral tresses swayed in harmony with her every step, releasing a symphony of fragrances that perfumed the air like a sweet melody. Petals softly brushed against her cheeks, leaving a trail of ephemeral kisses in their wake, as if nature itself caressed her with tender admiration. She seemed one with nature, and her floral hair was a living testament to the harmonious dance between humanity and nature. "Don't tell me. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your little friend has succeeded in breaking through the origin realm," Lady Sphinx informed with a casual tone, without bothering to lift her head from her book. Felix had already reached this realization on his own, as Olivia's entire demeanor became that of a goddess of nature, resembling Lady Yggdrasil even more than her own daughter Selphie. "Who's there?" It seemed her senses have risen to a new peak as she had located Felix's intrusion in less than a second. When she turned around and saw Felix's eyes ogling her in selfie with his new demonic form, her eyes widened in disbelief for a brief moment before she exclaimed, "Felix!" Poof! Olivia shattered into a cloud of mesmerizing, colorful flower petals before reappearing right in front of Felix. "I missed you." She hugged him tightly, seemingly uncaring about her smooth, fair skin coming in direct contact with him. "Felix!" Selfie broke out of her daze the moment she saw this. Her eyes turned slightly red like she was on the verge of breaking into tears. Without uttering a single word or putting even a towel, Selfie joined the hug as well. Felix was left a bit speechless and somewhat uncomfortable as he could feel everything touching him and had absolutely no clue what to do. He didn't dare to even place his hands on their backs as he could feel a burning stare directed straight into his soul, seemingly daring him to touch their perfect skins. He could lift his head and stare at the sky with an aggravated expression. "You are welcome," Elder Stravis chuckled. "Girls, I miss you too, but how about you put some clothes on first?" Felix said with a wry smile. When the girls heard and glanced below, their cheeks reddened in embarrassment. In a swift manner, they broke out of their hug and covered themselves with beautiful, elegant nano dresses. Only now did Felix smile comfortably and brought them back into his hug, catching them off guard. "I hope those past 3 centuries haven't been too rough on you," he wished. When he merely spent 3 years more or less on the outside, Selfie and Olivia went through 3 whole centuries. It was understandable that their reaction would be this overwhelming when they saw Felix. "Everyone was good to us and we have learned a lot," Olivia replied with a delighted tone. "I can see that," Felix chuckled while flickering her on the forehead. "I didn't think you had it in you to enter the origin realm without me. You told me when you feel ready to do it, you should go for it." Olivia smiled happily. "A century ago, I had a sudden urge to break through and I felt that if I missed it, I will never have the guts to do it again." "You did it on your own?" Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Felix knew that would be an insane achievement that even Noah wasn't able to pull off after putting in his sweat and blood to prepare for the breakthrough. "No, I got help from Elder Yggdrasil," Olivia explained as she pointed at Selfie. It turned out, the Elder was keeping a wisp of consciousness in Selfie's consciousness space all along. "I see." As the bloodline owner, Lady Yggdrasil would have easily made the process much smoother for Olivia, just like how Fenrir helped Noah. Still, Felix knew that would have been extremely difficult on Olivia, as Noah's breakthrough process took days of hellish agony. For Olivia to push through it as well, she really wanted it more than anything else. "Congratulations. Who would have known that our little Ollie will become the second semi-primogenitor?" Felix patted her on the head with a proud smile. "I guess you have gotten a plant element limited manipulation and a considerable enhancement?" "Yep." MN Olivia nodded with an eager look, seemingly wanting to show off her progress before him. But she held herself from doing so, knowing that Felix had just returned and needed some time to feel at home. "That's good to hear." Felix turned to Selfie and asked with a faint smile, "What about you? Any breakthroughs during your time spell studies?" "Not so much. I have barely managed to decipher the runic codex and create 2 lesser time spells from it during your absence." Selfie bit her upper lip while looking at the other side, seemingly embarrassed by her achievements when in front of Felix. As the love of her life, she tried her very best to create many new time spells so she could astound him when he returned, but she wasn't satisfied in the slightest with her results. When Felix realized her intentions, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. 2 whole new time spells created and mastered in a couple of centuries. Yet she is still disappointed. "She really makes me mad sometimes." Felix was still struggling with greater spatial spells even with his cheat clone's help in the UVR due to the runic spells. Complexity raising and his comprehension was not on par. His wisdom I would have helped him a great deal with this, but Lord Shiva was still ignoring his existence, not bothering to help him with anything unless he felt like it. If it wasn't for this, Felix would have already requested him to meet King Mahit and his descendants. But with their tense, unfriendly relationship, he knew that he would be shot down, and he didn't want to waste the sole opportunity for King Mahit. It wouldn't be fair for him. 2 new time spells is something worth celebrating. Felix praised. I hope I will have the honor to be the first one to learn them after you. You are flattering me too much. I still have a lot to learn. Selphie got somewhat shy. Don't we all? Felix chuckled for a moment before asking with a curious tone. Where are that Fatty and Noah? Didn't you hear? Brother Bodadai has long since departed from the planet. Olivia reported. Where did that troublemaker go? Felix frowned. He hit a wall a long time ago and wasn't learning much on his own. When Elder Stravus saw that he was wasting his time fooling around, he sent him packing to the spatial god in the galaxy. I hope he is bettering his spatial manipulation. We kinda didn't hear from him for a while now. Olivia answered with a somewhat hopeful tone. Is that so? It's about time he receives proper guidance. Felix was gratified with the news as he knew that if Bodadai truly put his mind into mastering his spatial manipulation, he would be able to do more than open long-distance wormholes between galaxies. As for Noah, he's spending most of his time on the North Pole with Master Fenrir. Olivia sighed. He is really too hard on himself as we have barely met him in the past century. I expected as much. Felix wasn't really that surprised. While he had already embraced his family/people's death and was focusing wholeheartedly on avenging them, Noah was still hung on saving his sister even if it meant going to the spirit realm. Knowing that everything he wanted to do had a giant strength threshold, Noah was pushing himself to make a difference. He has been making great strides, I have heard, Selphie shared. With him becoming a semi-primogenitor with a heavy blood relation to Elder Fenrir, his elemental manipulation talent could be considered as unrivaled, below only Elder Fenrir. With his insane dedication to getting stronger, he must have really gotten far in his ice manipulation. Felix assumed with a smile. Fenrir might be living in his consciousness space, but he never bothered to share Noah's development with him. I heard that his physical strength is also improving at a steady pace through something called Werewolf's muscles ironing? Olivia uttered with a confused tone. That works even after the origin realm? Felix asked his masters this time. He already knew that werewolves were capable of getting physically stronger through constant battles due to that innate condition. That's why Noah was always fighting much stronger monsters than him as his muscles kept getting tougher and tougher. But he didn't think that even after reaching the origin realm, he would still be able to continue taking advantage of it. After all, it was known that the origin realm was the end of the road for bloodliners due to the enhancements received hitting the limit. Each bloodliner might have a different limit which was translated to a different enhancement, but no one was able to get stronger beyond the origin realm unless it was a temporary boost. We found out that being a semi-primogenitor gave him a new limitation, and even though he was already an origin bloodliner, he still has too much to improve. Lady Sphinx answered. We kinda hope that the situation is the same for you too, Thor mentioned. With Felix's foundation being one of the greatest in the entire universe for a bloodliner, it only implied that his limitation would break off the ceiling. If reaching the origin realm didn't help him reach his limit, then he would still continue getting stronger and stronger. This meant that Felix would actually have the chance to overcome even primogenitor's limitations and go beyond. At this moment, I only hope to break through the origin realm as naturally as possible, Felix uttered with a serious tone. Felix did not tell anyone, but he had a small hope that if Noah and Olivia became semi-primogenitors through an unnatural breakthrough, then would it be possible to become a real and new primogenitor when he entered the origin realm? After spending some time chatting with the girls and updating them about the situation on the outside, Felix took off with them toward the Emerland Glen village. When he arrived, he met with Chief Cloverus, Chieftess Sunflower, and the rest of the villagers. Felix made their day happier as he brought out gifts for all of them. Since he was gone for a very long time, Chief Cloverus proposed holding a welcoming party for him. As much as Felix wanted to reject it, everyone seemed so excited to have a party, and he didn't want to ruin the mood. So, he made sure to at least invite Noah and all the tribe chiefs that he had a good relationship with. Even Lord Hediaz was invited. After Nemo's alter ego had stolen his pride and greed, he became the most pacifist and most chill elemental in the whole galaxy. With years going by, he became friends with all tribal chiefs and never looked back. During the party, We have heard rumors that the Alliance has found demons on the other side of the universe. Is that true? Chief Xander inquired with an intrigued tone. Yep. Felix pressed on his AP bracelet screen and manifested a hologram, showing those demons' appearances. They sure look like fiends. Chief Drogath commented. I am more curious about the evil energy. The ability to corrupt everything sure sounds like our nemesis. Since evil energy affected even environments, Felix felt a sudden chill course on his spine at the thought of evil energy corrupting elementals. Since they had consciousness, it meant that EVI energy would corrupt their minds and would force them to seek out purities just like the others. This would make even planets' consciousness seek out to devour purities from other planets and throw the entire peaceful galaxy into mayhem. As long as Four-Mother exists, no such thing will ever invade our galaxy. Lord Hediaz spoke lazily while drinking a pina colada with a straw, appearing like he was on vacation. True. Felix's worries faded away the moment he recalled that monstrous entity watching over the elementals. Whoosh! With a sudden flash of light, everyone turned around to look at the new arrival. Glad you can join us, Felix remarked with a faint chuckle after seeing Noah walking towards them with his usual expressionless face and snow covering his shoulders and hair. He was in his human form, showing absolutely no relation to werewolves whatsoever, even though his true form was a clone of Fenrir. Noah nodded at everyone in greeting and sat next to Felix. He just remained silent throughout the whole conversation about the demons. Everyone was already familiar with his eccentricities, so no one paid him any attention. After a couple of hours, the party was concluded and everyone returned to their homes except Noah, as he decided to stay in the village for the next few days. Felix also remained in the village to take somewhat of a break before he could restart his training from where he left off. He still needed to work on his gemstone and lightning manipulation. In addition to his dragon/devourer marks, as he had brought with him many more natural treasures and elemental minerals than last time. In the past 3 years, he made Miriam collect them from the dwarves and the dragons. It was quite easy, as many upper echelon dwarves were still her sex slaves in the shadows while the dragons had a debt to pay. While Felix was spending some quality time with his friends, his mortal enemies could be seen getting closer and closer to the capital planet of the first demon realm, Pandemonium. This realm was ruled by none other than the demon king himself, Lucifer. Instead of descending to the planet, they went past it and continued on their journey. In a few hours, Saurus stopped his spaceship and got out with his partners. Damn! I can feel the paragon of sin's intense pressure from here, Wendigo uttered with a deep frown as he stared at the gigantic void rift in front of him. Let's go. Menangle traveled toward Demon King Lucifer, who could be seen sitting in the same position as last time and in the exact location. He seemed like he didn't notice their presence as he kept his eyes closed shut, appearing like he was asleep. Wake up, demon, Saurus ordered coldly as he applied some gravitational pressure on Lucifer. When he saw that Lucifer still didn't acknowledge their existence, he added more pressure, but it seemed like Lucifer wasn't feeling it. That's enough. We don't want to kill him and waste time on finding him again, Wendigo said. Saurus wasn't too pleased by this, but he still retracted his pressure and Lucifer's body began its reparation. For him to not react, his consciousness must be in a different place. Wendigo uttered calmly as he moved to face Lucifer. We just need to bring it back. He is all yours. Saurus knew that Wendigo's mastery over consciousness and souls was second to best in the universe. Ha! However, the moment Wendigo faced Lucifer and saw his facial features, he was left in absolute disbelief. In fact, if he wasn't so in control over his body, he would have killed him straight away. What's wrong? Saurus and his partner knitted their eyebrows at his reaction and went next to him. When they saw the face of their most hated enemy, they couldn't help but feel stupefied. Get it together, it's not him. Though, the resemblance is just so. What's the proper word? Wendigo was the first to break out of his daze and analyze Lucifer's facial features. Eerie. Menangle helped him out after he regained control over his slight agitation. Felix had truly put them through too much for them to react like this just from seeing his face in the most unexpected place. That bastard is really on our nerves wherever we go. Sora's eyelids twitched in irritation. Is this really a coincidence? What else? I don't know. Let's wake him up and find out. Wendigo uttered coldly. Just as he was about to use his darkness to invade Lucifer's mind, his yellowish eyes were unlocked in a sudden manner, and it was followed by an intense release of the most potent evil energy. The Darkins defended themselves from the burst of evil energy, but they were left startled when they noticed that it was so potent, it broke past their barriers. How is this possible? Soros exclaimed in shock as he found himself getting pushed back with his partners. The space around Lucifer seemed to crackle with malevolence as an intense gush of crimson-red mist swirled around him, emanating an aura of raw power and unfathomable corruption. The mist coiled and writhed, creating an oppressive atmosphere that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. As the crimson mist swirled and coalesced, it seemed to meld with Lucifer's very essence, intensifying the corruption that emanated from him. His eyes, blazing like twin infernos, pierced through the mist, revealing profound wisdom tempered by eons of corruption. You dare bring your filth near my mother's resting place? Lucifer used his evil energy mist as a medium to voice his displeasure and resentment. Filth! Soros looked at his partners and pointed his finger at himself. Did he really just call us filth? You're free to teach him his place, but do not kill him. Menangle permitted, knowing that Soros had the shortest fuse of them all, and he would never let such an insult slide. Don't worry, I have no plans to play too much with him. Soros snickered as he released his spiritual pressure, wanting to overpower Lucifer with it and cripple him. However, what happened next was enough to shock even the cool-headed Menangle. Boom! Lucifer retaliated coldly with his own spiritual pressure, causing both auras to smash against each other in the middle and create a thundering explosion that sent the evil energy mist flying everywhere. Lucifer retaliated coldly with his own spiritual pressure, causing both auras to smash against each other in the middle and create a thundering explosion that sent the evil energy mist flying everywhere. When the deafening silence returned, it seemed like both parties were stunned by each other's ability to block the spiritual pressure. Don't tell me those are the primogenitors my mother told me about? Lucifer raised his guard to the limit as he kept gazing at the Darkins, who still seemed unable to wake up from their shock. He is a deity. He is actually a deity, Soros remarked loudly. What the hell is going on? He couldn't accept that Lucifer was at a deity level, as he always knew that demons were just a bunch of hungry leeches with immortality. Even the princes were nothing in his eyes, and from the latest demonstration by Prince Beelzebub, it was understandable why he would feel this way. Something is off here. It's impossible for a demon to reach a deity level even if a primogenitor offered everything to help. Menangle narrowed his eyes at the pitch-black darkness on the other side of the void rift. When his partners saw where he was looking, they couldn't help but feel a slight shiver in their spines. Do not tell me. All of them came to the same conclusion that this was the doing of the Paragon of Sins, as no one would be able to turn a mortal into a deity besides the Unigens with their mysterious ways. Demon, were you talking with anyone inside the void rift? Soros halted his aggression as he asked with a stern tone. To have such audacity to barge in my sacred grounds, attack me, and now even question me with such tone, your arrogance sure knows no bounds. Lucifer replied with an indifferent look. Brat, stop testing our patience. Wendigo uttered coldly. You might be at a deity level, but it means nothing before us. So, answer the question while we are still being nice. Becoming a deity was merely stepping into the gates of the other side. It didn't mean that all deities were equal, and those three had no problems with teaching Lucifer this lesson. How about you make me? Lucifer smiled coldly as he teleported away from the darkness well. It might have seemed like he teleported, but in reality he was just so quick, he disappeared out of existence. But as primogenitors, the Darkins managed to track his movements and chase him down with irritated looks. A few moments later, Lucifer came to a sharp halt in the emptiness of space, having nothing around him. The moment the three primogenitors halted, Lucifer's eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light, emanating an aura of pure evil. His dark wings stretched wide, casting a shadow across the endless expanse of space. Wielding his power over corruption, he conjured sinister energy that swirled around him, ready to taint and defile anything it touched. The three primogenitors, each representing their unique elemental dominion, floated calmly in space, their presence commanding and majestic. A foolish decision. Saurus sneered as he raised his outstretched hands, invoking his mastery over gravity. Multiple space/time deformities appeared around Lucifer that were seen even in the utter darkness of space. Out of nowhere, those deformities spread apart and connected with each other, creating a somewhat transparent reverse star with Lucifer in the center. The star was almost hundreds of thousands of kilometers in size, making it close to impossible for Lucifer to escape from its creation range. Wendigo and Mananangle had already distanced themselves from Saurus, as they had no plans on ganging up on a mere demon even if he was at a deity level. Gravity primogenitor, he must be Saurus, Lucifer uttered in his mind with a look of interest, seemingly not worried that he was surrounded by intense gravitational anomalies capable of wrecking even planets from the inside out. Boy, I won't repeat myself again. Saurus asked with an icy tone. Are you willing to cooperate peacefully? He was also locked inside the gravitational star, but since he had gravity immunity, he had nothing to worry about. Lucifer merely smirked in response. It's your funeral. Without an ounce of hesitation, Saurus closed his outstretched hand into a fist. The moment he did so, all of the star sign endings released powerful pressuring gravitational waves capable of flattening even celestial bodies. Even the fabric of space seemed to be affected by them as it was turned wavy like heat waves in a desert. Pandemonium's grasp. Lucifer tapped into the depths of his wicked power, causing his very essence to surge with malevolent energy. The corrupted tendrils of his dark aura snaked through space, hungrily seeking to corrupt and disrupt the natural order of gravity. When the gravitational waves collided with those tendrils, an intense battle between them occurred. The gravitational waves tried to crash them while the tendrils seemed like they were feeding on gravity, as they kept multiplying while turning bigger. The most shocking part? The gravitational waves were weakened continuously until they reached Lucifer with barely 1% of their original powers. How? Impossible. Huh. The three Darkins shared a similar dumbfounded expression. Just like Lady Sphinx and other primogenitors, they weren't too familiar with evil energy as it was never used by the Paragon of Sins in public. This meant all their information about it was related to the demons, and from their understanding, evil energy couldn't interact with forces or concept elements due to it being an energy base. In other words, Lucifer should be hopeless against gravity attacks. Alas, Lucifer didn't seem like he had any plans to explain the situation. My turn. Lucifer smiled wickedly as he sent forth those gigantic crimson tendrils in the direction of Saurus. Saurus' instincts were a bit rusty from not fighting an equal opponent for a very long time, but they still warned him in time that he shouldn't let those creepy things get hold of him. Saurus manifested two supermassive transparent gravitational swords and started slashing back and forth with a cold look. His hand wasn't connected to the swords, and he didn't need them to be, as they were doing a fine job of keeping those tendrils away from him. However, with each clash, the tendrils exploded into clouds of crimson evil energy before merging back with the remaining tendrils and making them much tougher. What the hell is going on with the universe? Wendigo uttered with widened eyes. How can a demon obtain this kind of strength? How can anyone obtain this kind of strength? Manangle narrowed his eyes. We are primogenitors and we have been gifted for a reason. Yet, this demon and that brat seem to be hacking the system. In the eyes of the Darkins, it shouldn't be possible for mortals to cross the deity limit no matter what they did in their lives. Felix being in his trajectory to cross it was already a miracle in their eyes that shouldn't have happened. Now, even a demon pulled it off and without anyone knowing about it? It has to be the Paragon of Sins doing. He either has awakened and did this to cause even more chaos, or this demon must have taken something from him. While those two were analyzing this unbelievable scene, Saurus and Lucifer's epic battle was getting too heated. You're starting to piss me off. Peeved at his inability to end this battle, Saurus raised his hand, summoning forth the immense power he wielded. His will commanded the gravitational forces that bound the cosmos together. Planets trembled and stars swayed from a distance, as he channeled the unimaginable strength of the universe's gravitational field. With a mighty gesture, Saurus launched an onslaught of cosmic might at Lucifer. Gravity wells materialized, swirling torrents of immense force. They converged upon the Demon King, threatening to crush him with irresistible pressure. But Lucifer was no ordinary foe. He weaved through the onslaught, his wicked grin unyielding. His corrupted energy surged forth, corrupting the very fabric of the gravitational forces, distorting them into chaotic anomalies. Gravity wells twisted, their once predictable nature morphing into uncontrollable vacuums of destruction. Saurus, unyielding in his resolve, focused his celestial power, seeking to restore balance to the cosmic chaos Lucifer wrought on the battlefield. His eyes glowed with otherworldly brilliance as he summoned an immense gravitational sphere, a celestial embodiment of his indomitable strength. Saurus directed its fury towards Lucifer, seeking to draw him into its gravitational grip. But Lucifer, ever defiant, tapped into his wicked power, summoning forth an army of corrupted asteroids and debris to shield him from its pull. As Lucifer and Saurus clashed, the battleground became a chaotic ballet of corrupted power source and celestial forces. Enough! In a final act of cosmic harmony, Saurus unleashed a cataclysmic display of power with an infuriated glare. Gravity surged into a single dot, warping reality itself. When Wendigo and Mananangal saw this, their faces turned black all of a sudden. Bastard! Are you trying to get us killed too? Wendigo cursed his partner, who seemed to have lost it and wanted nothing but to end this humiliation with one final attack. Let's go, he isn't going to listen. Mananangal didn't hesitate to take his partner with him and get as far as possible from the battlefield. Even Lucifer couldn't help but knit his eyebrows at the sight of intense gravitational waves spinning around themselves at a tiny dot. Because he was somewhat near it, he could feel himself getting pulled against his will. You might be a deity, but you are still a mere newborn in my eyes. Now, feast your eyes on what separates mortals from deities. Saurus called out loud as he pointed his finger at the tiny dot. Abruptly, a singularity roared to life, an all-consuming vortex of swirling energy, threatening to swallow even the darkness that pervaded the universe. When Wendigo and Manangal looked at it from a far distance, it appeared like a tiny black hole in a canvas of the starry sky, like its existence did not belong in reality. This was Saurus's one and only ultimate ability, black hole manifestation. Crap! Lucifer's confidence faltered, for he realized the gravity of his impending doom. With each passing moment, the irresistible pull of the black hole grew stronger, its gravitational might tugging at his essence, threatening to consume him. He fought against the inescapable grasp, his ethereal wings outstretched, desperately attempting to push back against the all-encompassing void. But his efforts were futile as he was too close to comfort. The tendrils of darkness reached out, their inky grip latching onto Lucifer's form. It was as if 1,000 serpentine coils coiled around him, constricting his every movement, drawing him ever closer to the event horizon, the point of no return. Lucifer's eyes widened in defiance as he desperately struggled for survival. His powerful corrupted energy flickered and waned, unable to match the vast power of the cosmic abyss that ensnared him. A primogenitor's ultimate ability used by its own creator was not a joke. As the event horizon drew near, time itself seemed to slow. Lucifer's visage contorted in agony as the intense gravitational forces distorted his very form. Instead of breaking into a mixture of flesh and blood, he turned into a cloud of crimson energy as it disappeared into the pitch-black darkness of the hole. That's what you get, shitty brat. Saurus scoffed with a displeased expression while closing the black hole. When his partners noticed this from a distance, they regrouped with him. Was the black hole necessary? Wendigo said with an irritated tone. More than you think. Saurus narrowed his eyes coldly as he recalled his battle and Lucifer's face. The fact that Lucifer looked like Felix made it harder for him to accept the battle going on for even an additional minute. It made him feel a bad taste in his mouth, like when he finally fought with Felix, the battle wouldn't be as one-sided as he wanted. That gave him the creeps and made it hard for him to accept. Well, now we have to search for that prick again. Wendigo dropped the subject with an annoyed sigh. They knew that Lucifer wasn't dead and he would be revived somewhere. Let's return to that void rift first. I want to test something, Mananangal said. After a few minutes, the three Darkins arrived at the darkness well. They didn't know what to think when they noticed Lucifer sitting in front of it in a mediation position like their previous epic battle was a mere dream. Don't the demon princes need evil energy and some of their DNA to revive? Wendigo inquired. That's what we know. But this prick is clearly different from every other demon. Saurus' eyelids twitched. When Lucifer sensed their arrival, he opened his eyes and turned around. He gave them an indifferent look and said, I have to admit that primogenitors are stronger than I anticipated, but if you think you can beat me for eternity, you are gravely mistaken. Brat, it's best that you lower your ego a notch. Saurus sneered. You are lucky we didn't send Wendigo to deal with you. Otherwise, he would have shattered your soul. Unlike those two, Wendigo's mastery over souls made him capable of using his darkness element to completely dominate the mental grounds. The darkness element might not be as great as others, but in the right hands? Even other primogenitors treated Wendigo with respect as they knew that their souls would be endangered. When it came to souls, whether it was a primogenitor or a mortal, they would suffer from the same fate if one wasn't capable of defending it. You guys still don't get it. Lucifer shook his head. You can use whatever you want on me. I will still come back. You're bluffing. Saurus frowned. You can't possess true immortality as a mere demon. I have no soul, so I beg to differ. Before Lucifer could finish off his sentence, Wendigo released a thin string of darkness that instantly penetrated Lucifer's forehead. Although no blood was released, Lucifer's eyes turned completely black. It can't be. He really has no soul. Wendigo was left startled when his darkness ability came back with no results. You can't be serious. How can someone be alive and have the strength of a deity without a soul? Saurus knitted his eyebrows. He already used his spiritual pressure, and we know damn well it can't exist without a soul. Saurus wasn't freaked out about Lucifer's ability to speak without a soul, as he knew that he might have a mere consciousness residing within. Consciousness wasn't the same as a soul. I am not making this up. He really has no soul. Maybe he has it on a different body and is hiding it? I don't know. His consciousness is too powerful to be a mere wisp. Wendigo shook his head. As he pulled his darkness string, Lucifer's eyes returned to normal. He had somewhat of an irritated expression. Can you please leave now? I don't plan on wasting my time on a needless fight. The Darkins looked at each other with confused expressions, finding it harder and harder to understand Lucifer's existence. What are you? Mananangal asked with a serious tone. At this point, no one bothered to consider him a demon anymore, even when his entire appearance and demeanor screamed a demon. Will you leave if I tell you? Lucifer bargained. After Saurus used his ultimate ability to kill him, Lucifer understood that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat them simultaneously, which meant his time would be spent on them. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have softened his tone. No, we are here to fulfill a mission. What's that? Lucifer asked. He just remembered that those three must have approached him for something instead of just alienating him. Mananangal glanced at his partners and beamed hundreds of large shipment containers, making Lucifer raise his eyebrow in surprise. Is that the AP bracelet device? He might not have participated in the war and ignored everyone's calls, but he still knew almost everything going on due to his lifetime mission being related to it. We have been sent to help your race join the UVR. Saurus said. As their leader, we want you to handle it. Sent by who? The SG Alliance? That can't be right. Even though Lucifer was new to the SG Alliance, he was certain that they had no intentions of allying with his race. In addition, they shouldn't have enough authority to send 3 primogenitors as their deliverymen. You don't need to know, Mananangle said calmly. All you need to know is that the SG Alliance has no information about this, and that those bracelets are outside of the system. Outside of the system? Lucifer got intrigued. In other words, the SG Alliance has no control over them, and they can't order Queen AI to do anything about it. You can enter the UVR and do whatever you want as long as you do not draw too much suspicion on you. With Loki's UVR access seemingly far out-leveling even the 10 rulers, it wasn't too far-fetched that he could make AP bracelets for even enemies, and the SG Alliance would have no idea about it. Even Queen AI would keep her mouth shut if Loki wanted her. Interesting, Lucifer asked. Why are you doing this? Are you planning on bringing down the SG Alliance? Enough with the questions, Saurus said with an irked tone. You want them or not? Lucifer thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. Much appreciated. He didn't care too much about arming his people with the AP bracelets. He wanted to access the UVR to learn more about his other half and perfect his plan. The Darkins might not know of his true purpose, but they weren't foolish to give him the bracelets and not oversee the operation. After all, the last thing they needed was to anger Lord Loki as well. Hand them over to your people and make them understand the dos and the don'ts, Wendigo uttered as he beamed those containers back and threw the bracelet to Lucifer. Will do. Lucifer nodded after catching the bracelet and placing it on his wrist. So, how do I use this exactly? Tell us first about you. Mananangle interrogated with a series of questions. What are you and why did you refer to this place as your mother's resting ground? Are you referring to the paragon of sins? If so, is she awake? All I can tell you is that I am a natural-born demon. As for why am I different than my brothers? Lucifer replied calmly, I am simply more unique as a firstborn. That's it. Saurus and his partners weren't too pleased with his answers as they provided nothing of value. What about the paragon of sins? Mananangle pressed on this matter more. I have no clue who is this paragon of sins you are talking about. Lucifer answered truthfully. How can you not know him when you are sitting in front of his slumbering area? Wendigo frowned. Are they referring to my mother? Is she called the paragon of sins? Why are they mistaking her for a male? Lucifer was left somewhat confused. When the Darkins saw his genuine bewilderment, they realized that he might really have no idea about the paragon of sins. Maybe the paragon didn't share anything about himself. Or maybe he is still asleep as we expect, and a void creature is using the demon's ignorance to fool him into believing that he is their mother, Wendigo suggested. After all, they do assume that the demon god is residing behind this void rift. That's plausible, but it won't explain how he has gotten his strength. Knowing that only Lucifer held all the answers, the Darkins had no plans on leaving before solving this mystery. Were you talking with anyone inside the void rift? If you were, can you call them for us? Mananangle inquired. You are asking too many questions. Lucifer got somewhat irritated. I can talk to you about myself, but leave my mother out of this. If it was someone else, the Darkins would have already jumped on him and began using force to extract information. Alas, Lucifer was capable of defending himself against them as well as reviving infinitely, making him fearless before anything. Let's drop it for now. We can find out more about the paragon of sins when we get close to him. Wendigo suggested. We have all the time in the universe. Saurus and Mananangle agreed to his proposal as they weren't planning to leave this side of the universe anytime soon. I think we should manipulate him to deal with that prick. Saurus smiled coldly. He will have absolutely no clue that the Demon King Lucifer is a deity, and this will get him killed if they ever met. No one seemed to know about Lucifer's true strength, as even his brothers were underestimating him immensely. After all, if he showed them that he could kill them through a mere glance, none of them would have dared to have a single thought about the throne. It does seem like a good strategy, but that bastard doesn't look like he has any intentions of stepping on the 7 demon realms with his main body. Wendigo frowned. We just need to make him have no other option but to do so. Saurus smirked. How do we do that exactly? Leave it to me. Saurus looked at Lucifer and asked, You seem a bit too relaxed. Are you even aware of the situation your race is facing? They will be fine. Lucifer uttered nonchalantly. I don't think so. Saurus shook his head. You have no idea what kind of enemy your race is facing. Everything that happened in the past months was nothing but an interlude. The SG Alliance hasn't even used 10% of their true strength, and they still managed to conquer almost all of the 7th demon realm. Give them a bit more time to prepare and perfect their strategy, and the remaining demon realms will fall as well. All of this happening without even needing their leader to make a personal move. Is that so? Lucifer narrowed his eyes in focus. The last sentence had gotten into him as he based his entire future on Felix's entry to the 7 demon realms. How can you be so sure that their leader won't come here? Lucifer inquired as he gazed into their eyes. We just know. Saurus didn't want to let him know that they had a conflict between them and Felix to avoid having him realize that they were manipulating him. Although his answer wasn't satisfactory one bit, Lucifer still decided to trust in their words for one simple reason. I can't let anything jeopardize my future. If my people can't handle the war and force him to appear, I just have to force nigh him on my own, Lucifer declared with a cold expression. When the Darkins saw his change of attitude on the matter, they looked at each other with hidden glints in their eyes. We just need to keep an eye on him now. Even if someone he didn't manage to kill that bastard, we will take it from there. That's right. The Darkins understood that having a deity participating in a mortal war would automatically make it one-sided. Don't even mention Lucifer, who couldn't be harmed or killed, and even had the ability to demonize armies and make them his loyal subjects. If he made his move, he would either push the SG Alliance into surrendering and have an early exit from the 7 demon realms or force out Felix and the other strongest fighters to handle him. The SG Alliance could never surrender. A couple of months later, the situation in the 7th demon realm Tartarus was still peaceful. The SG Alliance hadn't made any drastic invasions on either Prince Beelzebub's capital planet or on other demon realms. However, the 7th demon realm could be said now to have completely fallen into the Scallions' hands. Almost all lesser demons had been eradicated and other races freed and joined the Alliance. The planets were being developed at a rapid pace with cities, towns, and military bases, raising up akin to mushrooms in a forest. One could say that everything was going smoothly on the Scallion side. But, unbeknownst to them, the demons in other realms weren't waiting with folded arms for the executioners to arrive. Demon King Lucifer had made his presence known to his brothers and his realm. He had also handed out many containers filled with bracelets to his brothers, who in turn had shared them with their people. Right now, the demons possessed all sorts of knowledge about the SG Alliance, making them prepare for the war even better. But still no one made the first move, and the peace seemed like it would last for a very long time. On the other side of the universe, Felix had emptied his mind of anything related to the war as he embarked on a new journey to Thunder Tribe. He wanted to work on his lightning elemental manipulation and give it at least 500 years to match his other advanced elements. Although he found it a bit difficult to handle their asshole chief, with everyone's recommendation and Felix's good reputation, he ended up getting accepted to the tribe and even received some help from the chief. As he was working out, Lady Sphinx was also investing her time in fulfilling the miracle of having Felix add another bloodline before hitting the origin realm. Unbeknownst to Felix and the others, she was working on this project by using the clone inside the Elemental's galaxy. This meant she had spent hundreds of years on this project. Is this really the only method available? Lady Sphinx murmured as she paced in her portal lab. She lifted her head and read some gibberish data on a screen before focusing on Felix's perfect clone that was lying on the surgery table in front of her. All other methods were deemed as a failure, and even when one of them succeeded, it resulted in terrible side effects after he reached the origin realm. Lady Sphinx pondered. Isn't this still better than nothing? He might lose a mutation and some of his strength, but it will help him gain much more. Elder Stravis shared his opinion as he watched her work through the wall. Lady Sphinx was used to him watching and allowed him to do it freely since he never bothered her. But I will be putting him in a difficult position where he has to give up on a permanent mutation, ability, and anything related to that bloodline. Lady Sphinx massaged her temples. With the bloodline's owners residing in his mind, It's an extremely tough position. I don't know, Elder Stravis said casually. In my eyes, he shouldn't care too much about such things, and chose the best option that will enable him to move further in his life. If it meant giving up on a bloodline, so be it, I suppose. Lady Sphinx also shared the same view, but she knew that Felix wouldn't think of it in this way when those bloodlines and their masters had helped him through his journey. But, as a scientist and a researcher, her job was over the moment she found a plausible method to pull off another bloodline. What came next depended on Felix alone. I guess it's time to break out the news, Lady Sphinx said calmly as she watched her student trying his best to train his lightning manipulation. On the other side of the planet, Felix could be seen sitting at the highest point on a rugged snowy mountainous chain. Rumble, rumble. The sky above was gloomy and the noise of the thunderclaps never seemed to stop. However, those thunderclaps weren't really just hurtful noises, but they had some sort of a musical rhythm to them, like the sky was singing its soul out. Felix wasn't surprised by any of this, as he knew that the Temperstaris were communicating with each other through pulsing their electric essence in rhythmic patterns, creating cascades of thunderous sound that carry meaning and emotion. The language of the thunder was an art among the tribe, each member seeking to perfect their own voice with its unique timbre and resonance. The Tempestarii were one of the few tribes of lightning elementals who dwell in the roiling thunderstorms above the highest peaks of the Aristoc Mountains. Born from the raw energy of storm and sky, their ephemeral bodies flicker with vibrant electric blue hues, their forms often branching out like fractal tendrils of lightning itself. Though the exact count of their numbers was elusive, their aggregate energy was powerful enough to light the darkest nights and shatter the stillness with their thunders. Felix decided to remain on top of the mountain instead of joining the tribe in the thunderclouds, since he couldn't remain in the air permanently. Brat, it's time for your daily enhancement. Chief Zolthan suddenly manifested before Felix as a humanoid figure made out of golden electrical discharges. I am under your care. Felix smiled as he watched the tribe chief push purified lightning energy through him. Felix had made sure to bribe the tribe chief with plenty of food that he brought with him to secure his help when it came to improving lightning affinity. After a while, Chief Zolthan returned to the sky the moment he was done with his end of the bargain. Just as Felix wanted to test out the new range of his lightning manipulation, Lady Sphinx disclosed calmly, "Felix, come down here." "All right." No questions asked, Felix entered his consciousness space and went straight to Lady Sphinx, who was sitting at the round table with a few tenants. "I will get straight to the point. I have found out a method that will help you add another bloodline." "Huh? What? How?" Felix's eyes widened in disbelief, as he didn't expect such a statement at all. It was understandable, since Lady Sphinx hadn't told him that she was working on a method to help him add another bloodline in the first place to not raise his hopes for nothing. "Interesting. You actually found a solution?" Asna and the rest of the tenants dropped whatever was in their hands and joined the conversation with clear intrigue on their faces. Even Lord Shiva seemed somewhat interested. The kid can get to deity level easily by hitting the origin realm at his current condition. But if he pulled it off with another bloodline and left the origin realm's enhancement after becoming a deity, what kind of monster will he become? Maybe he isn't as hopeless as I thought. Lord Shiva might have shown absolutely no interest in Felix and considered him and his masters delusional to think that he has it in him to kill those beings, but he still did extensive research on him in the shadows. After reading his memories thoroughly, he was just as knowledgeable about Felix's potential and path as the others, or probably even more. But it still didn't change his first decision that Felix would never reach those beings' level. Though this development somewhat changed everything. Remember the bit of space left in your human bloodline? While it can't fit the DNA of another bloodline without causing it to crumble, I did my research and found a method to take advantage of it. "How?" Felix asked with an eager tone. "I didn't find a method to add another bloodline, but I did find a way to empty some room for a new bloodline to be added," Lady Sphinx shared. "The only thing you need to do is choose a bloodline, and I will rearrange your DNA to remove the related genome sequences related to it, which will give you back some space for a new and complete bloodline." "Remove a bloodline?" Felix was left stunned. He never expected that it was possible to even do anything about an already etched ability in his human bloodline since the change was considered permanent. Don't even mention replacing one of the bloodlines that were a big part of his journey. This is the only way forward if you desired to add a new bloodline, Lady Sphinx said. Otherwise, you should focus on your breakthrough to the origin realm. That's really a tough decision to make, Thor remarked. Can we know more details? Asna asked with a serious tone. Because I will be breaking the Chosen's ability genome sequences to create enough space, you will be losing it completely in addition to any mutation related to that bloodline. Obviously, all the enhancements obtained due to the etching process will also be gone plus any indirect caused effect in your bloodline path. Lady Sphinx disclosed. This means it's more favorable to choose the earliest bloodlines to minimize the negatives. While Lady Sphinx made it sound too simple, Felix and the others knew that it was nowhere near that. Choosing the earliest bloodlines to remove such as Jeremy's, Thor's, Lady Sphinx, and even Qua's bloodlines implied getting rid of their replacement enhancements. Since these enhancements were nowhere close to reaching their full potential like Felix's latest bloodlines due to his body's limitation being too shitty at the start, he wouldn't lose too much. However, Jormungandr's size manipulation couldn't be given up as it would be one of Felix's greatest weapons in celestial battles. Lady Sphinx's truth vision was also too important to be given up on, as it was one of the best ultimate abilities a primogenitor could own. Lady Sphinx had shown just a bit of its true danger when she used quantum invasion against Lord Hediaz. Though Thor and Cow's bloodlines weren't of the same importance due to the abilities etched. Will it be possible to hit a deity level with another bloodline replacement even though I will be losing a great deal of power? Felix asked. The choice was extremely difficult to make, and if going through all of this and he wouldn't hit a deity level, he would rather not commit to it. If we assumed that you will lose 50k more or less due to your bloodline replacement affecting your overall strength in general, you will be at 750k more or less. With a new bloodline added to the mix while your body's limitation is at this level, you should be hitting 950k minimum since the last 100k BF is much more difficult to push through. I understand. Although it sounded weird that Felix would be getting a 200k BF increase more or less just like in his previous replacement, he understood that the final 100k was special. The fact that it would be possible to get at least 50k closed in it was already something worth celebrating. In the case of people, this remaining 50k should be unbridgeable. But with your Devourer and Dragon marks providing you with a flat increase unaffected by your current body limitation, you will be able to push through it easily. Lady Sphinx said. So, there is an extremely high chance of becoming a deity without needing the insane enhancement from the origin realm. You should go for it even if it meant choosing my bloodline to remove. Thor stated with a serious tone. You must take advantage of those opportunities as you won't be finding any after you hit deity level. He is right, Jormungandr supported. It's not a choice anymore of whether you should do it or not. It's a choice of what bloodline you should be replacing. I can see that. Felix showed a bitter smile. Felix was too rational to give up on this opportunity to do a big loyal gesture to the tenants by keeping their bloodlines. Though this didn't mean that he was loving the predicament he was put in. I don't know, void immunity is a must while lightning-quick reflexes helped me get an edge in battles and also during potion making. Felix seemed distressed as the choice wasn't easy to make in the slightest. You should consider my bloodline too. Carbuncle volunteered himself with a lazy tone. You aren't making the best out of my ultimate ability as it doesn't fit with your fighting style in the slightest. Elder. Felix wanted to retort, but he found out that he was absolutely right. While Crystallization Beam was an amazing ultimate ability on its own, since it could crystallize solid, liquid, and even gases to a desired gemstone, it didn't fit his new fighting style. After all, why bother to crystallize something when you could just absolutely demolish it? But, in the hands of Carbuncle, he could crystallize entire planets and even stars and manipulate them. But, if I choose your bloodline, I will be losing root gemstone and a much more considerable strength reduction than what was calculated. Felix wasn't too convinced yet, as it felt like he would be losing too much. If he wasn't certain that his gemstone manipulation would remain, he wouldn't have bothered to consider this option. After all, gemstone manipulation was related to his gemstone affinity and not the bloodline itself. Well, bestowing life upon your golems isn't too useful at your current stage. Asna shrugged her shoulders. Though the strength reduction can be a problem. A big problem, Lady Sphinx said. You might even not make it to 900k, as you will possibly lose 100k overall strength boost at once. As the fifth bloodline used, it sure boosted Felix's strength by quite a significant amount when considering the overall enhancement. The overall enhancement referred to new limitations Felix's body possessed after the replacement, which enabled him to get even stronger. If it was as simple as removing the known base increase, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Even if you aren't using crystallization often, there will be a day when you will need it. I always told you to cherish those ultimate abilities, as you won't be able to create one unless you invested hundreds of millions of your time. Thor declared with a convinced tone. The best decision is clearly to replace my bloodline. Master! Felix was taken aback. Don't look at me that way, Thor chuckled. You have etched nothing but a mere passive that you can easily master on your own in the next centuries if you put your mind to it. It's not even an advanced ability. Thor had a point here, as lightning quick reflexes passive was amazing alright when Felix first learned it. But now that his reflexes and thinking process was getting closer to a deity level, even if he used it, it wouldn't give him too much of an edge due to his reaction speed already nearing its limit. After all, anything beyond the limit meant having the ability to predict the future instead of reacting to the present. As for using it for potions concoction, his normal reaction speed already enabled him to be faster than the dark reaction speed in every concoction process. But, if I replaced your bloodline, I will be losing your mutation as well. Felix sought to keep this mutation in the first place, which was one of the major reasons why he had chosen this passive instead of lightning transmutation. My mutation is amazing if you are purely a lightning elementalist, since you will be able to absorb your own attacks and use them as fuel again, but that's clearly far from the case with you. Thor reasoned with a faint smile. Felix's tongue was caught again as he realized that he had indeed stopped relying on it lately because he always had better options to handle his enemies. Felix would never make it harder for him just to use an ability or a mutation. It still feels weird to replace Thor's bloodline, as he is your master. Asna was on Felix's side in this matter. She had no problems with replacing Carbuncle or Cow's bloodlines, since they weren't really that close to Felix or participated as much in his development. Cow's was literally non-existent, while Carbuncle simply couldn't be bothered as he was always stoned. How about Cow's bloodline? Asna suggested. I think you can afford to lose your void immunity at the moment, since you have destruction immunity, void suit, and other alternatives to protect yourself from void energy. True, Felix soon frowned. But it will be a painful experience if I ever entered a void realm without my suit. Felix had already tested if his destruction immunity could protect him from void energy and other harmful substances in the UVR. He did so by removing his void immunity. The results were pretty interesting, as he found out that the void energy could not destroy his body. But the pain of the process remained. It was like void energy was trying to disintegrate him and reach total destruction of his body. But his immunity was actively stopping it. In other words, it wasn't really an immunity to void energy, but it was enough to let him remain alive. I suggest that you drop this choice, Lady Sphinx said before Felix could make a decision. Why? During my research, I have found out that it's possible to replace void immunity with a void domain without having nasty side effects like the last time, Lady Sphinx shared. Since a void domain makes anything inside of it utterly destroyed in the blink of an eye, just like a destruction domain, it means that your destruction immunity will act the same as void immunity when you activate it. In other words, there is no need to have both void immunity and void domain together, which made the original problem get solved much easier. Originally, Lady Sphinx had given up on adding a void domain in Felix's arsenal before he reached Origin Realm, since nothing she did work. However, with the destruction immunity being added to the mix in 3 centuries of researching and perfecting Felix's 1% human bloodline, she found out that it was more than possible to replace an etched ability with another as long as they belonged to the same bloodline. This was something that even the cultivation system owners had absolutely no idea if it was possible. So, you are telling him that he needs to keep his void immunity, so it can be replaced later on with void domain? Asna asked for confirmation. Lady Sphinx nodded. Void domain. It's been really a long while. Felix could not help but get somewhat excited at the news. Others might easily forget how dominant the void domain was, but Felix never forgot a single moment when he had it. It was simply one of the scariest abilities in the universe, and even when he used it at a low level in its weakened state, he terrorized his enemies. Now, there was finally a real chance of it coming back, and Felix would be foolish to give up on it. Soon, his stimulation returned to rock bottom after he realized that only two potential choices remained: Thor's bloodline and Carbuncle's bloodline. When Lady Sphinx noticed that Felix was having trouble making a decision, she shared, "There is no need to rush in your decision, as you won't be replacing your bloodline anytime soon." "You are right." Felix relaxed his tense shoulders, planning to leave this problem to his future self. After all, even if he wanted to replace his bloodline right now, he couldn't do it because of one person: Lord Shiva. As long as Lord Shiva wasn't convinced that Felix was worthy to receive his destruction manipulation, he wouldn't hand it to him. This meant Felix would be forced to setter destruction immunity instead of his powerful ultimate ability. Felix had no intentions of losing out on destruction manipulation. "He wants the same thing as me, the death of those beings." Felix narrowed his eyes in focus as he eyed Lord Shiva, who was sunbathing in front of his house with sunglasses on. "If this means I have to go the extra mile to show him my worthiness, then so be it." It didn't take Felix long before he got accustomed to his new environment and improved his lightning manipulation, in addition to mastering new abilities and even restarting his training on the advanced ability, lightning transmutation. Years gone by, and before long a couple of decades were concluded. Meanwhile, barely a few months passed on the outside, and the war was still in its preparation stage, as neither party seemed interested in making the first move anytime soon. While Felix was seeing an insane level of improvement in his lightning manipulation, the same couldn't be said about Noah. "You are nearing your body's limitation, and it will be getting harder and harder for you to get stronger just by a little," Fenrir shared with an indifferent tone as he eyed his student, who was huffing with great difficulty while lying on the ground in his werewolf form. Noah remained quiet and kept staring at the starry sky. He didn't need his master to tell him this, as he could feel it on his own in the past decades. Werewolf's cultivation system merely helped the user to reach his body's limitations, unlike replacement enhancements and other boosting methods that actually improve the limitation as well. When Noah became an origin bloodliner, his limitation became capped at around 800k more or less, and after all of his hard work in this galaxy, he was now at 695 kbf after his latest test. After all, he was considered a semi-primogenitor, and his limitation should bring honor to that title. However, because he had already entered the origin realm and could be considered reaching his body's full potential, he understood that it would be close to impossible to get stronger than 800k unless he received a miracle. Right now, he was actually struggling to even hit the 800k mark, since it was merely his new limitation, but it didn't mean that it was easy to reach it. You have to find much tougher opponents to defeat to keep ironing your muscles. You have already cleared out the North Pole from any worthy challenges, Fenrir said calmly. It's time to leave the planet and seek new challenges. Noah nodded in agreement. He had spent close to 2,000 years on this planet, and mostly at the North Pole, making him memorize every snowflake on this continent. Since both of them hated nonsense and wasting time, they announced their departure to Elder Stravis and received recommendations to other planets with much more powerful and monstrous creatures. Miss Manaka gave them permission to go for it, as she had already dropped her suspicion of Felix's party, and gave them the freedom to do as they pleased. "Sphinx, I need your help," Fenrir requested telepathically as he sat next to her in Felix's consciousness space. Let me guess." Lady Sphinx replied calmly as she continued reading her book. "You want me to find a method for your student to have a shot at becoming a deity?" "Yes." Fenrir narrowed his eyes. "When he reaches his limit, I am certain he will do something dumb to seek out new ways to increase his strength. My apologies, but I have already given it a go and found out that there is really nothing to be done." Lady Sphinx shook her head. "His DNA is considered complete and perfect now that he is at the origin realm. Even if I want to mess with it, I will just make his situation worse." Lady Sphinx wasn't a miracle worker, even if she seemed like it. all experiments that she ran on Felix succeeded only because he still had room for improvement and his potential had yet to be tapped completely. If he was also in the origin realm, she would have never touched his DNA. Is there really no other way? Your boy's foundation was too weak, resulting in the final building not having that many floors. I can't do anything to add more floors without causing the entire building to collapse. I see. Fenrir thought about it for a moment before adding, what if he found something that can break his limitation? Like what? I don't know, a heart, a bloodline, or anything. Hearts and bloodlines won't work since his DNA is perfect, as I said. Lady Sphinx shook her head. We just have to find another method then. Although Fenrir knew that it would take a miracle for Noah to reach a deity level unlike Felix, who could do it any time he wanted as long as he break through the origin realm, he still had no plans to give up. He knew that his student wouldn't take no for an answer and would never give up on seeking new ways to get stronger, so he might as well help him out. Good luck, you will need it. Lady Sphinx wished as she glanced at his disappearing back. Time went by swiftly, and in no time, an entire year had gone by ever since the Battle of Tartarus ended. The peace that had lasted for an entire year, and it seemed to be on the verge of being broken. The SG Alliance had finally prepared a much bigger army capable of attacking all 7 demon realms at once, while ensuring that their foundation in Tartarus was unshakable. Though, their subtle final preparation hadn't gone unnoticed by the demons. Inside a smoke-scented chamber buzzed with a palpable energy, the kind that sent shivers crawling up the spine of any mortal who dared come close. 7 seats could be seen circling the table. Each throne bespoke the unique nature of its occupant, a testament to their power, their proclivity, and their place in this sinister hierarchy. This time, all 7 princes were attending the meeting. The war is about to start for real, and we have only one chance of winning without losing all of our territories in the process. Prince Satan remarked coldly, so, respect your role in the plan, and don't fuck it up. Speak for yourself. Prince Beelzebub spoke with a suppressed irked tone. He was the biggest loser out of this war for now, as he had lost all of his territories and was left with nothing but the capital. Stop whining already. When we win this war, we will have more territories in hand. We will be giving them out for free. Prince Belphegor said with a glint in his eyes. After everything they had seen in the UVR, the princes were more eager and excited than ever. More territories being available beyond the eternal darkness was already great news for them. The fact that there were an unfathomable number of races on the other side made them feel like they were living in a closed-shut well. Don't get too excited. Our hopes to win this war lays heavily on Lucifer succeeding in what he claims. Prince Mammon eyed Lucifer with a solemn expression. When they heard so, everyone turned to look at Lucifer with the same expression. Lucifer didn't seem to care about them as he had his eyes closed shut, appearing like he was meditating. When they saw him like this, all of them had irritated looks. He is doing it again. Is he actively trying to piss us off? Arrogant prick. Ever since Lucifer had returned from his seclusion, he never bothered to say more than 2 words out loud and spent the entire time meditating just like he was before the darkness well. If it was not for them needing his supermassive demon army, they would have already given him crap for his attitude. Meanwhile, Lucifer hadn't heard a single thing ever since he sat on the chair. The day is getting nearer and nearer. The day of my ascension. He just kept murmuring those statements in his mind while envisioning Felix's face. This was the only thing that mattered to him, as he couldn't care less even if all the demons in the universe were slaughtered if it meant fulfilling his motive. The 6 princes had no clue that they're merely pawns in his plan, as they thought that he had returned to protect the demon realms. Are we all set? Commander Nethriel inquired with a stern tone. He was standing in the mothership's cockpit, overseeing the super-universal army he had prepared for this very moment. All generals have reported back their readiness. His subordinate reported. Commander Nethriel narrowed his eyes coldly as he uttered, "Let's start the second round and show them what we truly are made of." As he said so, the gigantic mothership began moving forward in the direction of more than 20 lined-up wormholes waiting for the Superspace Fleet Army. The grandeur of the armada was reflected in the cold void of space, an endless parade of steel and shimmering energy that stretched on as far as the eye could see, a magnificent spectacle of formidable military might. It boasted dreadnoughts, battlecruisers, frigates, destroyers, fighters, and carriers, all teeming with advanced AI drones and elite starfighter pilots. If this wasn't enough to showcase the seriousness of the SG Alliance, there were 7 planet destroyer weapons at the very back of the formations. Each planet destroyer was going to be sent to a different realm and show those demons the true might of the Alliance. This is going to be fun, Felix commentated with a faint smile as he watched the march while chewing popcorn. Through the swirling vortices, the SG Alliance Super Space Fleet emerges, a mighty leviathan of glittering vessels, stretching far beyond sight. At the forefront was the mothership, its vast form dwarfing nearby stars. Commander Nethril activated the fleet-wide comm system. All wings, engage FTL drive and proceed to your assigned demon realms. Let's bring peace back to our universe. On his command, the already devised fleet charged in perfect formations toward the nearest demonic planets, wanting to conquer the demon realms in a slow but steady manner. Since the princes couldn't leave their core territories unprotected, knowing that the SG Alliance was capable of creating wormholes connecting the two sides, they left most of those bordering planets without reinforcement. This caused them to fall down in the blink of an eye, as the demons residing in them had absolutely no chance against their forceful power. This overwhelming wide invasion hadn't gone unnoticed by the princes. "It has begun," Prince Satan said with narrowed eyes. "All we have to do now is wait," Prince Belphegor said. Did Lucifer make his move? Probably. Everyone stared at the empty throne of Lucifer, knowing that the entire war's fate relied on him heavily. The tranquility of the cosmic wilderness was shattered by a terrifying spectacle. The space-time fabric trembled, shivered, and then began to distort. Enormous monstrous demonic worms, beings of colossal size and nightmarish design, surged from the dark void. Their gaping maws exuded an eldritch energy that bent the cosmos to their will. Behind them, space twisted and contorted, forming gaping wormholes. The portals resonated with an ominous hum, a dissonant chorus echoing across the stars, announcing the forthcoming horror. From within the tumultuous maw of each wormhole, a terrifying force started to pour forth. Armies of demons, a horrifying swarm of chaos and destruction, marched out onto the stage of the cosmos. And there, hovering above them all, a figure of supreme terror, the demon king Lucifer. His menacing silhouette was backlit by the dread glow of the wormholes. His eyes, reflecting a galaxy of suffering, were focused with an indifferent intent. "Corrupt everything and anything," Lucifer ordered under the diabolical cheers of his demonic army that seemed to be stretching for eternity. Their destination? The Scallions' first-ever base on the other side, all the planets in the Revria N1 system. "General Martha, we are being invaded from all sides by a flood of demons." Lucifer's sudden assault hadn't gone unnoticed, as all radars, motion detectors, and even cameras had picked them up the moment they appeared in the Revria N1 system. Shit! Were they waiting until we sent away most of our armies? General Martha, the one responsible for the protection of the solar system, showed a hardened expression at the horrific sight of the demon army. There were at least 1 million space monsters mixed with lesser demons riding on their backs, and even multiple leviathans were seen following them from the back. Before General Martha could order anything, she knew that such a matter had to be reported to the leaders. With such a large army attacking our base, their demon realms must have been left unprotected. Did they give up on them? Emperor Local remarked. "What's there to give?" Queen Alfreda frowned. They knew that it would be impossible for them to defend most of their territories against our army's speed and power. So, instead of just waiting for us to reach their capital like the last time, they have decided to bring the fight to our doorstep? Queen Allura reasoned. This will make them ensure that we either send back most of the reinforcement to defend the Revria N1 system or take advantage of the opportunity to continue our conquest, but end up giving up it. High Cheatin Lokaka praised with a faint scoff. "Pretty smart of them. I give them that. If we made most of our troops return, We will be falling into their trap and forcefully fight against their strongest army. Emperor Local gritted his teeth. We will be suffering much more casualties in this manner. From a rational and strategic standpoint, the best decision to make was to give up on Revria N1 and accelerate the conquest of the Seven Demon Realm now that their territories were left unguarded. It would be one solar system traded for 7 demon realms. It was a no-brainer decision. However, this was the SG Alliance, the strongest force in the entire universe. There was absolutely no way they would take the easy way and give the demons the satisfaction of conquering their first base and killing most of their people. The entire Revria N1 system was now heavily populated and could be considered an integral part of the Alliance due to it being the center of the connecting bridge between the two sides. Although the SG Alliance could create another bridge, they still couldn't give up on the Revria N1 system due to Luminaris being an Alliance member and they had to protect them and their planet. Close the bridge to avoid any demons sneaking into our universe and call back the conquest. Felix ordered calmly after waiting for everyone's input. But the plan? Plans can change. People's lives can't return. Felix clarified with a flat tone. Plus, if we took down this demon army, the 7 demon realms will be ours without needing too much effort. In Felix's eyes, the 7 demon realms would go nowhere and they could always conquer it when they take down this massive demon army. He is right. This army must be the last Hail Mary of the demons. Taking it down translate to winning the war. Queen Alfreda frowned. Although, the demon princes will still be a massive headache to us with their immortality. We don't know if the princes have come along with the army or not. Queen Allura added. None of them wanted to repeat what happened the last time the 6 princes made a move personally on them. We have the best of the best in our army this time. High Chieftain Lokaka sneered. I dare them to attack us personally. High Chieftain Lokaka wasn't saying this to sound cocky, as the SG Alliance had really sent their strongest fighters to hold down the demon princes. High Chieftain Lokaka, the Ruiner, the Dragon Clan heads, most of the top 10 Hive Night Guards, the High Elves royal family's guardians, and many more inner circle leaders such as Ruler Hogan. In their minds, with this kind of setup, it would be near impossible for them to get defeated by the demon princes. Something smells fishy here. Why didn't they wait until our army got too involved in the conquest before making their move? It's like they wanted us to pull back our army and fight it. Felix thought to himself. Unbeknownst to Felix, this was exactly what Lucifer desired. A couple of hours later, across the expanse of the Revria N1 system, the celestial ballet of war was unfolding. The SG Alliance fleets, guardians of the interstellar democracy, were locked in battle with the most vicious and merciless race in the universe, the demons. Since the demon army entered the Revria N1 system from different directions, it resulted in hundreds of epic separated battles. Even though the demon army consisted of more than 1 million space monsters and lesser demons riding them, the SG Alliance troops were holding strong, as solar flares provided the backdrop to their savage ballet, while waves of charged particles painted the battlefield with hues of violent beauty. Asteroids became collateral damage, shattered by the unfathomable energy unleashed. Comets crossed the battlefield like silent observers, their icy trails seeming to weep for the inevitable losses of this cosmic conflict. 3 Leviathans are approaching Garana. Do I have permission to use the Planet Destroyer weapon or the Celestial Sun Burner weapon to slay them? Commander Nethril asked as he addressed the leaders. There is no point in hiding our strongest weapons at this stage, Queen Alfreda said as she looked at her peers. I suggest we use them to eliminate those behemoths once and for all. Seconded. Agreed. No one rejected the proposal and Commander Nethril quickly released the order for his subordinates to aim the Planet Destroyer weapons at those 3 Leviathans. Similar to the one used by Mananangal, the enormous rectangle-shaped smooth silver weapons pointed their enormous circular deep dent at the Leviathans. The first Planet Destroyer, Perseus, hummed to life. A blinding white light gathered at its apex, the air around it distorting with the sheer magnitude of gathering energy. The light solidified into a coherent beam. Then, with a thunderous, reality-rending roar, the Omega white beam erupted towards the nearest Leviathan. The beam met the monstrous entity with cataclysmic force. The space around the impact point warped, twisting with the violent interplay of energies. The Leviathan roared in pain, a soundless vibration resonating through the fabric of space, as a part of its immense form disintegrated into stardust. It was utterly erased from existence. Dear God! Queen Danica and her people have left with mouths wide open and pale complexities as they had witnessed this scene from the surface of their planet in vivid detail. Before they could wake up from their daze, the second weapon, Theseus, discharged its beam. It sliced through the cosmic void, a spear of radiant destruction, striking the second Leviathan. The creature recoiled, its shriek vibrating the hulls of the nearby ships. It flailed in tortured agony, its miasma burning off under the relentless onslaught of the Omega white beam until it was no more than a fading echo of the terror it once embodied. Almost simultaneously, the third planet destroyer, Orion, fired, not giving the demons or the Leviathan even a moment to react. The beam pierced the void, an arrow of blinding luminosity, and impaled the final Leviathan while it was just about to use gravitational waves as a barrier. It thrashed, tendrils writhing, scales flickering erratically in the light of its impending doom. Then, with a final, resonating throb of spacetime, the last Leviathan evaporated into the cosmic ether. In the aftermath, the silent void bore witness to the finality of the Omega white beams. The Leviathans, once the harbingers of annihilation, were now nothing more than fading embers against the backdrop of infinity. The nearby demons were left with hearts beating out of their chests, incapable of believing what their eyes had just fed them. Whoa! Clap, clap, clap. On the other side, the Scallions' troops' morals were off the roof as even those horrific Leviathans were proved to be nothing before their weapons. Don't even mention the rest of the demons. As Felix was watching the spectacle scene with a look of discomfort as it reminded him of what apocalyptic scene Earth went through, his weakened senses didn't pick up the change of air behind him. A cool piece of tech you have there. However, when he heard this cool-toned statement near his ears, he sprung up from his chair reflexively before turning around with a cold expression. You! When he turned around, his cold expression was replaced by a stunned look. We finally meet. My destined other half. Lucifer uttered with a flat tone, but the creepy glimmer of excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. A foreigner has been detected. Do I have permission to take him down? Queen AI asked monotonously as she pointed multiple plasma defensive weapons at Lucifer. No need. Felix ordered for the weapons to be pulled back. Then, he sized up Lucifer from the bottom of his head with an intrigued expression. The resemblance is even more uncanny face to face. Felix commentated as he began walking around Lucifer and even bringing his face close to him, appearing like he had not an ounce of fear for his safety. It was understandable as he was a mere sand clone, and if Lucifer wanted, he could have killed him with a mere sneeze. Ask him of his reason for coming here, Asna said with an interested tone. He also mentioned something about his destined other half. Just as Felix wanted to voice his question, Lucifer walked past him and sat on the captain's chair in the cockpit. He looked at the front window that was reflecting the nearest chaotic battlefield between demons and the Alliance's fleets. I have to say that I am fairly disappointed that you have come here with a mere clone. Lucifer sighed. I have dreamed of this day for a very, very long time, and as much as I am not a romantic type, I would have loved for our first meeting to be perfect. Felix's tenants were left glancing at the sky speechlessly. Destined other half. Waiting for a long-time romantic meeting. Felix's eyelids twitched. Brother, I don't swing that way. Swing where? Lucifer knitted his eyebrows in confusion. Just forget it. Felix sat next to him and asked with a solemn tone. Now, are you planning to tell me what are you doing here? In Felix's eyes, all of the things that Lucifer had mentioned were nothing but useless blabber, and he had no intentions of believing them. I came to persuade you to meet me with your main consciousness. You see, the fate of the universe kinda depends on it. Lucifer confessed casually. Enough of being cryptic and come clean. Felix got irritated as he felt that Lucifer was messing with him. The fate of the universe depended on their meeting. It sounded like a joke to anyone. He is being honest. Lady Sphinx shared with a curious tone. She was already intrigued with Lucifer and Felix looking alike, and now that the situation had developed this way and Lucifer was using such big words, she could smell secrets revolving around their coincidental resemblance. Honest. But how can that be? Felix frowned. Although he was still skeptical, Felix decided to play along this time. Mind clarifying? Unfortunately, that's a conversation that can be had only if we met face to face. Lucifer shook his head. He invaded my spaceship and started spewing nonsense, and now that I asked him to clarify, he refuses? Felix's upper lip twitched. Is he hit in the head? I know what you are thinking, and I promise you that the truth will blow your mind. Lucifer smiled. So, what do you say? Say what? Will you meet me? No. Why not? I am busy. How can you be busy when I just told you that the universe's fate depends on us? I am not interested in your fantasy. Universe's fate? TSK. Bold words from a mere demon. Your confidence and pride sure know no bounds. I give you that. Felix sneered. Although his master assured him that Lucifer wasn't lying, that didn't mean Lucifer couldn't be convinced in his own fantasy and believe it as the truth. Something as the universe's fate was way above a demon's payday. I guess you don't believe me, huh? Lucifer shrugged his shoulders. Since you have no intentions of meeting me peacefully, you give me no other option. What do you mean? You will understand soon. Look there. Lucifer pointed his finger at the nearest chaotic space battlefield and suddenly uttered, "Wicked emanation." The space battlefield lay engulfed in chaos as the forces clashed, ships blazing and soldiers fighting fiercely. Above the carnage, dark red storm clouds swirled ominously, crackling with malevolent energy. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the void, sending chills down the spines of both the living and the machines of war. From the depths of the cosmic abyss, a massive crimson-red mist materialized, billowing forth with an ethereal force. Its tendrils snaked through the vacuum, eclipsing the stars with its malevolence. As it descended upon the battlefield, a foreboding sense of doom washed over all who witnessed its arrival. Is that impossible? Felix's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the mist advancing like a relentless sandstorm, its scarlet hue flickering with an otherworldly glow. As it swept across the battlefield, the once pristine metallic structures corroded and crumbled, consumed by its wicked influence. What's worse? Soldiers in the path of the mist writhed in agony as their flesh blackened, and their eyes glowed with an unholy red. The demons of the mist materialized grotesque and twisted creatures from the darkest realms of existence. Their eyes burned with a malevolent fire, and their twisted forms exuded an aura of pure evil. With unearthly screeches, they descended upon both sides of the conflict, turning friend and foe alike into mindless instruments of destruction. The once organized battle formations dissolved into chaos as soldiers succumbed to the demonic influence. Their weapons turned against their former comrades, tearing through ranks with terrifying efficiency. The crimson mist seemed to empower the demons, their strength growing with each life claimed by their unholy assault. Amidst the chaos, the remaining soldiers fought desperately to resist the encroaching malevolence. But the mist was unyielding, seeping into every crevice, corrupting even the strongest wills. Fear and despair spread like wildfire, threatening to consume the battlefield entirely. Those few who managed to escape the immediate grasp of the mist clung to their diminishing hope, rallying together against the demonic onslaught. Even though Felix wasn't there, his soul could hear the sound of desperate cries and defiant roars echoing through the now blood-red haze. In less than a minute, the once chaotic battlefield with thousands of spaceships was no more. Ring, ring, ring. Felix's bracelet rang like crazy, disrupting the silence in the cockpit. Felix didn't need to pick up the call to know what it would be about. With murderous cold eyes and fists tightened until his fingers were about to penetrate his palms, Felix calmly silenced his bracelet and turned to look at Lucifer. "What did you just do?" he asked with a suppressed tone. "Give you some motivation to take my words seriously," Lucifer replied indifferently. "You see, The only reason I haven't already ended this war and demonized your precious people is because of you. I wanted us to handle this as privately as possible, but you are twisting my arms with your stubbornness. Is that your response? Felix said with bloodshot eyes. While the situation in the cockpit was peaceful and calm, Felix knew that more than 10,000 soldiers hadn't just met their fate, but even worse, they were demonized for eternity, taking away even the dignity of having at least an honorable soldier's death. To make matters worse, he saw them getting picked up by other lesser demons on their space monsters and taking them to another battlefield to fight their own people. This truly had pissed off Felix more than anything, especially when the culprit was sitting next to him and continuing to spew such confusing crap. Nimmo, lock him inside the void realm but don't kill him. So, he ordered Nimmo through his other wisp of consciousness inside Nimmo's mind, having absolutely no intentions of continuing the discussion with this madman. Obedient as ever, Nimmo launched solid void chains from multiple small void rifts appearing around Lucifer. The chains went through the captain's chair and connected themselves with Lucifer's limbs, causing him to get captured. Then, he was dragged inside a hard void prison cell that was inside the void realm through a rift before closing it down. All of this happened in less than a split second, making it impossible for even Felix to see through the whole capturing process. Nimmo popped off on Felix's lap with a wide, cute grin, clearly asking for praise over his work. Felix patted him on the head while having a cold expression. This might not be enough to kill him, but it will keep him away from the war for a W. What kind of creature is that? Why does it have a slightly familiar feeling with Mother? Alas, Lucifer interrupted him yet again from the back with an intrigued expression. When Felix turned around and saw that he hadn't lost anything, he didn't know what to think anymore. How? Even Nimmo was confused as he was certain that he had imprisoned Lucifer in his void cell. But after looking at it again, he found out that it was empty. Save us the trouble and just sit down. Lucifer said, I can't be killed or trapped regardless of what you do. How did he do that? I thought demon princes need some of their DNA and plenty of evil energy to revive themselves. Asna inquired. Felix planned to capture Lucifer in the void realm instead of killing him, knowing that he would be revived somewhere else if he did. But he didn't expect that he would escape from another dimension without raising a single alarm. He must have a bit of evil energy and DNA in the cockpit, enabling him to get revived. Felix reasoned with a solemn expression as he stared at the nonchalant Lucifer. This is the only explanation available. Nimmo asked for permission to end Lucifer's life this time with his own measures, and Felix allowed him to go all out. Nimmo showed an evil diabolical grin as his eyes turned crimson while staring at Lucifer. Void particles had made their insidious ingress into his form, a horrifying invasion, invisible to the eye yet felt all too keenly. They began consuming him, as a wave of discomfort cascaded through his powerful physique. The initial unease turned to pain, a gnawing sensation that surged into every corner of his being, leaving no cell untouched. He was being eaten from the inside out as Nimmo had used his void laws to create void particles straightaway within Lucifer's cells. If it was the void element manipulation, this would be impossible as there were rules and laws that had to be respected. But when it came to laws themselves, it was more than possible as Nimmo was literally able to break those laws of void and could create them whenever and wherever he desired. Void laws. How can it be? You. Before Lucifer could finish his sentence, his entire body was erased from existence, leaving absolutely not a single particle of his DNA behind. Good job. Felix praised Nimmo. It will be impossible for that bastard to appear near this area again unless he left his DNA around. Felix had no plans to stay in the same place and check out if he was right or not. Alas, just as he was about to control his spaceship to take off into the distance, a sudden pressuring aura befell Felix, causing him to remain frozen in his place. Lucifer manifested in front of Felix from a tiny crimson particle, leaving him unable to take his eyes off the process. Enough is enough, Lucifer uttered with an icy tone the moment his form was fully created. This time even Felix's masters were taken back as his revival made absolutely no sense in their eyes. It's too fast, way too fast to be realistic. Not even Mananangal could be revived this quickly. Thor commentated with a serious tone. He wasn't making sense from the get-go. Jay with tilde Ramungander remarked. The tenants approved of his take immediately. Lucifer's ability to create and cover an entire space battlefield with evil energy from such a long distance was already something that should be in the realm of primogenitors. Now, he showed them that he could get revived without requiring DNA or a respectable amount of evil energy and do it in less than a split second. It was normal to catch their attention. I am done wasting time with you. Lucifer eyed Felix coldly and asked one last time, Are you going to meet me or not? After everything that Lucifer had shown, even if Felix wasn't in the Elemental's galaxy and wanted to meet him, he would think deeply about it. However, after Lucifer had demonized an entire battlefield in less than a minute, Felix understood that if he didn't give him an answer that would please him, he would take it on the Scallions' army. All right, I will meet you. Felix paused for a moment before adding with a serious tone. But I decide the time and location. Speak. 5 decades from now and the location is your capital planet. But you must not participate in the war. Felix disclosed his condition even though he still had no clue what the hell Lucifer wanted with him. But at that moment in time, Felix wouldn't care too much as he would be strong enough to fight even primogenitors. 5 decades translated to 5,000 years, which was enough time for him to master plenty of new stuff while also ascending to a deity. 5 decades. Lucifer sneered. You have a month. Nothing more. Nothing less. A month. Felix's expression turned ugly. He barely finished a year in the Elemental's galaxy and now he was asked to leave it right away. Felix just couldn't accept the deal as it would literally ruin his entire future, and there would be no more chances of entering the galaxy ever again. You must not do it. Thor frowned. Even if you accepted the deal and met with him after a month, it would be too dangerous. I have a feeling that this demon has somehow transcended to a deity level. A deity level? That can't be right. Felix was stunned. Although Lucifer had demonstrated an uncanny level of strength that made his brothers look like lesser demons, Felix still didn't put a deity label on him. After all, being a deity was more than just manipulation range and strength. Use Nemo's spiritual pressure to confirm it. Elder Kraken suggested. Felix did as he was told, knowing that Nemo's current spiritual pressure was on par with primogenitors due to being separate from his stronger half. If they were together, he would have had a unijin spiritual pressure that was capable of pressuring even primogenitors. After Nemo released his spiritual pressure on Lucifer and it didn't work on him in the slightest, it made Felix's heart skip a beat and his complexion turn paler. Even the tenants were startled after receiving confirmation of their doubts. I guess you are still not taking me seriously. Lucifer stood up and said with a cold tone, Don't bother coming to me, I will be finding you myself and taking your weird pet with me. The moment he finished speaking, Lucifer disappeared from the cockpit. This can't be good, Asna commented. An unkillable furious deity-level demon in a war between mortals. No shit. Felix didn't let his emotions get the best of him, as he knew that Lucifer would most definitely do whatever it took to meet with him. The easiest method was clearly forcing Felix out by punishing his people. Commander Nethril, evacuate all the people from Revia N1 and order a mass retreat. Felix shouted with an agitated tone. Grand Supreme, I can't do. Commander Nethril was stunned. I have no time to explain. Just do it. As you command. Although Commander Nethril needed such an important order to be confirmed through the Inner Circle leaders beforehand, he ignored the protocol and went for it. In his eyes, if there was something capable of freaking out even the Grand Supreme, then he should be horrified. Just as he was about to announce the order, his subordinate reported with a shocked tone, Commander, a demon has invaded the mothership. He oddly looks like our Grand Supreme. Is it him? When Commander Nethril looked at the monitor and saw Lucifer in his blood and flesh floating in the direction of the mothership's core area, he couldn't help but feel chills course in his spine. The first thing he did was report the matter to Felix, as he had a bad feeling that his previous orders must be related to him. This monster. The mothership is at least 1,000,000 kilometers away from here. 1,000,000 kilometers. With a wide-eyed stare, Felix's face was a canvas painted with pure, unadulterated fear. His eyes were pools of terror, the usual vibrant hues subdued to a dull gray. It had been a long while since Felix felt such a level of fear as even the Darkins seemed killable and handleable. Send Chieftain Lokaka to buy you time and evacuate the mothership right now. Felix roared in Commander Nethral's ears, making his heart skip a beat. He never saw the Grand Supreme acting this agitated, and it was more than enough to make him understand that Lucifer wasn't to be messed with. Unfortunately, before he could act on the order, High Chieftain Lokaka, Ruler Hogan, and the rest of the appointed guardians had already mobilized themselves to stop Lucifer without waiting for his order. I am grateful that you look like our Grand Supreme. This will make it even more satisfying to trash you. High Chieftain Lokaka stated with a faint smirk as he eyed Lucifer from across a massive corridor. The passageway stretched out before their eyes, an intricate web of metal and mystery that seemed to breathe with its own enigmatic energy. I couldn't agree more, Clan Head Igos sneered. He was standing behind him in his humanoid form while accompanied by Clan Head Azistirth and a few more powerful royal dragons from the other few more powerful royal dragons from the other clans. Ruler Hogan was also there, but he was hiding in the Shadow Realm with his subordinates. The remaining guardians had yet to arrive as they were positioned across the entire mothership, and its size made it hard even for them to cross in no time. You must be the space worm leader, Lucifer said calmly. How did he know? Did they get information about me from the captured troops? High Chieftain Lokaka frowned. I was looking for you. I am really thankful that you saved me the trouble by showing up like this. Lucifer gave him a cold smile as he extended his palm in the direction of High Chieftain Lokaka. There was no then. High Chieftain Lokaka found himself frozen in place, unable to think or use elemental abilities. Spiritual pressure. How can that be? Lucifer is at a primogenitor level. Don't get face to face with him. Queen AI delivered a somewhat late message in High Chieftain Lokaka's ears from Felix. When High Chieftain Lokaka heard the term primogenitor being used, he felt his heart fall into the pits of his stomach as he realized that his carefree, cocky attitude had just sealed his fate. Lucifer teleported in front of High Chieftain Lokaka, coming face to face with him. His smile widened a bit as he uttered with a pleased tone, "From now on, you will be my personal driver." Before High Chieftain Lokaka could react to his peculiar statement, he found himself engulfed completely with a thick crimson mist. New 00000000000 AG. His terrified, despairing scream was turned into an agonizing scream as both his mind and body were getting demonized at an uncanny speed in front of his own people. Clan Head Igos, Azistirth, Ruler Hogan, and everyone watching through the security cameras were left unable to react. The only difference was that Clan Head Igos and the rest of the guardians around Lucifer were also under his spiritual pressure, which crippled them both mentally and physically, while the others simply couldn't believe that the second strongest fighter in their alliance was taken out so easily. It wasn't even a fight. It looked like an adult taking candy from a child, and the surrounding children could do nothing but cower in fear. I can't move my body. Help me. Primogenitor's spiritual pressure. We are doomed. Ruler Hogan, save us quickly. Clan Head Azistirth beseeched telepathically, knowing that Ruler Hogan and his subordinates weren't put under Lucifer's spiritual pressure due to being in another dimension. If High Chieftain Lokaka didn't act too arrogantly and played it safe by watching from a different dimension, the situation would have been different. But in his favor, no one in the entire universe would expect a demon to have a deity's spiritual pressure, which was the only thing capable of making mortal strength seem futile. Shadow Snatch. Understanding the severity of the situation, Ruler Hogan swiftly dragged Clan Head Igos, Azistirth, and the rest of the dragons into the Shadow Realm through their shadows. Where do you think you're going? Lucifer gave a mere indifferent glance at the dragons. Whoosh! Abruptly, the shadows dragging them turned crimson red and released their clutches on them, causing the clan heads and the other dragons to show utter despair on their faces. You are coming along too. Lucifer stated calmly as he engulfed them all in the same crimson mist, not giving them even a chance to think of another solution. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ruler Hogan's expression turned ugly at the sight of everyone getting demonized right in front of him, and he could do nothing to stop it. In less than a few moments, the crimson mist disappeared, and what was left behind caused all the viewers to feel a shiver caressing their souls. High Chieftain Lokaka, Clan Head Igos, and Clan Head Azistirth stood side by side. The air around them crackled with an unnerving tension, as the ethereal energy of the dark realm seeped into their presence. A sinister aura engulfed the trio, distorting their once noble features into twisted visages. Lokaka, the High Chieftain, renowned for his spatial manipulation and leadership, was now an embodiment of corrupted authority. A crown of jagged obsidian horns sprouted from his brow, symbolizing his descent into darkness. Beside him, Clan Head Igos had succumbed to the demonic influence as well. His broad shoulders, once a symbol of strength and pride, now hunched forward as if burdened by the weight of his wicked transformation. Clan Head Azistirth. His once green slits were now pools of darkness, mesmerizing and yet harrowing. From his claws, ebony wisps of smoke snaked and coiled, ready to ensnare those who dared cross his path. The remaining royal dragons suffered from a similar harrowing transformation. Thud, thud, thud. Under the stunned eyes of Felix and the rest of the leaders, High Chieftain Lokaka had fallen into the ground until his wormish face was touching it. The proud clan heads and royal dragons also knelt down with their heads bowed. Your Majesty, we are forever indebted for opening our eyes to the truth, they shouted simultaneously with a fluent demonic language like they were taught from birth. You're most welcome. Now, clean this vessel from its filth. Lucifer said calmly as he walked past them like this situation was an everyday occurrence to him. As you command. High Chieftain Lokaka and the others stood back up, and the first thing they did was lift their heads to stare at the security cameras. Then, High Chieftain Lokaka smiled diabolically and uttered, "Don't worry. We will be helping you learn your truth soon." The moment he finished, High Chieftain disappeared through a crimson spatial portal that was connected to none other than the mothership's cockpit. When he exited the portal and saw Commander Nethril and the rest of the crewmates, he couldn't help but show them an honest smile. In favor of your hard work for the Alliance, I will try to make your demonization as painless as possible. I would rather die, Commander Nethril ordered out loud with a tone of nothing but resolve. Queen AI, terminate me. There was no question of confirmation from Queen AI as she had eliminated his consciousness the moment the order left his mouth. With soulless eyes, Commander Nethril fell forward while being stared at by his stunned subordinates. It was clear that this wasn't how he envisioned his life to end as a commander, dying before he could protect his own people. But he was really left with no other choice, as either he died or he got demonized and fought against his own people. For Commander Nethril, that was a fate a million times worse than death. I would rather die too. Queen AI. For SG Alliance. For SG Alliance. It seemed like his actions had inspired his subordinates to fight through their survival urge and voice the termination command that was known to every single soldier in this universe. This termination order was placed in such situations when soldiers were left with the choice of merciful death being more appealing than anything else. Unfortunately, even though most soldiers knew that death would be better than their future in some situations, not many of them dared to use it. After all, it wasn't easy to fight off the urge for survival even as soldiers, which was the reason why many troops had gotten demonized in the war. Right this moment, at least 20% of the crewmates hadn't terminated their lives and remained frozen in their places with a crippling fear holding tightly to their hearts, making it impossible for them to utter those words. You should be enough, I guess. High Chieftain said carelessly as he engulfed the entire cockpit in evil energy. 2 hours later, Felix could be seen sitting on his chair at the inner circle assembly within the UVR with the majority of the leaders. Besides the humans being always empty, for more chairs were added to the list. The inner circle leaders were merely staring at each other with hardened expressions like all of them had just attended their loved ones' funerals. What have we just done? Queen Allura broke the silence with a rhetorical question that came from the bottom of her heart. We invited a monster into our home. That's what we did. Half an hour ago, all of them received notifications that a peculiar crimson wormhole had been spotted in the Scallions' territory. No one was spotted near the wormhole, but every one of them knew that Lucifer must have gone through it, and he was now roaming freely in their territory. I guess he really meant it when he said he will be looking for you, Asna said with a stern tone.